watch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. Walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow, got 'em coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer to you.
Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know we'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone would show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide in with the rhymes that make the dimes. I'll close their eyes and fantasize. I'm divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats. On stage just for that one's gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young, black, successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the ESL 1 Road to Rio. Hey, guys, it's me, Trace. I'm over here, and what now I need to tell you is that the Road to Rio continues on. We are firmly in the driver's seat and well on our way to trying to figure out who will be making an appearance at that Rio Major towards the end of the year. Today, I've got some special matchups for you coming your way, to include the one that we're kicking off today with. It's going to be that of North and Godsend, followed by a little bit of Dignitas taking on Vitality. Dig really not ready to put it down after upsetting Fnatic the other day, and of course, we're going to round this entire day out with a little bit of Liquid and Envy action. That's just over here on our stream, and that's just for our portion of the ESL 1 Road to Rio, because this whole thing is very much a global ordeal. We will be jumping into that game soon, but for the time being, let's get you up to speed.
Walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return. Something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back, just to feel alive. We gon' turn up in the
Welcome, everybody, to the pre-show. My name being Trace. You already met me over there, and now you can meet me once more right here in front of these beautiful Mountain Dew Amp game fuels. We're not done there, though. We got enough fuel in the tank to go forever. And by that, I mean I've got my two pit crew over here with me. That's going to be Harry and Hugo. Of course, these guys are ready to get the party started as well, matching as always. Gentlemen, did you wake up and go to the same closet this morning?
No, we were actually, out there fixing your tires, Trace, changing the oil, just doing, the normal mechanic stuff. I mean, trying to jump on your pit stop metaphor here doesn't really work. But yeah,
There was a chance.
again, we didn't even plan this. It was just, natural.
That's a lie, man. I just rolled over. I saw what Hugo was wearing, and I was like, yeah, I got something like
Well,
that.
at least
so
I was
I went and put it on, and then there we go. Like, here we are, matching, looking good.
Jesus. Okay. Well,
Take it away. Take it away, please.
not really sure where to take it from there, but one thing that I can tell you is we've got plenty of Counter-Strike to cover for you today. We're going to be covering this first game by ourselves. That's going to be North versus Godsend. That's where we're kicking off the party of the day, guys. But there's been a ton of action all the way around, to include some of the stuff that we saw yesterday. big dig games.
Oh, yeah, that was mad, wasn't it? That was probably one of the best games we've had, you know, in the 2 months we've been here. So, like, yeah, Dignitas, 4 overtimes, a 30-rounder in the final map. They upset Fnatic. It's the whole storyline. It's the comeback of Get Right. It's everything we wanted and more, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I feel like for a lot of people, you can't help but be fans of the old NIP core, right? Like, you know, these guys were like the faces of Counter-Strike for a long while. And so seeing them play Fnatic and taking it in that fashion was stellar, especially considering, you know, you look at what Fnatic had just achieved, becoming the #1 ranked team. You know, things were really looking good. And that was not a matchup that on paper Dig should have been taken, but they played lights out. It was great.
Which is strange enough. We're going to go ahead and take a look at all of our results to how it all broke down as of yesterday. Again, there's a lot of Counter-Strike going on right now, so it might be a little tough for you to catch up with, but don't worry. We've got your favorite teams locked and loaded, and we can begin to look over those. Dignitas certainly surprising the world yesterday. But then again, there was this other game. We have a little bit of Astralis Vitality action. Guys, when we start to talk about that game by itself, where do we even begin as to what was proposed to us right here?
Oh, man. I mean, that game there was just Astralis coming into the form we were looking for, right? Versus Vitality squad that have gone through some changes as of late and just dominating across the board. Astralis looks so damn good. Another thing that we just saw there is Heretics are up top of the group, and I think that's a really good talking point, especially for one individual who comes to mind, and that's Maka. He is having a hell of a time right now here at the Road to Rio.
Yeah.
He's topping the stats, he's looking stellar, and Heretics are yet to lose a game.
Which is crazy if you look at the matches they've had, right? They 2-1 Complexity, that's impressive. We know Complexity had their problems in online games, but still a win on the board. They 2-0'd Ents, and okay, yeah, Ents have been a laughing stock here as well, but at the end of the day, they did, you know, open up in the Road to Rio a little better than they closed out in Pro League, so they at least made changes over those 10 days.
I mean, didn't Ents beat Fnatic?
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, maybe. There's so many games. I haven't really been looking at the Ents matches, to be honest. But yeah, Dignitas as well, beaten by Heretics. And after that win versus Fnatic, that holds even more weight than usual. So it's really cool to see Heretics coming out of nowhere, topping the group alongside NIP. What year is this?
What year is it? Yeah, that is a pretty damn good question. Especially, though, when we go back and circle back to this Fnatic core, we go back and we see what they're putting online in the server, and then this upset, this surprise in Dignitas comes out and delivers in spades. Now, of course, there's a lot of talk going on around this entire league, or entire tournament, rather, for this Road to Rio. And Device being one of those main focal points that we begin to attract our eyes to, vocal even at that, as we begin to take a look at what he has said about these matchups so far, or at least the matchup that was yesterday, including that of Fnatic and Dig. Guys, do me the honors.
It's kind of a Swedish derby. I'd love to see those games. In some way, I'm happy Dignitas won because they're legends of the game. In general, it was a crazy back and forth. Yeah, I mean, that was Device yesterday in the interview talking after, you know, his game. We brought up the Fnatic matchup, of course. Oh, there's even more, Harry. Take it away.
Yeah, it was like old CS in some sort of way, where it was way more brawly than maybe it's more utility-wise now in the meta. It was a fun game, for sure. And I guess everyone that didn't see it, they have to go and watch the highlights at least. Now, Device has done a great job of setting us up for something there, because you should go watch the highlights of that game. You should go catch the VOD. And Trace, I believe you could reveal to us all where that might be doable.
Yeah, I think I could. I could give it a shot right here. There's plenty of VODs to be talked about. And of course, Get Right's going to be all over those VODs, which I believe you can find at esl.gg/VOD. That's VOD lowercase. So make sure that you all really check in on that one before you do it. Now, Get Right. Now, this is a guy that has been around since, I don't know, right before the BC switched to AD, right? I think he's been playing for quite some time.
Pretty much since I was born.
Yeah, definitely longer than that. Now, if we look at what he was able to accomplish yesterday, he put it all out there versus this Fnatic squad on Overpass.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? This guy's been playing Counter-Strike for 20 years, and he's still having, you know, like 90 kill best of threes versus the top team in the world if you look at the rankings right now. So it's so impressive. Obviously, we talk about that familiarity, and, you know, these rosters, at least the cores of them, have played each other for years and years in grand finals at the biggest stages. So there is obviously going to be that to play for, and that's why we saw it got messy, it got brawly, but it was so exciting.
What about this guy in Halzer? Now, we look at him, Harry, and obviously he took some things into his own hands yesterday, began to fire back, if you will, and he certainly put up a good performance.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? What we've kind of learned from Exist and Get Right in the few interviews that we've seen from these two guys is that Dig is saying, you know, they're trying to play around Halzer and what he's able to bring to the server. They kind of have him as this very aggressive AWPer. Think of like what Vitality have done with ZywOo, and I think there's a good fair few parallels you could draw between those two teams, right? because it is like the other 4 players that bring up the average age of this Dig roster in kind of the same vein that happens in Vitality, right? I think we worked it out yesterday. It was what, like an average age of like 27 on this squad?
NIP. Oh, sorry, Dig. Yeah, 27, 28.
And 24.5 over on Vitality.
Which is the
and then
highest
you've
in the
got
top
like
10.
this young, and as they kind of say, like new style AWPA, where it is like this hyper aggressive, right, style of play, akin to someone like a Zywoo. And how's like, he was looking real good. He was like a driving force in closing that overpass map out.
Especially when you run the numbers, but you look more at the intensity that he was bringing to the server. That's an entirely different discussion to be had, because it didn't stop there on the second map. We could continue in this series. This thing really did deliver in spades across multiple maps. And the third map, well, it was no different.
Yeah, Dust 2 as well, right? Like 16, 14, 30 rounder, more Counter-Strike, more madness across the board. And I think this one was so much fun. It wasn't OT and we all wanted it, but this was such an exciting game. And I'm going to be remembering it a lot. I'm going to have to watch back the VODs over on ESL.gg/VOD because, you know, what a matchup.
Yeah, certainly something, you actually did very good there. But of course, when it comes down to Fnatic Dig, we all know the story, and I don't want to spoil it for you all. Again, that's ESL.gg/VOD, all lowercase. Now, perhaps you're interested in some of these other matches that we have going on around the league. Perhaps it is that you want to watch a little bit of Mouse Sports. Well, guess what? There is Mouse Sports. It's going to be covered by that, and Blett, and Dinko over on the C stream. That's ESL_CSGO C, and that's where you can find the Mouse Sports taking on... well, it'd be Contact Gaming, and I did see that they had a new proposed logo over on Reddit. Either way, we are going to be going to a break. We're going to come back, jump into this matchup. We're going to be going into the server, vetoes, everything that you could possibly think of in our first game of the day with North and Godsent when we return.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out, you're chasing the night. Holding on for life, feeling alive, chasing the night. Chasing Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hoping for the break. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm, far from calm. I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey.
Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
Now, you might confuse us for Mario Kart, but trust me, we're playing Counter-Strike around here as this road to Rio is full of characters just trying to get across the finish line, just trying to find their way into that major in Rio that has been scheduled for later in the year. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Trace, and that is Hugo, and this is Harry, and we're ready to start talking a little bit of counter and more so focusing on our first matchup of the day. Also, quick shout-out to Lauren Scott, or Pansy, who I do know might be in attendance today. So hello, Lauren. How's it going?
Yeah, hi. How are you doing?
Yeah, you're not going to hear her, Trace.
It'd be pretty
I'm
cool.
waiting for her
yeah,
reply.
I know,
please.
yeah. She's left us hanging here. How could she do it, man?
How could she do it? But what would Lauren think about North versus Godsent? And I guess I could ask you too. I mean, you're probably on the same wavelength. You come from the same island. So what's happened?
Well, Hugo, man, do you have any strong opinions on this matchup?
I don't know what Lauren would think, but I know what I think. This is going to be a good one, right?
That.
We haven't had this matchup in a long time. Funnily enough, the last time these two cores at least played was back at the Berlin minor qualifier. So some time ago, right? Nothing to really pull out of there. But one thing I think is cool is the map pool, right? Both these teams play Vertigo. They have a similar Instaban and Mirage. I think that plays in really well. We're going to have hopefully a level map pool, and that will take us a distance to 3.
Yeah, just maybe. That's what we're going to be looking for, is potentially that third map. Now, it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle. I want to say that Godsent potentially do have their work cut out for them today, but we never know what North is going to show up. Now, one gentleman that is at the helm here, at very forefront of this Godsent lineup, you might know him as Martin. We know him as Stico, and this is a gentleman that certainly has been around. He's just about seen everything, and moreover, we see him now. What's up, Martin?
Hey. What's up, guys?
Hey, yeah, we're just over here kind of discussing your whole life and, everything that you've been doing and everything you're about to do even. What can you tell us about this matchup, Martin?
It's going to be real battle. I think both of our teams are kind of, when you look at the group, we're on the verge of, being in a qualifying team or being eliminated. So there are, let's say, 4 better teams than us ranking-wise, and also quite a bit of lower ranked teams. So we're going to, this matchup is going to determine maybe in the end, when we count all the points, who's going to go through and who's not. So definitely important game.
Well, Stico, I was wondering, right, obviously, you've got quite a few characters in this team, right? Like guys who have been around in the scene for quite some time. And then obviously as well, you got Devil Walker, the coaching role behind you all. I'm wondering, how does that kind of coaching role change play into your game while you're in the server? How involved is the 6th man, I guess?
We're trying to use Devil Walk definitely as much as we can, even maybe abuse him a little bit more than we used to do before on LAN tournaments. But it's nothing like he's micromanaging or micro-calling. It comes all down to the players. He gets a say in freeze time. We have a hierarchy. Whoever calls is getting prioritized and he's on the top of it. So whatever he calls, we are doing. So if he has some kind of read, economical read, then he's the guy that we all make silent for, and we let him talk.
Stigo, I wanted to ask about Vertigo. You guys have always been playing this map since it got added to the pool and you formed this roster. We saw you play it versus G2 the other day. Obviously, there were recent changes made to the B side, to mid, to A, to everything, really. And you guys had a bit of a struggle there. The game plan maybe for G2 was a little bit better. They seemed very prepared for what you were doing. Have you made changes since? How much work had you done on Vertigo at that point? And I'm hoping to see it today. So if that's the case, are you prepared?
We definitely prepared something. I'm not going to reveal too much.
Of course
but,
not.
What I can say is that the game plan against G2 was more like an experimental thing. We knew they are clearly better team on paper, individually as well. We tried to surprise them off guard. It didn't work because obviously they prepared well. They played much better in pretty much every scenario. And here we try to go to more strategic point of view where we think what we're doing and not try to do experimental stuff that might work in FPL but it won't work anywhere else.
Yeah, and just quickly as well, what do you make of the changes? Are you preferring them to the old Vertigo? Most pros are at this point.
I definitely like it. What I don't really like is how they introduced it. They kind of let it all on our shoulders and just deal with it. I think we can utilize a beta version of CSGO a little bit more, that we shift these kind of big meta-changing updates there for a few days, and then we see how it goes, and then we push it to the real client and then to the real tournaments. But it is what it is. We had to adapt. We had the same amount of time than anyone else, and G2 previously did a better job. We are hoping we did a little bit better now than North. So if we get to Vertigo safely, then we will have a much better match and not as one-sided as against G2.
I would, I would love to sit here and chit-chat with you, Stiko, but truth be told, I would actually just like you to go and get a twit longer prepared for the entire idea you just had for about like beta options and clients and things like that. I think maybe that's an idea that needs to be floated around. So I appreciate your time, man, and perhaps we can dive a little bit more into that at a different time.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cool. See you around, Martin. Okay, so we know that Martin has something to do today, just like we do. They're taking on North. Now, if you look at North side of things, we might have had the option to talk to someone from over there, but now that we don't, we'll talk for them. And with that said, Hugo, what do you got to say?
I mean, we can potentially talk to them after they win the game, right? Like, that seems to be the likely outcome. That's what people are expecting for this one. And yeah, I'm not surprised. North have been really good since forming this roster, right? They've been in and out with MSL. They've been constantly swapping around Danish players. They've gotten rid of Yugi. And I feel like this is finally the North roster that's going to get back to that level that we wanted. Even North players, when we've spoken to them as well in private, have said, like, yeah, this is the North roster we finally believe in, and we think this is going to be, the one to look out for. And I think that's an exciting situation to be in, right? I think Yugi was so inconsistent. It was hard for North in old to hold consistent placings at events. But MSL, not only is he leading this team, but he's been really, really good on the AWP as well.
Yeah, I think MSL's individual form has looked fantastic, and that definitely, helps out in the server, right? Having someone who can put up some consistent numbers with the AWP. And then on top of that, I really like that the leadership responsibilities were taken away from Gade, just because, he was always someone who was so good at anchoring bomb sites, right, and just holding his own. If there was one thing that everyone kind of said about Gade, is that this guy was, always just somehow good for at least 2 inside of a bomb site, right? And it felt like, when he moved into the IGL role, I don't think we saw, a massive dip in performance, but it definitely felt like, you could just see the kind of extra pressure in the server, right?
Sure.
And I am a fan that now it's gone over to someone more experienced. And then you've got someone like Gade who can still chime in as that secondary cooler. And that's something that we've seen a lot more teams looking to do as well, right? That's something that even that Dig squad have kind of spoke about, and how Freiburg is occupying that role alongside Exist.
You guys want to talk about adding pressure, and I think now is the most appropriate time to do that. We are actually going to roll out some new features here. Give them a go. See how they go. And moreover, I need your help to do it. And to do that, I need you to start voting within inside of the Twitch chat. So we're going to use Forehead for Harry, or we're going to use Kappa for Hugo to tell us who you think gave us the best intel as we jumped into this matchup. And of course, let me remind you also that Intel powers this entire thing. So with that said, now the Twitch votes are out there, and now I need to talk about vetoes. I need to talk about what maps we're going to play and just how insightful my lovely 2 ladies here can be.
Yeah, thanks very much, Trace. I'm excited to see that. That's going to be live updating as well when we have it back on our screen. So hopefully that'll be shifting. But we'll see. We'll see if Twitch chat votes right. We'll have to wait. Matt Porter, like I said, expecting and hoping for Vertigo in this series, right? North have been so keen to play this map. The same for Godsend. It's been better for North. They've got some considerably good results on it. 83% win rate right now. Dust 2, again, a map I'm expecting. Mirage, that's an insta-veto for both these teams. So yeah, whoever gets a second ban is actually in a really good advantageous position because North essentially get 2 bans, right? Because they would have got rid of Mirage regardless, you would assume, here in the series.
Yeah, and for North, they have that decision whether or not they want to remove kind of, like Train or Overpass, right? 2 maps that we know that they don't play all that much. Train kind of makes sense, so that's gone. Dust 2 pick, Vertigo pick for North. We get the map that we were hoping for, right? Vertigo
go Inferno,
slides
right?
in right away. And yeah, I think that would be a pretty
just
good...
kidding.
Oh, never mind. Well, then there we go. It's actually going to end over on Nuke. And that makes sense. That's like another good middle ground map for both of these teams, right? One that North have always tried to play historically, right? It's been like a home map for Danish teams for the longest time.
Wow.
I've just been wrecked here, man.
Yeah, I really own.
Shout out Twitch chat, I guess. Like, Hugo did a lot more of the talking.
Respect.
And,
well,
yeah,
again, it's forehead for Harry. So that's 4 with a capital H and then obviously spell
yeah,
head.
Maybe they're spelling it wrong.
Yeah, maybe
that's what it is.
maybe 76% of people got confused.
I get it.
That could be happening.
Oh, man. Either way, I do love this new stuff that we're rolling out. I think that this very has an apt purpose, of course, given that you are our audience at home and you're watching this and you're wondering, well, how can I get involved? It's not only here in Twitch chat. You can also do it over on social media platforms. We're all over the place. The ESL1 Road to Rio is global. It is a global phenomenon. Now, these 2 teams inside of this matchup right here, well, perhaps they can give us a spectacle for sore eyes as well. North taking on Godsend. We know the first map is Dust 2. Got a little bit of Vertigo after that, and perhaps some Nuke. Should we need to make it that far? But with predictions, let's really kind of hone in on this. Are we going to a 3rd map, and why should the people keep voting for you, Hugo?
I feel like if we go to a 3rd map, Godsend have the best chance out of anyone here. Nuke's been really, really good for this team, and I'm surprised North let it through. They must have a game plan coming into it. It's been on and off for North as of late in the Road to Rio and Pro League as well. So Nuke is a bit of a gamble, but again, Danish teams, Nuke, hand in hand, Trace, things should be okay.
Well, perhaps this Wookiee right here can give us a little bit better of an insight. Make the people believe, Harry. Tell them.
Believe in what? Believe in Godsend? I guess that's what you're asking me to make him believe, or just believe in me to get enough votes.
That's actually a better start than believing in Godsend, I think. But perhaps we talk a little bit about predictions up to this point. We've asked Hugo. I want to go a little bit down the line here. What do we got?
Well, I'm going to pick North, right? I think they should be able to 2-0 this one. Vertigo wasn't impressive so far for Godsend when we saw them the other day. I'm imagining they made improvements. Stico claims it as well, but I think North are a level above right now.
I'm gonna go for Godsend, man. I'm gonna stick with the Godsend guys. I'm a big fan of the project that they're working on. I think that with Devil Walk chiming in as well. I'm a big fan of him.
I love that comment about hierarchy as well, right? I think that really plays in the hand for Godsend. Like Devil Walk being at the top. Like if he calls something, we do it, and that belief is really, really nice to believe you're an experienced leader, right? This guy's been been at the top of Counter-Strike for a while.
Let me tell you guys how I really feel.
Okay.
If I was in Twitch chat right now, I would be typing both emotes back and forth just to see if the system could handle it. Now, on the other side of that, I'm going to have to choose North because I haven't lost my mind, and I really do think that they could be the ones that walk away with this. Now, obviously, there's a couple cop-outs right there, but what I'm trying to say is North, MSL, I think they're here to play, and perhaps that's what we're going to get, a taste of what North has to offer against that of Godsend. We're ready to kick off this best of 3, and we sure as hell hope that you are too. We're starting on Dust 2. We know exactly what we're doing. We know where we're going now, and we know how to take you to the water, but it's going to be on you to drink it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the ESL1 Road to Rio. North taking on Godsend. We have some new hype music to get you in the mood.
It's a barren wasteland out here in Dust, but stay hydrated as we get into the action. Make sure you are ready and raring to go. North certainly are on the T side. It's a lot of utility on this pistol round and a bit of a slow long take as well. GG bet odds favoring North, but only just. They know this one is just close.
Yeah, and early on, North going to set up outside of the long doors. They've got MSL dumping all of his utility in towards the B bomb site, and he did have AZ there as well. So there's enough flashes that have just gone into B to insinuate that there's a couple of players here, and that has kept this 3-man stack over towards the B bomb site. However, over here at Car, Madden just taps down 3, and he has taken this pistol round in a storming fashion for the Godsend side. Whatever North had planned is out the window. And this fake, while it did keep 3 players at B, it kind of doesn't matter if Madden just kills everyone on the other side of the map. So AZ and MSL left to try and fight their way back into this pistol round. AZ, we know this guy is a bit of a behemoth in pistol round. So let's see if he can turn up the heat.
He's found himself a USP, Harry. If there was
scary.
any chance.
That's scary. You know, it's easy in a 1-on-4 with a USP. However, this guy, his pistols are something else, so don't write him off just yet, especially not with some of the shots he's connected to kickstart this round. Thankfully, Madden is there to alleviate the pressure, answers the call with 4, and puts the pistol round on the board for Godsend.
North get all that utility for the pistol, and they don't even get really a chance to throw it, right? Like, completely blown out of the water on that long position by Madden, wanting to make maybe more of a contact play towards that A site. North went late towards long. They were hoping Godsend would, you know, send a player there early, peek the long corner as you do off of the timing, and then fall back. But, well, Madden, while he did fall back, he sat in the car, and he was ready to drive the knife into the face of North. It's going to be 4 Glocks up Cat, the fast play, looking for a bomb plant. Now, typically in these rounds, you can often overwhelm a site player, or at least force Godsend back into precarious positioning and usually get a plant. But right now, Godsend are keen to bring the fight to them, and they will make quick work of the Glocks. All about confidence here. And Godsend, they're full of it. 2-0 lead as North come in with guns.
AZ taking this long spawn, flashes for MSL to get him out and behind the blue box. Madden doesn't seem aware that a player could have gotten by. And that will lead AZ to find the man advantage here for North. Now, I think he's a very good talking point for this North squad. AZ's form as of late has felt like he's kind of hit like a pretty like consistent fashion in the server, right? Like it used to be that AZ would come in and he'd either drop 30 or he'd drop like 14. And those were the kind of
big difference.
Yeah, right. And that was the kind of guy you had. But I think that was pretty typical for the whole North squad at one point in time, right? Where it felt like you'd get 2 of the 3 or 4 necessary players showing up in a matchup. AZ, though, his kind of consistency has looked great as of late for North. So let's see. I mean, already coming into this series looking hot, right? He's currently the only man to have even found kills on the North squad. And North now grouping up outside of the B-bomb site. Missed smoke from Crystal in that moment of panic. And now they try and get out. The flash has held them back, but only for a brief moment. MSL dealing with Crystal. And now Zen over here in the window. Flash goes over. That's the only flash that Godsend had, and it does get Zen into the site. It's a bit awkward, though, because he is trapped here. However, North have kind of grinded to a halt. These smokes are holding them back. Thankfully, they do deal with Zen, and they finish off Makalele shortly afterwards. 2 for Kyobi, 2 for MSL. And a first round on the board for North.
Yeah, really nice call from North there. What they do is they take that long control. They get an early pick, right? AZ gets behind the dumpster off at the back of Spawn, and Godsend don't realize. He takes down Madden, and then what Godsend do is they try and turtle. They try and fall back into the A site. They think North are going for, you know, the Na'Vi Kato Dust 2, where they just take long and sit there and pit and wait for a pick to come their way. And Godsend kind of tuck into A. North leave long. They go all the way back through Spawn, and they know that Godsend are going to be triple stacked A after they found that kill. So all it's down to is Crystal, who whiffs his smoke, and after that, there's nothing that Godsend can do.
Well, I mean, they do get Zen inside of the site, right? They wait, they flash him in. Now, the other side of it is that North just kind of stop. They really do hold just outside of the choke point. That could have caught up with them, but ultimately it didn't. And I guess they can thank their stars for that one, because either way, we find ourselves in another round.
Yeah, and a round where Godsend aren't armed to the teeth, right? A couple of rifles in play, but we've got an MP9, we've got a scout. It's, you know, not perfect, and that's good for North. Looking to break this money nice and early on. This round would do it, but Madden playing close in the smoke. He's going to be met with a bit of a fade, and luckily enough, Kiebi's fallen back. North are taking aggressive cat control right now, and Michael Elliott on the scout has got to hold his own.
Yep, now would be the time to do just that. Stiko ringing out from Goose. They're going to back off. Look, they get all the way to elbow, and then they just tuck tail and leave, which is North. Looks like they're going to have to apply some pressure here in middle. Some of the only form of resistance has come out of A thus far. Zen waiting just on the other side of this spawn smoke, and here come 3 players to North barreling up towards this B site. They're going to run right into a Famasa Crystal, and Zen will eventually chime in there, taking down Cage and B. So another round for Godsend. And I just can't believe you picked North, Harry. I just can't. Ultimately, I can't believe it.
Yeah, Harry, why would you pick North?
Yeah, man, why would I do that
didn't
thing?
Pick
Yeah,
in the series
that's very low of me. How could I have discounted Godsend and the legends in the server, right? Like, I definitely did. No, this is looking good from the Godsend side. 3-1 up. I've also just seen that Mr. Dick Stacy,
Richard himself,
is giving away some of his stickers from the Katowice Major over at his Twitter. Just figured I'd shout that out because everyone might want some Dick stickers in their life. AZ down here towards the tunnels, and the rest of the gang all alongside him. Gade gonna catch the timing there onto Zen as he's trying to parkour his way up onto the boxes.
Ooh, this is a cool triple boost.
Here.
Yeah, you like lean into the box, you can see onto the barrels.
Crystal.
I've seen it with an AWP, and it's really good because you can just one shot. But AZ shows us why maybe a Dig isn't the best play. Gets a shot, Crystal runs away, and now Godsend have the info that North have 3 in tunnels, so that's why they're bailing. I like this though. I'm a fan of like not necessarily drawing out rounds you're not going to win, but really overcomplicating things to try and like get in ahead of Godsend. They've been doing it since their first round, right? With that long take and then the walk on B. You know, it can seem a bit convoluted, but it can also work pretty well. Not in this case though. SMG and the rifle crossfire will mow it down with ease. Stiko with 3, but it's still not the end of the world. Only an eco for North, and they come back in with guns. Godsend at least controlling the CT side, right? Off the back of that bonus round, or lower by, I guess. They don't let North catch up and get in control of this T side early on. And North picked T side, remember, this is Godsend's map pick here, so North would have had the choice on half, and gonna need to get a few more rounds on the board here. The AWP is out, and that could be the change. Oh my.
Well, maybe not.
Forget it.
Makalele get a best MSL with the scout down through the mid doors. That is devastating. And oh, he even gets the tag on Oazy. Makalele doesn't even see the lower tunnels players, and he's done damage to them. This scout has already had a great return on investment, even if he doesn't find anything else with it. Stiko over here at the long doors, ready to go toe-to-toe with Kierby. Oh.
Careful, careful.
Watch out, Makalele. He's deleted the mid-doors texture. And now they're going to group up outside of Long on the north side. They do get this bomb over towards Catwalk, but it since has actually retreated. It looks like they might just commit 3 players out here towards Long, perhaps with a late lurk from Cajun over here towards the Catwalk. But the majority of the force here from the north side gonna have to try and contend for these long doors. And to do that, you gotta get past Stiko and Makalele. And that is a real problem because he's not missing with this scout. This is where Cajun B has to deliver a hell of a lot from this short flank. You can see Gade was waiting for Cajun to make contact, that he does, but he goes down immediately, and there's the trade found. He does get Makalele, but Madden comes in, gets a 5th round on the board for Godsend. And this has looked really, really clean thus far from the Godsend side.
Yeah, you know, you often see a lot of teams on Dust 2 T side just play off of spawn and play very fast rounds, at least in the early stages, right? Because, you know, that's what favors you. You can beat CTs on timings to long, you know, for B peaks towards mid. And North are playing this very slow. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but what they're doing is they're letting Godsend take long, and every time Godsend are tucking a player behind this door, and North aren't clearing it. You can spam that position. There's easy Molotovs you can line up, simple to throw, and North keep coming through long and getting crossfired from the corner and a player behind the door. If they want to go for a late long take again, they need to be aware of that possibility, because they had loads of utility and didn't make use of any of it, really, other than a flashbang that didn't work. So again, Godsend are playing close to the doors, and they still have a long support player with the AWP. So North, it's pretty simple setups here they need to stay aware of. In this round, it's only utility and pistols, a bit of a mid to B smoke. North won't act off the back of it, but they will come in late to the party. Smokes on both sides, and luckily they just missed the timing. Madden's gotten up into scaffolding.
A little bit of a TK there, I do believe. It's AZ down to 60, and meanwhile, Maiden cleaning him up outside of the B site.
Wow.
Makes it look stupid easy. Crystal and Zin mop up the rest. No cleaning crew necessary. 6-1. North currently getting dragged.
Yeah, by their hair.
Wow.
Not feeling nice. Through the mud behind a truck. It looks that way, Trace. 6-1 up, right? You're making a face at me, but the reality is here.
I'm not making any faces. The only thing I want to say is it's a tactical timeout. And, you know, North are probably saying, well, guys, what the heck's going on? We just started the game. I didn't know we started this, you know, kind of 6-1 down. I don't really know how that happened.
Sometimes games start like that, Tracy. You don't realize until you're 10 rounds in, you're like, oh, guys, we're losing this. We should probably try.
Check out losing, though. That seems to be a trend around the league. Currently, Mouse Sports down 4-0 to Contact Gaming,
Mouse
featuring
Sports.
Esperanto, Otto, Emmy, Ships, and Letney.
Well, don't worry.
Don't do
Copenhagen
this.
Flames are about to go 3-3 versus the G2
What is going on around
side
here?
as well.
It's time to stop.
Mouse Sports are 0-2 in Group B. That's the same group that we're in right now, and they have lost, you know, both their games, and right now are losing their third. Like, that's not good. Mouse Sports were really, really good in Pro League. They get to the finals, and then they just balls it up in the road to Rio. They've still obviously got plenty of chances, but right now it's not the best of starts. However, it is from Michael Ailey once again.
We were bigging MSL up heading into this series.
You were bigging MSL up.
Well, I think we have to fact check that one, Trace.
Yeah,
but
okay, we'll check it out.
yeah, Makalele's been besting him time and time again down here through middle. We've turned off the X-ray in this round, and hopefully this should highlight just how fast and kind of like insane some of the reads and reaction speeds are from the God Center North side. So let's see how this heats up, right? We're going to see it how they see it. Madden down here in CT spawn. Makalele Molotov'd off. North now starting to creep up through the catwalk. Madden, not to know this, hasn't seen anyone yet. Makalele finally makes that first contact, but does get dealt with. He's delivered a double, and now it's down to the rest of Godsend to try and finish the job. The utility is perfect. It nades out AZ. It forces Cajun to take a peek from the catwalk because he wasn't able to cross thanks to that Molotov. And now Kierby all alone. No idea where these players are. He's trying to play around this smoke, but Zen just catches him from CT. Godsend going to grab the defuse and a 7th round now on the board for this squad. North no closer to getting around on the board. Sure, they get a bomb plant there, but their sight was given to them by Godsend. And I was wondering how Makalele got this kill, because MSL was looking down mid, and we had the X-ray off, right? And I didn't see anything from MSL's POV. So that one's going to hurt. Makalele besting him once again on this mid duel, and that can't feel nice if you're North. It's not often that you see the CTs, you know, consistently taking that fight into T-spawn, and Makalele's done this twice now in this half already.
Yeah, I mean, you know, really, really good stuff, Godsend. I'm sure they got a pool of things to fall back on the CT side, and they've not had to use much of it. North have been feeding the beast, and they will be doing again on long. Zen with a double, with a flash from Stiko finding 2. Bit of a missed cat smoke from North. Coming in from the top of middle, thrown on the fly, but not the end of the world. They're still going to walk right out mid here. MSL and Gade have utility, but look at the crossfire. When we've seen this in the past, Zen pushed through the smoke in CT. This time it's Stiko. The crystals make contact. It's a good time to go forward, and Stiko does that too. Make it 3. Just runs in through and gets North with their back turned. Both times North have set up for that mid to B. They've turned away from the CT smoke right as Godsend come through. Timing not being the best for North here, and the game not either. 8-1 down. You know, I was crediting North with their strong start here in the road to Rio, right? We look at their matches that they played already, and North have beat Mouse Sports 2-0, and FaZe, they lost 2-1, but they at least took a map in that series and against a very feisty-looking FaZe. Well, right now, Godsend are running the board.
Yeah, so for North, it's looking like it might just come back down to one of these A splits, right? With Long and Cat Control looking to be attempted. But whenever they've tried this in the past, it hasn't really worked out. They're going to be very, very paranoid as well about this left-hand side of the long doors, because twice now when they've attempted this, right, they've been dealt with by a player there. So this reposition from Crystal is great. He actually just re-smokes the long doors as well. That's going to buy Godsend even more time. And that's actually sent North away, because all they've seen is 2 smokes go down in the long doors, right? So you kind of understand them hesitating on committing to this push, and that might be the right decision to make. They back away. They instead fixate over here towards mid and now duck down into the lower tunnels. So they've changed their mind into this B play.
Yeah, it's the only round they've won so far, which was a B play, and Godsend have realized it. They've reaggressed on Catwalk. You know, Kiebi's trying to hold Stiko, or push him back rather, but, you know, Godsend have realized this one. They know the mid to B's coming, and they've already grouped up in CT. Madden is there to stop any shenanigans, and Michael Ellie is causing his own on the B bomb site. Quick AWP kill. He's lost Zen, though. The Molotov goes down. Kiebi cuts off a rotate, and Gate gets another entry. The AWP is dropped from the back of the B site, and it's up to retaking players here for Godsend. Definitely go for this round. You have a huge lead, and Madden is feeling it, walking through the smoke, trying to stop the plant. MSL spraying, just about gets that kill. Same with Crystal in middle, going for 1, but he's left on 12 points of health in a clutch.
Yeah, this is a very, very hard round for Crystal. One shot away from certain death, and it's not so much even MSL who poses the danger, right? Even if he misses, as Crystal looks to barrel in, he would get shut down by Cajun B. And he's just looking to do damage here, perhaps. This bomb already ticked down very, very low, but if he can find these players as they try and leave the site...
Timing
on that, man.
Classic.
Happens to the best of us. Crystal, a bit unfortunate, and a second round on the board for North, and once again, it's that B site to give them the results. I think one thing we've got to give some credit to is Makalele looking very, very dynamic on this AWP, right? Yeah. Constantly keeping North guessing. We've seen him over towards mid. We've seen him then rotate from mid to Catwalk. That round, he's at B. Seeming like he's got a great read on the game, right, as to where he needs to be and at what timings to find these picks.
Knowing when to send that AWP B is like the most important part, right? Like knowing when North have at least, you know, exhausted all of their A opportunities, and they're going to go back into just a standard B take. And even though North set up A early, and you might want to rotate with the AWP to try and stop them because you can't retake, Michael Ellie still holds his position at B. So very aware of the fact that North can double back. And well, they do.
And also on top of that, it's Makalele that has MSL's number so far. I mean, this isn't something that MSL showed up in spades to defend off either. But as that storyline progresses, we're also going to take a look at what North are doing here on long. Stiko not able to get a visual on Gate, and that's going to cost him his life. Makalele now just up here in the front of it with Maiden. Ooh. Long cross is going to come in with relative ease. A nice shot there from Lele. 2v3. Makalele and Crystal looking to stop a bomb plan here on the A site so far.
Look at Kiebi. This flank from Kiebi could do it all, and in fact, it has done it all. Oh, Makalele's dancing, he's dancing, and Daisy. It does take 2 to tango. There he is up in the bomb site to deal with him. North putting a third round up on the board, and now starting to stumble back to their feet here towards the end of this first half. A tactical timeout called in for the Godsent side. Devilwalk probably going to be getting very involved in this time.
Yeah, definitely going to be a buy for Godsend, right? Like, you don't want to let North back into this game. They found 2 rounds in a row. This is certainly where North could recover and realistically go 8-7. Like, they definitely have that in them. So Godsend need to remain aware and, well, best case scenario, win this rifle round and just break the North money right back. So if it's not that, and Godsend do lose this follow-up, North will be putting them on eco, and that's when North can significantly build into this half, likely get 6 rounds minimum. So North are in an all right position, given the slow start of this game, the nature of that. Michael Ele, he's had nothing but a fast start. 4-0 in opening duels, 3 multi-kill rounds, and firing off on this AWP, looking for that a little bit more again.
That's great to see because, you know, while like this Godsent squad have been looking good, I feel like we've yet to see a series where it's like Makalele just popping off constantly, consistently winning these openers, and that's what we've got to... there we go, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Makalele shuts down AZ in this round. However, it's only the 1 kill for Makalele this time, and they do get the remaining 3 players out here towards short side. Now, Godsent aren't to know this just yet. Makalele only saw 1. MSL, a missed shot there has almost cost him his life. He goes back in for more. But whether or not he's ready for 3 players for Godsent at long, after already finding a kill on A, you know, it's not too uncommon to have like 2 players here at this point in time. Will he be ready for all of them? Madden just beats him with the M4A1 straight up. Kiebi trying to deliver it all, and he's onto a 3rd before he's shut out of the round. Now Cajun B has to be the man to lock it in. The bomb is planted for Catwalk, but there are smokes available for Godsent. Cajun through the smoke. Oh, he taps them both down, and he puts a 4th on the board for North. 2 for Cajun, 3 for Kiebi. And a big round to pick up in the grand scheme of things, because Hugo, as you were touching upon in just a round ago, right, this is the one that sends Godsent's economies down into the doldrums. And suddenly, you know, if you're North, you can very much recover this half in a big way on the back of it.
In that 2-on-1, Godsent had 2 smokes, and it was a cat plant. They threw them both on the site. I would have loved to see Godsent smoke catwalk, right? Not that they necessarily knew Cajun was there, but that's the most common position for the post plant. That's the most dangerous one you got to worry about. So, yeah, I mean, Godsent, they definitely could have won that round by just smoking him off and smoking the bomb. One player covering, and I don't see a way you lose that unless you completely whiff your shot. And, well, right now, Godsent haven't been doing a lot of whiffing, but they will fall in that 2-on-1, giving North the control of the economy and the pace of the game once again. So where did North go with this? Back to lower, up, catwalk. Madden is close. He's been so good this game. Like I said, beating Orbs with rifles in a lot of these rounds. But right now it's the Orbs, sorry, winning the battle, dropping Michael Ellie up on catwalk. Stiko's still here, tagged up from earlier, and MSL was waiting for that repeak. It's going to be North with a 5-on-2. This should be a quick deal done by North. They are not messing around.
Yeah, so the thing that gets a bit scary now is that, and you can feel it, right? Like, you can feel that North is starting to find their footing, you know, like the shots that have been previously missing and the kind of like inconsistencies that we've seen feel like they're starting to go away. And the fact that they find this round so cleanly is pretty telling of that, right? They don't even give a kill over to these little nasty pistols on the Godsent side. Reinvestment back in from Godsent, but you will note that it's going to come with its limitations in that it's missing the AWP on Makalele. You think about the impact he's been finding with it. 5-1 in opening duels, and now he's relegated down to the AUG. Does still have the scope for the longer ranges, but certainly, you know, not going to be able to go toe-to-toe with MSL on that AWP in the same way. AUG is no Krieg. And even now, the Krieg is terrible.
That's probably a good thing, yeah, for the AUG.
Oh, yeah, 100%. We've seen the AUG, you know, start to get purchased up a little bit more. We saw a lot of it in the South American division.
Yeah,
they were using it a lot there, right? Deco especially was a real force to be reckoned with that weapon.
If we check Michael Ellie's angle, I think it's a cool one because you see where he's holding. He can actually see the feet of his opponents at the bottom of his scope before they can see him at all. So he gets like that little bit of information. He doesn't need to aim for the feet, but he knows they're going to swing into him. So he has that, if anything, like a warning system in place by holding that position in CT. It's a good angle. We'll see if it provides anything here as North set up with smokes on the left side, one more coming on the right. I imagine a third will follow because they've only smoked the top of CT there, not necessarily the bottom, but it's coming in, and Zen's going to get pushed back.
All part of the plan. Makalele, though, he's got better plans. He said, you know what, you guys can walk right into my AUG. Meanwhile, Stiko has pushed top middle from long. That's going to create a big problem. North have only one option, and that's to go into B, and guess where Godsent are heading. They've got their luggage packed. They are heading over to this B site.
Stolen.
And this AUG has caused quite a tremendous problem for the side of North. Last round of the half, though. And Godsent are sitting probably right about where they want to be.
Yeah, Michael Ellie, he don't need that AWP. He's going to go for it. But 4 kills of the AUG, ace stolen by Crystal at the back of Plat. That's a damn good round if you ask me. And North, you know, it's still recoverable half. 6 rounds is fine. I don't think they'll be too happy with 5, but considering it's Godsent's map pick, they've certainly got some tricks up their sleeve. However, that will continue on the T side, and that's the worry here for North. But right now, just forget about it. Push forward with ease. Cajun is out the long doors, but that smoke is a bit of a gap. It might be tempting, but Godsent would definitely be favored if he swung that corner. So not the best decision, and he'll hold off.
And so will North.
Ooh.
Just going to wait right here. Stiko with a push. K or B, though, real close. So this is not going to be pretty for Stiko as he walks right by him. Oh, there we go. Those are the ones that really make you go, ah!
Ooh. Oh, this is not Madden. Just
how did that go?
Back and deals with AZ. No idea how he's able to get that second shot off. North, they thought that, like, all right, well, they're fighting Kierby at short. He's really disrupted the game plan. This is our chance to get in. But no, they get down, and it's Godsent 10-5 at the end of that first half. Godsent looking real good here on the Realms of Dust 2 in North. They got off to a bit of a slow start, only finding their footing and putting 4 rounds in a row up towards the end of that first half. So can North claw it back moving into the second, or is this going to be Godsent's map pick going their way? Join us after a quick break to find out. Don't go anywhere.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hoping for the break. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm a line up. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm, far from calm. I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm, far from calm. I know you feel me, brother.
Well, here we go. We're just about off to the races with a pistol round. Godsend taking on North over here on our stream, the A stream, with what you might consider the A team. Now, I don't know if I'd necessarily venture that far with it, but I do have Harry and Hugo with me, and we're ready to talk a little Counter-Strike as we move forward. And, of course, to do that, we are not alone. There's plenty of Counter-Strike going on today, and some of the faces featured around the league are going to consist of Dean, Mitchman, Bled, Dinko. We even have a little Tom Biz, Jason Kaplan, Eternal J. Any of these names ring a bell, Harry, Hugo?
A couple of them, you know. Been around the block.
I like that Blair guy.
Yeah, he's all right.
He's pretty cool.
Not a huge fan of Tom, you know. I mean, he's okay. On a good day.
And that's the guy that Twitch chat voted for. Let me remind you, the guy that you've been backing. Now, we all like a bit of BM in the server. We haven't had any of that today, but maybe we will. Makalele is topping the charts for Godsend right now, and I think that's a real good talking point here as we look into the second half of Dust, right? He has been instrumental at finding the openers with that AWP in these rounds, and even in the rounds where he hasn't had the AWP, like when he had the AWP, he was able to mow down 4 and make some magic happen. Makalele is having a very good day of Counter-Strike. And coming in just behind him is Madden, a hot topic in this Godsend squad. He's looking really comfortable here in the realms of Dust. Him and Makalele putting up a driving force here for Godsend. And you can see 11 sniper kills, 4 sniper purchases for Makalele. They've really been prioritizing putting that AWP in his hands, and with good reason. The results are visible here for the Godsend side. Dust 2, a map that can be dominated by a strong AWPing presence. And so the fact that we've got that very much so on the Godsend side looks good for them heading into this second half. And sadly, the same can't be said for North here over on the back of MSL. It feels like he's been struggling to begin this one, getting outdone by Makalele in the majority of these rounds.
A lot of the time, just like holding T-spawn to CT with the AWP and dying to someone you can't even see. Like, you know, it's rough. You often, you know, hold your own as a T-AWPer, but not able to down mid.
Well, let's talk about holding your own, Hugo. I think you really do bring up a great point here. G2 versus the Copenhagen Flames going down on Inferno. That's ESL_CSGO B. Now, as you can tell, the Copenhagen Flames beating up on the Frenchmen. And, of course, not just French, but you know what I'm saying. They're not having a good go at it. 9-4 currently, and what will be the last round of the half here in just a little bit. And, of course, if we look over on the Copenhagen Flames side, it's Queenix. He's sitting at 15-6 with 112 ADR. This guy, well, he's having a go at it. Said, Kenny who? Kenny WH Omega lol. Anyway, that's the stream of B. So if you want to check that out, feel free.
Is there another stream, Trace? I feel like there's surely more Counter-Strike today going on.
You know, there might be. Now, the last time we checked in on the other stream, that other stream being the C stream, it would appear as though we had a little bit of Mouse Sports taking on Contact Gaming. Now, as you can tell, Contact Gaming got off to an early lead. They actually secured 5 rounds in a row. So these 3 rounds have come in succession here for Mouse Sports. And over on Inferno, the pick of Contact, perhaps they can continue to put up a fight. We are ready to jump back into it. Our freeze time has come to a close. And this is the ESL1 Road to Rio, in case you have no idea what's going on. But, yeah, also I love Kenny S. He's the homie. Shout out. One love.
He's shooting dead bodies on the other screen behind us. He just did that for about 20 seconds. Multiple mags being used now by Kenny. Respect that. And we're into the action, though. It's Godsend North. Let's have some sound effects from Harry and Trace. You know, you can...
I haven't made any sound effects.
You can do T. Harry can do CT.
They've turned them back on.
Oh, that's a shame, isn't
Damn, I was really looking forward to it as well, but... Oh, well.
We got this boost in lower for Cat. Madden is going to be a threat. He is 18-6 with 3.0 KD. Quite the performance. And he's armed with a P250 and that Kevlar. So double damage as he climbs up the catwalk. We still have players outside, long players in the tunnels. So right now, Godsend are spreading out, looking for a bit of a default. They can drop wherever they want. They can take Cat, or they can just go into a mid to B. 2 smokes, 2 flashes. The world is their oyster.
Oyster.
I prefer clams myself.
You guys ever had oysters?
Yeah, dude. Pretty nice in a bucket.
Oh,
I figured, like,
shucks. I haven't.
Nice,
that makes
Harry.
sense, right?
Nice. Yeah, that does make sense. I just figured we could go out for oysters afterwards. You know, it's an aphrodisiac, so I figured, like, maybe you guys want to go hang out and eat oysters.
I'm sorry, Trace. I'm flattered, but I'm just not interested, man.
Okay, well, whatever. Let's get into a pistol round then. You flattered about seeing what goes on in the cat.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah,
that
look,
works.
we have the X-ray off, right? So we can see how North is set up over here. We just noted that MSL was down towards CT. Cajun's going to be holding for this cross. And sneaking around the back of the smoke, our Godsend opens up this cat side plant. AZ gets tagged as well on his rotation down through CT, and that is by a flanking player going by the name of Zen. Madden shutting down Kirby, but the trades go left and right. Gade has been dispatched, the best detective on the case, but oh no! He's not exactly cracked the case, as so much has been cracked open himself, and now Cajun alone in this 1-on-3. Made quick work of by Makalele. Godsend finding the pistol. 11-5 as they continue to storm ahead in this matchup. North going to come in with a force buy in this round. AZ and MSL both going to be donning scouts. The Egan armor for the rest of the gang. Now, we've seen these scouts looking pretty powerful. We got to speak to Device yesterday, and he said that he believes in general the scout is a really quite overpowered gun for how much you pay for it, and that not enough teams maybe utilize that. So we saw them with triple scout buys coming out in their force. Makalele, though, his scout is real good.
Okay.
And he's almost dealt with both players in mid. If I'm North, I am terrified of peeking this. Don't go back, AZ, please.
They couldn't win it on T-side, and T-side's where it's quote-unquote easiest. So, like, yeah, taking it on CT side, you're asking to die at this point if you're North.
Oh, AZ,
they really are, yeah.
Stay away, man. It's not worth it. There are some fights that you just don't pick, and this is one of them. AZ's brought it down to 6 points of health. There is a smoke down on the Xbox, and that conceals Kirby's movements as he goes aggressive here to clear out mid.
What are Godsend doing? I thought they were going to hit B. It would be the perfect time, right? Like, obviously, they could be scared of a stack from North, but they've done so much damage on the cross that they know that there's going to be tagged players on that B-bomb site. So, going back through spawn, Kirby thinks he's cleared it, and now North begin to stack B, but Kirby's about to realize that is not the case, that is not the play, and he tucks in, he hears the footsteps, they're going to check it, surely. Oh, they just turn. Kirby, masterful, but no! Crystal checks it in the last second, and Godsend going to go back towards this A site. North may be here with rotations, but they barely got health.
Oh, hell of a shot from AZ. That's 6 points of health, not enough to deter him. However, the trades from Zen come in at the catwalk. Gade is cut down in CT, and Godsend 12-5. No money for North. And so it will just be an eco here in this round. The dominance that is Makalele continues. Madden as well, reaching 20 kills in the server. Everyone stepping up on the Godsend side. And the only guy who's like even comparable on the scoreboard to North is Crystal, the man in dead last for Godsend.
It's a weird timeline, isn't it? Oh, looks like a full commitment to this mid here for North. They need an answer. Now would probably be the time to do it. Big grenade, though. A lot of damage from Crystal. Now he's going to get the spray down. Just kidding. Gate is going to be a little bit quicker on the trigger. And that's going to still create a little bit of a problem here for North. They have no headway in this round, and a round that pretty much ended as soon as it started. Now, I wanted to say that, you know, I think X-Ray's cool. And when I'm playing with X-Ray on. So...
Wow. That's really, Trace? Is that you admitting? Chase?
Really, Chase?
Really, Chase?
Really, Chase? I prefer
what up,
Vincent
guys?
Chase is my name, but
Okay.
I'm Chase.
Chase Stanisarantis.
I would love
here.
it, man. That should be your name, Chase. That might be a new thing.
let me just go change my name for
Chasing
you
the
guys.
boys, yeah.
Chasing the boys. Well,
It's like
well,
Crash with
Trace
the
loves
boys.
chasing boys, but we'll move past that as North get into a rifle round on the CT side. They have got the AWP as well. We've been waiting for it, and it's up on the catwalk in the hands of MSL. So, positive changes here for the Danish side of things, but will they result in rounds? Because if they don't, Godsend are just 3 from closing out this first map.
Oh, no. Gade, okay, no, yeah. They throw the
Deep
molly
one,
into
yeah.
the deep left cubby. He's safe for the time being. Are they going to discover him? Crystal, first man in, and the first man to fall for Godsend. Now, in amongst all of this, the guys down in mid try and make some headway, and they also take heads away in the process. 3-on-3, thanks to Madden delivering a double down in the depths of CT. AZ now starting to rotate out towards the window, and he spots that mid is now clear. But Kierby just taking this long aggression, beats Zen to the angle, and now knows that this A play is looking to come through from Godsend. But to do all that, he's had to give up the bomb site. However, North, they don't really mind. You know, they're 3-on-2. Kierby's not in any immediate danger from these players at the A site, and so now they can slow down and just wait. Not necessarily wait, but right, like group up, play the timing on this one. It forces Godsend to try and take these fights, to try and turn it in their favor. Makalele, come on, man. He's looked so damn good. Let's get it. There's one. Oh, but not able to deal with AZ. Gets it so close. Makalele got me believing the moment he got that kill onto Kierby.
Yeah, I wonder if Seiko's drop was on purpose, right? Like maybe waiting for or expecting a cat retake from North, but he falls into CT and there's 2 players there, like just delivering himself into the lion's den. I like the idea, you know, obviously if it's clear, it's the last thing North are going to expect there, but yeah, it wasn't clear. So North, get rid of him, leave Makalele in a very difficult spot, and Buddy gets 2, not the 3rd. That's AZ saving the day, saving the game for North, really. That's keeping them in this map, because without it, Godsend likely just going to close things out. So North, how many rounds can they build? Will it be put to an end, or will they be able to realistically manage this comeback? Those are the questions we have in our minds right now.
Madden able to get by, and AZ, no idea what's actually going on in middle. He tried to spot it, but with all the utility going down and no control here, knowing that AWPs are out on the Godsend side, and considering how much of a tear Makalele's been on, AZ really doesn't want to chance this mid peak. And so he is just holding passively from over towards the B side. You'll see him getting like a little bit curious now, and there is definitely a timing he could find where he would get the information that mid looks clear. But that's not really going to play into this round. It's the fast catwalk play for Godsend. They dive players down into CT, and MSL is completely blindsided by that. But Kierby goes unchecked, and he's able to deliver 2. Oh, maybe 3. Make it 4. As Kierby lights up the A bomb site. Stiko now in a 1-on-3. Turned 1-on-2 thanks to that trade onto Kierby. But a lot of work still to do, and it's AZ and Gade on the other side. This is not an easy feat by any stretch of the imagination. Stiko, can he manage it? No, he walks in to the layered crossfire of Gade and AZ, and North, a 7th round on the board, thanks to this hero play from Kierby.
The last
Gotta check this boost.
2 bullets.
It's the aim still, though. It's just so bizarre to me to watch.
Yeah.
But he gets 4 kills out of it. You know what? Some people can pull off wearing things, and KRB could pull off that crosshair placement and that aiming style, so good for him. 13-7, North looking to mount a comeback here on their CT side, a woeful T side. And that round is a good place to start.
Ooh, it's a B rush, baby. We've got Mac 10s in play. Bit of a mow down. Gay gets one before the shot comes through. They push a Molotov. No fear for Godsend. But honestly, if you're pushing mollies and you're trading 1-for-1, that's a really good spot to be in because you've got the B-bomb site. AZ does get one in the meantime, but Crystal is pushed through the doors, and even just a bit of noise made by AZ could spell his demise. Crystal backs up as a resmoke comes in, and Godsend still have the numbers to hold on here. Gun on Zen, now removed as AZ finds him through the door smoke. That's ridiculous. Crystal's had to retrieve that weapon, and Michael is on a glass cannon. Things are getting topsy-turvy for Godsend.
Yeah, it's getting strange here. Crystal real close to the source, but AZ, nice shot, and even cooler looking defuse. So 8 rounds for North. They're still in this fight. But G2 are not. I'm looking over here at the stream of B right now. Copenhagen Flames up 12-5. What in tarnation is going on here?
It's upset city here at the Road to Rio, Trace. We've had our fair share of things. Mouseboard's still losing out to contact. They're actually still in that same very pause that we noticed many rounds ago. So,
yikes.
You know, whoever's casting that, who is still in game, I feel very sorry for. Nothing like a 20-minute fill.
Just one of the guys from Contact, he's just quickly nipped to the shops. But this will be resuming any moment now. Oh, a trade left and right down through mid. Makalele tries to run the gauntlet. And tries being the operative word. Doesn't do too good a job. Does get shut down.
Who are we pouring one out for, Trace?
We're pouring one out. Maybe pour a little bit of Mountain Dew game fuel out for Bled and Dinko.
Aw.
Poor fellas. New Phil City.
It's the nice two as well.
I don't know. Getting ahead of yourself.
Sounds like a personal opinion of course, Harry Russell now.
He does not represent any of us, nor his employers.
Or even really his sponsors, now that I think about it.
Or himself at the best of times.
But these seem to be the worst of times, at least in this round.
Oh, my.
Stiko is going to go ahead and put AZ away, which is going to leave KRB in a 1 versus 4. No bomb plant just yet, and a minute left on the clock. That should be planted momentarily within this A site. And losing the duel straight up, Zen's going to find his head. So we have another round for Godsend, just 2 away from picking up their map pick.
Yeah, and that's a crucial round, right? Because even though North take the last one with enough players surviving towards that B site retake, you know, they had 4 alive, and Godsend, they instantly went around and they break North up against 14. This is the worst, you know, being against 14 when you have this kind of money is the worst for North because, you know, at the end of the day, you don't want to play for OT, but you also don't want to force, you know, and have nothing. And, well, it is the best of a bad situation. So a couple of guns out for North and doing what they can.
And the good news for Blandinko is it would look like freeze time is coming to an end over there on the C stream. So all of that delay just so that, of course, the script writers could finish writing the script and then ultimately they could figure out who actually wins this at the end of the day.
Who does win it, Trace? You've read the script. You've gone through the briefings.
Surely there was some narrative problems because Contact's up 5-3 over Mouseport. So
no, we need like a redemption story arc for Carrigan and the boys. That's like the angle we're going for this season.
Makes sense, yeah.
Does
down
make
from
sense.
O2 to top of the group. Yeah, we've been there as well. Ooh, Zen, he delays the shot after being flashed out. Always a bit of a risk, but doesn't matter as no one gets punished. Michael Ayler gets his ult back, most of all. And that is definitely where you want it to be with how well he's been performing in this map as well. Still holding top, or second top of his team, rather Madden with 9 multi-kills in number 1.
Do love a little bit of that door smoke there. Just right up on that pixel, right up on the hinge of the door even. It's going to allow some movement here, or some freedom of movement, rather, for the Godsend side. Makalele's able to post up on Cat. He's not alone. Maiden's going to help him. For the time being, mid-doors is uncontested. Looking towards long as Stiko, only with a scout. He's got 2 players north just entrenched on the other side in the former KJB and MSL. So an all-out standstill as we just passed that minute mark on the clock. Looks like they're going to work their way up Cat. Now, KRB finds himself waiting in tow right here towards the ramp. He's going to get extra close now, knowing that they can manipulate this smoke and get around it. He's not good for the shot, though. And this defensive A is starting to crumble. MSL's on the case now to try to help. Flash is coming in, keeping them at bay. And Zen hitting a great shot on MSL, creating quite a problem here, 3-on-4. North looking to regain this site. Gade and AZ just might do it. Makalele and Stiko, the only ones here to try to get this bomb back and ultimately get it planted, but there's just no time. 14 seconds left on the clock. Now down to a 1v2. And if they don't get this bomb plant, it's going to create a big problem. All Cajun has to do is stop the bomb plant, stay alive. They know where Cajun is.
Oh, they
this
fake
is going to
it.
be an even more awkward situation. Can they find the kill? No, they will not. This is going to prove to be a fatal error. And Godsent have created a big oopsie for themselves.
Michael Ellie faked it, man. He faked it. He thought Cajun was coming for the kill. Cajun was coming for the bomb. He wasn't. He was hiding. He was playing the time.
He actually started flooding it again, and I think he had time even the second time. And then
Cajun jumps up, and then he sees they're not on it, and he's like, "Oh, I'm out of here." Bye.
Cajun gets down, and then at that point, Makaleli stands back up, and it's no.
Yeah, like that was such a weird round as well. North throw a grenade from CT, and it blows up Crystal. But as it comes over, Zen sees it and he thinks it's a flash and he turns. And as he turns, someone peeks ramp side and kills him. So such a messy round. And North are going to take it, but they won't take much more. They'll just take a beating. Crystal's holding on to B as well after that long engagement. And, well, Gade feels the need to turn the tide of battle. Instead, his tides get turned upside down. AZ alone in an undoable clutch.
Yeah, very chaotic, very back and forth stuff there in the round prior. But now AZ's going to test the flat earth theory as he puts his face right on the ground. And that's going to be that. We're going to see Godsent move up to map point, not quite series point. Vertigo next in the cards. We're going to see what North has to offer on that. But this is a damn good look from Godsent. And anybody who didn't pick them in their predictions, well, I'm not really entirely sure what they were thinking.
I feel like, you know, we can put it out there now with Rush and his predictions and you know, the manner in which.
Let's not ruin it for Rush. He's got a strategy. We don't want the other
Rush
guys.
has a strategy, and it's working pretty well. It worked throughout EPL. I think he won the predictions there with said, you know, 500
Look,
IQ
man, you
chess.
guys could try and blame it on some hidden system, right? But here's what we know, and that is that only like 15% of a population is smart. That's pretty much the amount of people that voted for me in the Twitch chat
Clearly
thing.
not. You can't even count.
And
Harry.
I was repping Godsent the whole time.
Oh, yeah,
so
yeah.
there we go, right? We figured out, you know, who are the smart ones, who are just following the crowd.
Do you remember Vertigo's coming up after the
and
break?
I'm that confident that Godsent have got this one in the bag.
Okay.
No.
Can't wait to hold this against you.
Committed to this so heavily.
Yeah.
But nah, man, I got full faith. Godsent have got this. Gade up close with a Deagle, trying to get in the face of Godsent, but he does meet his match. Zen able to get that trade onto Gade, and in the meantime, Kierby falls on the catwalk. MSL and Cajun left in a 2-on-4 to try and deny. Dust 2 going in favor of the Godsent squad. Madden, another kill. He's now up on 30, actually above 30, I'm pretty sure. And Cajun B, all he can do is die. It's going to be Godsent 16-9. They take Dust 2 in a storming fashion. Vertigo loaded in the chamber for the second map. You have to join us for that after a quick break, so stick around.
Sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running around so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. searching for. If we cannot be that, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think to come back fast. 'Cause I was running so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up on my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. So many days.
And well, like a paper airplane, it is North that get folded up and thrown across the parking lot. And of course, it's Godsent to do just that on Dust 2. Both of these teams really looking to show up today, but instead, it's Godsent that give us a performance to remember. Welcome back to the ESL 1 Road to Rio. My name is Trace. Of course, alongside of me are those guys. You might know them as Harry and Hugo. I know them as a couple of other things. But the one thing that we do know out of this is that Dust 2 goes well in the way of Godsent. We're set up now to look at Vertigo and potentially Nuke if we need it. But overall, where was North in this so far?
Yeah, slow to the plate, it felt like, right? That T-side start was so, so slow for North, and that was their game plan, right? They wanted to go for a lot of late takes, and I feel like Godsent were really, really good at re-aggressing and getting information. We look at the long takes from North, never off of spawn. When they tried it with the AWP, they'd often get flashed out or double-naded. When they go for it late, well, there's a crossfire set up there already. When North try and go for those mid-to-B hits that we know are so strong right now in Dust 2, Godsent will re-aggress Catwalk, and they would always know what's going on. They'd always have a CT player coming through that smoke. Godsent just all over the place, man. Really good game set from them.
Now, Godsent's all over the place, and there are certainly several players along the side, Makalele being one of them. And then this young player from Montenegro, his name is Maiden, and he was making them feel it today.
Yeah, no, both of these guys look so good, right? Makalele beating MSL constantly. He was 5-1 in duels with MSL. So there, in the head-to-head, he looks stellar. Madden even 6-1 in duels with MSL. So both of them besting the AWPer on the other side of the equation. And, you know, it felt like it was like the classic case where one of these guys was the one starting the rounds and starting the success. And that would have been Makalele, right? Finding a lot of these openers. And then it felt like you always had Madden in the later stages to help you close them out. This guy delivered so many multi-kill rounds. He was looking stellar. And I think that's pretty scary because the other day when we saw Godsent play, you know, we didn't have like these insane performances from Makalele and Madden. Thinking back to the realm of Vertigo, right, when we saw them there take on G2. And, you know, it didn't feel like all the pieces of the puzzle were in play for the Godsent squad. We learned from Stiko in that interview that he said that, you know, they were kind of experimenting. They were trying some new things out. And he said now they're looking to approach this in a more standard way that they're kind of used to playing. And obviously they got Devil Walk chiming in as well. And I think with all these pieces of the puzzle showing up here in this first map, it does set a bit of a worrying tone with Vertigo on the horizon.
Without a doubt, right? Because we know how good that is for North. But like, you know, one thing that Stiko said as well in the interview about you know, that G2 game was that, okay, the individuals there were better. There are better individuals on G2. And I don't think many people would argue the other way around. But right now, it feels like Godsent, they're matching, if not beating North in individuals quite a lot, right? We were lacking some players from North. Kirby, he had a couple of nice rounds. He had that 4K on the A site. Cajun with a little clutch in the middle there, but he still ends with 8 kills. And so the individuals not really firing off on all cylinders for North, apart from Kirby. Hoping to see a little bit more of that moving forward, especially in a map that we know North have a game plan on. But with Godsent having, you know, made changes and looked back at their demo versus G2, I'd imagine that they've made some adjustments as well.
Now, we are ready to go to a break, which ultimately means we have to depart from you for just a few seconds. And on that note, Harry Russell constructed this airplane himself. I want everyone to see the design and sort of the layout here. Let's see if it flies as we are on our way to Vertigo. Yeah, it's not bad. Good job, Harry. Anyway, we'll be right back after this. Don't move. Don't break a sweat. Don't worry either, because we will be right back.
Son intelligence de jeu, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog.
Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Look into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are 2 hearts that beat in time, and the tide was looking down all night, blocking out the sun up in here. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Look into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through
bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even
ESL 1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GGBet.
but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy too.
The ESL1 Road to Rio, of course, powered by Intel and yours truly. My name is Trace, alongside of Harry and Hugo. We're ready to get into the second map of North versus Godsent. Currently double walk over Jumpy in terms of how these teams are playing out. The first map going well in the way of Godsent. They're not the only ones catching dubs around here. In fact, Copenhagen Flames have just beat up on G2 in map 1 of their series, 16-6 over in Inferno. So that's over on a different stream. We're going to continue down the path that we're on. Of course, there's always a Twitch poll for you to take part in, but I'm not going to go through all of that. You all know how this works. We're talking foreheads, we're talking kappas, and we're talking to Harry and Hugo about their entire lives, but more importantly, this matchup. Hugo, give me some hard spitting facts as to why Harry is beating you in this moment.
Because, it's been an hour since we did that poll. Everyone's forgotten about it. Everyone forgets that Kappa, that brings the support for me. Forehead, that's more of a Harry kind of thing. But, you can always flip it. You can always, turn it upside down, vote for the right guy. You can already see it starting to shift, Trace. We know where this is going to end up. So make sure to put your Kappas in the chat.
You can do secret option 5 head, and then maybe that's also a vote for Hugo in there as well. Who knows, right? Like, we'll have to wait and see. This is getting personal, Trace. Like this, they didn't intend for
Harry,
it to go this
fight you
way.
In the car park.
But we both really care about who wins this poll.
So then tell me about who's going to win Vertigo. Do we have a 2-mapper on our hands? What is that all about?
Well, that's a crazy thing, right? Like, because in this game, I looked at it, I'm like, okay, the only way Godsent win this series is in 3 maps because North have been so good at Vertigo. If we look at history, we look at recent times, for Godsent, they're on a 3-loss streak on this map. We saw them on G2 the other day. They got wrecked. North are on a 4-win streak on this map, so quite the turn for them. They even beat Mousesports on it the other day here in the Road to Rio. So, yeah, things are looking good for North, but those individuals were really shining back on Dust 2 for Godsent. So if that continues, and if their game plan's a little bit better than the other day, I think Godsent, they might be able to 2-0 this one.
They just might, and everybody's foreheads are getting a little sweaty for this one as we start to look at this map at hand of Vertigo. We're going to see if Godsent can close it out over North. Now, North, well, they didn't really show us the face we expected in the first map of the series, and here's a chance for redemption as it is their map pick.
Yeah, Godsent over here on the CT side. North got to pick the... Or rather, Godsent got to pick the sides here, so they've decided that one. And they're going to stack up early with a bunch of dudes over here towards A. No aggression at the ramp side, and North will take note of that. They even have a Molotov to clear out the sandbags. You'll notice spare molly on MSL. That's something that maybe could look to be bought in for this post-plant scenario. There is a kit on Makalele, so that's going to help out there at the very, very least.
Smart.
Yeah, but yeah, that's pretty big brain. He fakes the bomb to bait that nade stack that's become reasonably common onto bomb planters here at the A-bomb site. You know when those smokes go in, roughly, within like a very, very finite range where that bomb's going to go down. And so those nades don't find any return on investment. Kierby's dodged them, but he's not able to dodge bullets. Cajun B over here at short side along with Gade, tapping away, trying to make this 2-on-2 happen, but they are sticking the bomb, and they have been this whole time. Cajun not to know that, and the round slips through his fingers. Does stay alive and do some damage at the end, but it's not to matter. Godsent get the pistol round on the board.
Yeah, I mean, wow, that's quite the flip. I respect everyone out there who put a Kappa in chat. So, yeah, shout out to you. Drinks on me after this game, don't worry. Yeah, what I was going to say, that was crazy. Stiko has the kit in the retake, and Crystal sticks the bomb, and Cajun doesn't think he's sticking the bomb because he hears the tap like 8 seconds ago, and he's like, there's no way he's still on it. It's 8 seconds. Like, they would have just used the kit. They had one. They were playing retake, and they did have a kit, but Godsent, they just have Stiko running in, killing the defensive players, or I guess the aggressive players. And Crystal sticking a 10-second defuse in a smoke. You'll take it if you're Godsent. It's certainly around, but North don't want it to lead to much. They're going to force up in the second with the Galils. Of course, does kind of hamstring your utility into this round, but it gives you a fighting chance to fight back, and that's what North look to do on this A side of things. AZ finding Stiko early. He seemed very blindsided by that battle, and it's an M4 dropped over. It's a gun that North can choose to take if they want to upgrade their weaponry.
this North buy is far better than that of Godsend, you know, in like a sense, right? With the M4 given over, these Galils are almost like a T-side M4, and they start to work in close. Now, Madden does a great job of delivering two with the MP9. Maybe that's enough to salvage this round for Godsend, because that's exactly what it's going to have to be. They've got to pick up the pieces, and thanks to Makalele besting Gade, it is now into a 2-on-2. They know that Makalele is here, and MSL has him pinned. But MSL's not really in a great position to be taking gunfights himself, right? One bullet is all it's going to take to remove him from the server. This bomb as well is trapped up in the site. North, if they had it, they likely would have, you know, kind of gimmicked around with the rotation a bit. Zen, that's an important dink for Cajun to find. It puts a lot of the pressure now onto Makalele to find anything in this round.
If Zen nades the site, he gets a kill. If he nades anything, he gets a kill, surely, but it misses. It clips the edge, and MSL, who is above the boxes, will survive. Not for long. Makalele's here with the UMP, and he's been stalling all round long. That is an excellent round from both Madden and Makalele. SMGs on the site versus rifles. Madden not only bursts two players down before he gets traded, but Makalele stalls in that boost position. He doesn't commit to fights. He uses every single bit of his utility before he even takes an engagement, and that's really impressive for Makalele. Just waiting for Zen on that rotate, waiting for a 2-on-2, and Godsend close it out in the latter stage of the round.
Man, the poll's still going in your favor.
Yeah, Harry, you got any thoughts on that
really
one?
Get him right. Yeah, you know, man, it's not surprising. Like,
no,
I got like 20%, but they're real loyal, and that's what I love about them.
Yeah,
you know, they're always there.
It's like your one fan who's like liking all your tweets, who's like dancing downstairs.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know.
I mean, your Twitter's better than mine, so don't worry. It's nothing personal, kid.
Let's see what this mid control has in store for North. I'm really excited to see what MSL has planned for us, the B side of the map especially, right? Because the A site, yeah, they changed the wood, but come on, that's not what we're excited about. We want to see the B changes and how they're influencing things here for North.
It goes both ways. It's good to get a litmus test for Godsend, right? Like we saw that game the other day. They seemed it was pretty shambles of a game, but this one already off to a better start, and we get to see what they can do on the CT side, how they react, how they rotate, where they stand.
Interesting thing to note is that North have forced into this round here, knowing that they did so much damage in the run prior, and this round has gone very, very wrong for Godsend. All the kills coming up in favor of North has secured them this B bomb site. They trade it favorably. And now they get this bomb planted. Flash doesn't blind Stiko off the angle and allows him to find a bit of chip damage onto AZ. They have him isolated, and so Madden will take that kill. Playing around this smoke, though, is Gade. And Madden onto the USP, almost, but not quite. It's 3 for Gade, 2 for AZ, and the force buy in the third gives some results the way of North. That decision to force, by the way, you might be wondering why they did it. Well, they get it so close in the round before. They know that the money is in shambles for Godsend. And so by picking this round up, they forced Godsend into a very kind of mismatched buy in this round. I think they've got 1 or 2 M4s on the players that would have survived back in that round. And that should really be the extent of it here for Godsend.
And you said you wanted to see those B plays from MSL. Well, there you go. Mid to B split coming through nice and early on. That finally makes sense, right? Like with the window, mid to B didn't really offer anything up on this map because you can, you drop in through mid into window. Well, you just got onto the top of the stairs. Anyone can get there for free. So not really impressive, but that wallbangers, Stiko hits Gade in through the metal. Still does significant damage with the scout. So it's okay, I guess, but Godsend, they've forced themselves, and they have not got a pretty buy in comparison to the one for North. It's a rifle, a scout, 3 pistols, and not a lot of util nor kits for the retake, so it's all about holding your own. Madden, he's very good at that, though, hanging around with this deagle. He's actually going to get spammed as well. I like the spam damage. It's still significant, but it's not, it's not going to kill you off 3 or 4 bullets, which, was the case at one point. But it will certainly, deter you rather from playing that position, playing close short, as North are making sure it's spammed. And there we go. They finish the job. Madden dead as North set up for this execute. They're going to commit off the back of the pick. There is a man hiding on the boxes, though. That's Zen. He's dropped 1. He's dropped 2. Trade is finally in, but the bomb part gets delayed and denied for the time being. MSL getting 1, and he plants in front of the smoke. Stiko can't stop him.
Yeah, flank is coming in from Makalele. Stiko, if he buys time here, it steals that attention away, and this allows the flank to come in, and MSL gets blindsided by it. Kierby now left in this clutch, has wrapped around short side and does deal with Makalele, but at quite the cost. 3 HP on Kierby. Stiko pushing close, but Kierby seems aware. He sees the shadow, but Stiko is quick on the trigger. Defuse going to come on in, and Godsent, they steal that force buy round away from under North's nose, in spite of the man advantage going in favor of North. Zen, really, they owe a hell of a lot to him there for doubling up inside of the bomb site somehow, some way. And obviously as well, I think Stiko does a great job of not going down when Kierby gets himself up on top of the side box, right? He just hides and finds time for the flank from MSL, not MSL, rather, Makalele, to find some results in that round onto MSL.
Godsend have been really good at that, been really good at like stalling and slowing down in these post plants. Like it can be hard to in the retakes or even in the pre-plants. You want to take fights, you want to get the players off of your bomb site, off of your lawn. But Godsend, they wait and they group very, very often. And Makalele will save the day with a flank as well as Stiko. Spam, that does connect with high caliber bullets such as Deagle or AWP, but it's not going to do any damage in this round. Cajun is just about fine, and Godsend are really in control right now, but North have gone again in for a buy. It's been forced buys since the very birth of this game, non-stop. Zen holding B. Got a bit of support coming in the form of Madden in this 4-on-4, but Kierby is looking for a kill and peering towards the sandbags. Oh, the spray down ramp, he gets one, but Zen gets traded immediately. Kierby, if he wants the bomb, he's got to go back for it, but he might just go into the firing line. Madden's waiting for that fight, and AZ is left alone.
That he is. He has his eyes set towards middle, but realizes, like, hey, you know what? Might be a guy here, so I'm going to go ahead and get out of dodge. He's got full utility and a Glial to do so. Plenty of HP to win the round. However, no bomb in hand. That creates an interesting dilemma for Mr. AZ, who in very AZ-esque fashion will try to style his way into this site.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. Doesn't stop moving before he fires his shot. Madden, well, he was already pre-aiming the angle. Bit of a late round aggression from Godsent. Risky, but it also provides a reward. And that's a 4th round on the CT side. Godsent looking really, really warm today, looking impressive. And wanting to get out of this 1-1 position in the group. Both these teams sit there. 1 win, 1 loss in group number B. Number B, that's my favorite number.
That is one of the more rare numbers.
Yep. DLC numbers.
And with the way that this is currently going, I mean, you can look at this and say, you know what? Move over, John. Move over, Steve. Get out of the way, Iron. Maiden is here to stay. It was a little bit of a crowbar, but...
I like it. I like the try, you know. North, they ran mid on Eco and got sent through 2 grenades at their feet.
There's always one guy in there. And then it's MSL just... Everyone else is sneaking down the ladder, you know, like doing it all proper. And he just slides down and makes a bit of noise. That nade...
3rd nade of the round.
Yeah, finding even more damage. Utility is just whittled away at North. And now as they try and close the gap to get into the site, that Molly divides this push in 2, and Stiko sprays them all down.
Okay.
All right, MSL, dude, this is a Glock. You're not meant to get away with kills with this. How's he doing it? Finally, they do deal with MSL. Got a bit worried there for a second, but not to matter. 5th round on the board for Godsent as they get that conversion in the bag.
I'm sure we'll see that in Stiko's highlight video. He just one-taps a smoke there and kills Cajun through another enemy. He killed him through Gabe.
Yeah, he wasn't even trying to get him at first, right?
Just shot a smoke.
Sometimes it really do be like that, and then you wonder, oh, how the hell, how did he get, what the heck, man? You said it was clear.
I mean, it's only Glocks for North, so they're not really going to get hung up on it. It is about the rifles in this round, and, well, they've been provided. Let's see what they can do here. No AWP, but back to this A site. North have really... the only round they've won has been B, and I kind of like that split. I hopefully get to see some more of it in the future, but right now, it's all about the fast A contact. AZ and MSL opening up. Gay didn't get a kill, only damage to both, and AZ's going to trade as well as soon as his teammate gets picked up by Madden. Good attack here for North. Zen gonna aggress, but Kierby should have the drop, and he's ready for it. It's Makalele alone. 1-on-4, and I like this from North. They've doubled back. They've gone towards B because they've just killed a player aggressing in that position, and they know that Makalele will be ready for the A play. He's got a bit of a set Molotov for that plant, but I don't even really know where default is on B yet at this point. I don't know if you guys do.
Everybody knows where default on B is, and Makalele's about to find it. Barrel first. Crosshair putting him in the dirt. It's AZ. Set up in the sight, MSL on a big flank right here. This could prove to be a big problem for Makalele. There it is. There's the check. Makalele holds his ground just a little too long. North put a second one up on the board.
So those triple orange boxes on the B side, they look like you don't have a lot of cover. You actually have way more cover than it feels like your model does. So yeah, you can crouch behind it. You can play a nice headshot angle from the CT side towards the stairs. Loads of ways you can play that box. And that's where we see teams planting. I don't really, I haven't seen necessarily any consistency between where on the boxes they're planting or which side of them, but I guess it's whichever post plant you want, where you're playing for. But one good thing about it is it's kind of hard to stick a bomb on B because it is very open, right? Apart from that triple box and the double stack side box, there's not a lot to hide behind. And I think that's a good thing, right? Get rid of those goddamn generators.
What'd they do to you, man?
Generate so much power. Maybe too much power, Trace.
I don't know. The only powers that I'm seeing right now might have to do with that of Otto, Letney, and Crew.
Ooh.
They're tied up with Mouse Sports over on the C stream right now. And by that, I mean Otto is going to concede a round. Mouse Sports is going to put a 12th up. And as far as we're concerned, we're over here on the A-bomb side of Vertigo.
Ooh, Crystal could catch the timing there, but instead, that is just like one unfortunate series of events after the other for Crystal. And that leads to his demise. MSL now trying to get into this bomb site. Back here in CT, we got two players trying to... double dink MSL bringing AZ down low. Just a bit of a... bit of banter, of course. All still friends at the end of the day. MSL, he gets forced into the hands of the man in CT. We call that the old Smakalele as he shuts him down. Now Gade and Cajun to hold off this bomb plant. 2 now, 1-on-3 as it's Cajun B on the chopping block next. Makalele with 2. And MSL could not catch a break there, man. You got to feel bad for him.
You can imagine that the team comms, like, at the end of this round, after that last kill comes through, it's just silence. And then there's probably an MSL, he's just like... Guys,
at one
I'm real
point,
sorry.
Someone has to break the silence, right? And MSL's the guy who might have to do. It could just as easy be AZ. Both of them, like
stop walking into my bullets, guys.
Right?
I don't know. Yeah, again as well.
Hey man, get out the way.
And then MSL, right? He's like scared. He's stuck deep in the site. He tries to tuck in a nice off angle, and then got to molly it. And he has to rush CT, or he's going to die in the molly. And he trades. He gets one, but yeah, it's not a round for North here.
Well, everyone thoroughly enjoyed the show.
Yeah.
And we hope that you continue to do so right here at the ESL 1 Road to Rio. God sent. Well, they win the first map pretty convincingly and certainly on their way to maybe doing that here. When I say certainly, no one can know for sure. This game of cat and mice over here on this A site. North want to continue to press this over here, and they're going to be welcomed by the house sitters of Godsent, 3 to be exact.
Ooh. It's a nice little smoke thrown by Godsent to cut off the headshot angle. It lets Stiko battle at the ramp, and he's got flashed in by Madden. That's a cool way of aggressing here if you're Godsent, because North are now tucked behind it. And Stiko, despite his position being mollied, he's gotten back into it. Now, that feels obvious. North are going to Molotov it. They are aware of it, and he's going to have to smoke that one out. Trying to escape. Good luck with that one, buddy. Kiebi is waiting, and that's going to be North getting a kill. They can always draw back here with a free frag being presented and lots of time in this round. If they want to double back towards B, that is not an option for North. But they might just hang out outside the A site. 3 players from Godsent are here, a 4th if you include the mid-man. And Godsent neglecting that B site right now is a bit of a gamble, a bit of a risk, but it's also the right call to make.
Yeah, A is still a popular tourist destination here for North. Perhaps we'll get a vacation out of it.
20 seconds, though. They've got to pick up the pace. And MSL there delivered one through the smoke. Of course he is. As they get into the site, if no one from Godsent finds anything soon, this might just have to be the save. And in fact, it goes even further in favor of North. Oh, if Makalele denied the bomb plant there, the round would have been over and it would have got in Godsent's fashion, but he's not able to do that. Instead, now Crystal left in the 1-on-3, and Gade makes quick work of him. North with a fast play in towards A, put a 3rd round on the board. I say fast, they leave it down to the last 25 seconds, but, very explosive play into the bomb site on the back of taking an early man advantage. Helped out massively, undoubtedly, by this kill from MSL through the smoke. And everything goes awry there for Godsend. 3 on the board now for North. Still a ways away from, you know, I think fully being back in the flow of this game, but that round has some pretty big implications to the future for Godsend, right? They force port into this round. They've got 1 M4 on Makalele, pistols for the rest of the gang. And so if North pick this up, they go 4 to 6. There's no money for Godsend. At that point, you know, 5 to 6 is pretty likely before a buy comes in. And suddenly, you know, North are well and truly back into this map and in a very big way.
It was the same in Dust 2, right? We had like, it was an 8-1, and then we had those couple of recovery rounds to North. They win some against some force buys, and they're getting control. And then Godsend still shut out the half. Like, North should have A7'd it, or at least could have, and Godsend still get a 10-5 by finding the last few rounds. So we know they've got resilience in them, but right now, there's not going to be much brilliance in them, at least not with these pistols. North have taken the A site and kept Godsend well and truly out of position. Makalele gets 1. The Molotov gets heard. Oh dear, that metal is so annoying to shoot through. And Makalele finds MSL. He's pushing the boundaries. He's pushing the limits, and he's got himself 3. There's only 2 members left up on North, and they've got to fall back into post-pass. This is still winnable with loads of util. And another kill for AZ gets traded down to Cajun with a Molotov, but smokes are on the site, and they're already on the defuse. Cajun got to turn. He's got to spam. He's got to guess, he's got to pray, but he can't connect the shot, and Godsend are going to lock in the round. 7 to 3. Another low economy pistol force retake on that A site. What can't Godsend do?
That was a pretty good question. You really can't do much if you're dying through a smoke, right? So, North, well, they do have some money. They could buy up. They're going to take a tactical timeout to talk it over.
Yeah, it's Makalele again, man, though. You know, like, I wasn't expecting him to carry his performance from Dust into this map as much, considering, you know, it's not a great AWPing map. You know, there are a couple of positions that work, and you can make it work, but you've got to somewhat play the team around the AWP if you want to find success. And, you know, Makalele with a rifle is just powering through these rounds, retaking with 3 kills on the A site with one of the only guns Godsend had. Those are massive frags from Makalele, and it's put Godsend in such a pivotal position. North's money on Rocky Road, an 8th round here would seal it.
Yeah, the thing that's so impressive right now about Godsend is they've kind of been at like this breaking point with the money for a little bit, right? And every single time North think they have them in the position they want, Godsend are just coming in with these force buy wins. And North, they really can't afford to have that happen. You know, if they want to get a handle back on this game, they've got to start to win it out in terms of the money. And AZ, well, looking to get off to a roaring start, does get shut down there by Madden. He tries to get back into the site, and he does get back in, but Gade is already out at the top of the ramp and does deal with him. Man advantage back in favor of North. An early rotation from Makalele on round over here to the A side of the map. Kierby has a little one-way here.
Yeah, Stiko trading out his weapons there. He's going to have both loaded, so this could prove to be a pretty cool play. If they pressure him enough, he can switch off the A1S, pick back up his original M4, and still be in the fight.
Also, 2 guns being shot from one position might be misinfo for North. They might think there are 2 players there. Obviously, it would depend on whether they saw him or not, or if he's spamming smokes, but just an idea. And yeah, I like it. You know, having a contingency plan, something to fall back on is always good, but you can't really fall back on anything when you get blown out of the round. Stiko with his head removed, and North, they finally got that A site. Makalele, he's been good. This is a little unrealistic, though, you would like to think. Cajun found on a flank has opened up a world for Godsend, but Makalele, he's going to need to do some heavy lifting.
Yeah, and it's not looking like they're going to pressure this too much. I say that Zen is at a furious pace, trying to link up with Makalele, and they're both smoked off for the time being. Kierby's pushed up to watch this heaven push, or underneath it, rather. There we go, first contact. It's going to be Kierby and Makalele going toe-and-toe. Makalele is tucked into a corner. He can't really peek. Zen's here to kind of bail him out. Now they're going to pop a flash, but time has really ticked too far, and they're going to back away. That's another round for North. And one that, you know, Godsend get very close towards the end of it, you know?
I like the idea of Zen getting a kill on a flank and then going immediately up the ladder. Like, that's a decision that Zen makes very quickly, and as a result, he's grouped with Makalele in time to retake. It's the smoke in the elevator that creates a problem. It takes another 6, 7, 8 seconds off of the clock for Godsend, and when coming down to those retakes, that can be enough to lose you the round. They had a kit, and they found Kierby in ample time. If they had 5 seconds more, 10 seconds more, maybe Godsend win that round, or at least give it a go in the 2-on-2. But yeah, yeah, safe save, keep the money intact, and force buy around those guns. Godsend still make it expensive for North, and now they can capitalize on that once again. But this A site, it's been ruthless for North, and once again, they're going back to it.
Yeah, these are the rounds that Godsend have always been proficient in, though, right? Not letting their economy get broken. And so let's see if that is a trend that looks to continue.
Yeah, these are the rounds that I don't think anyone's going to forget.
Yeah, that is...
famous line.
That's a famous one, Trace. You nailed it. Zen, by the way, has pushed up down here towards the bottom of B ramp, and he's actually holding
cheeky.
behind the sandbags here at a bit of an off angle. This is probably one that North aren't going to be ready for. He doesn't have a teammate up inside of the site to be making noise. That would be ideal, right, to get these players' attention fixated on. Because now Zen, like, after getting that kill, they know where he is, and unless they just trickle out through the B connector one at a time, he's going to struggle to find much. However, Madden and Makalele, once again, these two being such a nuisance for North. Cajun B, the only man left, and Makalele is already homed in on this position. Cajun, 12 points of health, 40 seconds left. Time is really his only ally right now. And Makalele is going to finish the job. Godsend go on to an 8th, once again refusing to lose these very important swing rounds.
And you think for Cajun there, right? You know, he's got this Molotov. You think for sure, you know, he's going to find this duel, and then Makalele just sidesteps him and hits some ridiculous shots. But you're right there. In terms of playing on that B ramp, that second player probably would have went a lot further.
I mean, what's cool about Zen's position is it's like an early warning system. You know, having a player bottom B and then getting a kill, you immediately get traded and you go, guys, there's 4 North players coming B, or 3, or however many. You know, there's a lot coming ramp. And Godsend, they have such quick rotations. They have 3 inside of B in a second. And that's because North weren't doing the A pressure. The A pressure they've been doing every single round, right? Think about the utility that North throw on A. Think about the spam damage and kills they're getting. Think about the pressure being put on sandbags, even with Godsend try and reaggress there. North will molly it again. Like, they're all over A. And the one round they're silent on A, Godsend are I don't believe this. I don't like what I'm seeing. And they stack the B site. And yeah, Zen gets a confirmation. He goes 1 for 1. And the rest of his team are able to close it out inside of B. North, when they went for the B play earlier in the half, I think it was the first round they won, they split it with heavy mid control, throwing a lot of util mid to bait some of those B players into fighting the scaffolding. Instead, Godsend fully prioritizing that B bomb site. And that just makes it easy for the numbers of Godsend. This time it's Crystal getting caught backing off. That's a solo AK, and it's given a gun to North. They can boost for it.
Yeah, this is actually something we saw Godsend do with Madden a hell of a lot, right? Throw him up on this boost.
Not a fan.
But yeah, they decide against it on the North side. You imagine that's a response to these nades that Zen was throwing down the ramp. They don't want to offer up this kill if they can avoid it. They're going to look to try and hold on to this 5-on-4 as long as they can as they go back here towards A. Only Stiko here. He's going to have a lot to answer for.
Big galaxy brain Stiko. What's he got up his sleeve for us? Unself towards the oranges right now, and he's looking to get some spam through the smoke. Makalele's going to be on the case to help him. And look who else has arrived. It's Maiden. They're going to get a boost going over here and potentially shut down some of these backline players. Can't stop the plant. Makalele tries to spam through the smoke. And ultimately, Cajun gets that bomb down. Ends out with 24 HP as he backs off. Meanwhile, fight continues. The skirmish moves on. Stiko finally getting something going for himself here. In a missed flash, we're going to pretend we didn't see that. Just MSL over here towards that scaffold. And Cajun B will be joining him in the lobby, in the waiting room for the next round. 9-4 for the side of Godsend.
It may be an eco or a half buy for North, or I guess a force with them buying everything but Dig armor. But Godsend is still feeling so confident. You know, the bomb gets planted, Makalele gets a kill from above, and then Madden just flashes both of them through the smoke. And, you know, more often than not, when you're playing that A retake and you have an advantage, the time is in your favor. You can really play those smokes, you can wait, you can, you know, hold off, tap the bomb, force the fights from North. But Godsend don't even do that. They just chase North as they leave the site. They run them down on short, smoking it off, firing through it. They don't let North escape. And I like that confident play from Godsend. Could get punished on a rifle round, but North haven't been full of rifle rounds. They have been buying every time. We might see this mid to B play again that got North their first round on the board. It was number 3 with the Tech 9 armor as well as they double force bought. This time they've lost the first, but they did dink Zen down on B, and he's going to have to double back, leaving this position. North don't have mid control. And so that's going to hold them off. If they go for just a full B commitment, Godsend are going to be stacked. Look at the minimap. There's 4 players in close proximity, 3 in the site, 1 in middle. And so if North do want to commit, they're going to be walking into a stack. And a good decision to double back towards A, at least for the time being. Try and push up on this site. Only Stiko here right now.
Now, I don't want to admit that when we played this last night, I fell off the map twice, but it's true.
Really?
It's very much the case. It's very true.
Yeah, but you can explain why, and that's because, as Hugo's mentioned before, Trace, you were trying to get into this little hidey hole down on the...
we can't tell. Luckily, no one can hear us right now.
The metal?
Yeah, like right outside of the little bridge right there in the elevator shaft.
Yeah, no, I can show you it later. I found the spot.
I've done it before,
There's a
but
couple
of course,
ways.
when you're trying to do it about 3 a.m., doesn't really want to go your way.
No.
Something about that is stacked against you.
You can get over on the other side of the bridge and then like hide on the other side of the railing, right?
It's
and
like
also,
gravity hits harder.
Yeah. Well, sure. Stiko over here, over at CT and
okay.
Don't know how he gets away with one, honestly. And
spray.
that's like a good return for Stiko there because he was fully blind. He was trapped out on a limb. Didn't really know what was going on with the flashbang coming over, and it's still a man advantage for Godsend. So that's important kill for Stiko to have put up on the board. Kierby and AZ both holding close here. They've been boosted up, or AZ has rather, with Kierby holding down beneath. This double-layered peak could catch Godsend by surprise as they try and move in for the retake. And Kierby holding down the line, tagged up. They deal with AZ, but they still haven't dealt with Kierby. They finally do. And all the kills come in for Godsend. It's still very, very close.
Hello? Only Madden had a kit. He couldn't find the bomb.
Come on, man.
That's a sad way to lose the round if you're Godsend.
Yeah. It's not like the retake was even... I mean, it was a bit slow, but obviously with close positions from North, you know, Godsend know the second they get out the choke, and if they get out and get the kills, they win, right? Like, no one's playing passive for North, and Godsend, I mean, Madden, maybe he didn't know he had the only kit, but he was late to the site for some reason, and Godsend don't close the round. That's a bit of a... you know, unfortunate situation, but it has put North in a great position to bring this half into a 6-round end. That would be decent. They're setting up again towards B. Again, heavy progress for Godsend. The spam in the wall, it baits them in, but Zen, he's not going to get anything from that. Flashed out by Gade. Kierby looks to commit ahead of it, but the Molotov will push him off. See, now they can work mid, and this is excellent for North, because now they can put pressure on the back B players and split this site more appropriately. This is like the first round that North won on this T side.
Yeah, and just so you can see there in the corner, the Stream C update. Looks like Contact will push Mouse Sports into overtime. It is currently 15-14. But either way, we're looking at halftime on our map.
Ooh. One by one, they're going in to the meat grinder in middle, and it is Godsend to come out far worse on that. But this wraparound from Stiko could do it all. With Crystal dealing with Kierby over at the B ramp, this round could fall apart. Luckily enough, Stiko gets caught dropping that molly and leaves this whole round on Crystal's back. Now, he has already dealt with one, but Cajun holds the line, offers up a triple to put a 6th round on the board for North. 3 between them and Godsend here in the second map of this series, the map pick of North. Can they pull it together here heading into the second half and take us the distance? You're gonna have to join us after a quick break to find out.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime again, can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said, oh, I want it to be proven. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody.
The ESL 1 Road to Rio powered by Intel, and there's no one better to do it. We're going to be here to guide you through what is the rest of this map of Vertigo. We've already seen the first map play, Dust 2, going the way of Godsent, and we're kicking off a pistol round here with North on the B site.
And middle. It's a bit of a bonanza for North as they decide to push down the ramp. Ooh, confident play. It's going to give them a lot of info, but what it will not get them is that B bomb site back. If Godsent want to split middle here, they could take it from behind, and that would be an unfortunate situation to go about the way of North. So about gamble, the smoke or Molotov towards the scaffolding. Kirby holding on to this push. He's going to drop his smoke on elevator, but that just sends them into B if they want to. They won't take it. They're going to rush towards that A site. Stiko with an entry, flying through on the Glock. There's still more North players here, almost playing retake on their own site already.
Oh, they certainly are. This bomb's going to get planted. And now what do? You got 5 Godsent players inside of the site, MSL.
Oh, this is weird, man. This is like a role reversal, right? Because the bomb is planted CT side, and this is going to be so tricky for North to retake, right? As they try and get up through the ramp, they all get cut down, so you're relying on these players that were flanking back through mid. AZ in a 1v5, and as good as this man is in pistol round, surely this is asking too much from him. And indeed it is. Makalele finishes off the round, puts a 10th on the board for Godsent, and now they look to get this second half off to a flying start.
And look at the pace at which they just go through middle. It's not even a matter of respect at that point. It's just like, hey, this is what we're going to do, whether you like it or not. Blistering pace. They get the bomb down in the A site, and by the time they even get the bomb planted, the round's over.
Yeah, force for North, very common on the CT side of this map, but we have a lot of MAC-10s here for Godsent. They look to keep up with the fast rounds on this A site. It's where North find 4 players. It's Molotov, not necessarily going where Michael Ellie wants it, but it'll still do its job. Burn a little bit towards the short side. And Godsent can move up, but that's where North sit close, round the corner with CZs. A double setup as well is dangerous. Gade is ready with a smoke. AZ has a Molotov in hand, but a ding from behind through the wall. Michael Ellie gets startled. Kirby going to push up as well. The flash is good. The bomb's dropped, and now Godsent have to commit. They have to bail themselves out, but they're losing players, at least finding trades. But this one doesn't go their way. Cajun with a double, and it's down to Stiko in a clutch. Low HP for MSL. This is more than doable. Guns have yet to be picked up.
Ooh, Stiko, is he going to see sneaky little MSL? Drops that smoke and bows out for the time being. Instead, looking over here towards short side. Now, Cajun has already delivered 2 in this round. Just gets caught by Stiko moving back from the short side. And now the attention of MSL gets pulled away as well. He leaves this boost position. CT player did spot that. Throws a flash over, but Stiko...
Look at MSL.
Yeah, MSL should have this round to rights, but Stiko turns at exactly the right time, and damage onto Gade as well. The nade not able to find any bonus damage for Stiko. Bomb plant, look at it come in, and Gade holds the line, just about putting that round on the board for North, but that was a 3-on-1 that ends in a 1v1. Thankfully, Gade holds his own. Stiko, a great attempt at that clutch, right? He had no business turning that around and getting it so close, but he does manage it. sadly, it's that second decision to fake the bomb plant that actually comes back to punish him there.
If he stuck it, he probably would have gotten away with it, right? Who knows past that, but at least bare minimum a plant. Nice shot from Gabe, man. That must have been a panic, quick kill. And now North, they have resurged. They have set themselves up for a potential comeback in their map pick. Looking for Nuka's third map. Well, Godsent let it go that far, though. Eagle and Armor into this round. Stiko pushing towards B. He's not really got a lot of support. They're down the bottom of the stairwell here. And in middle, nice shot from Stiko, finding one. The mid-split's being attempted, but there's two players here. MSL's yet to be spotted, and he won't be. He's just going to immediately remove Crystal. Stiko tagged up on the B site, and Michaelele walking up towards A with the bomb. He's actually waiting in spawn, and with that kill into Kierby, the A site's pretty open. There will be a rotate in time. MSL beats him here, but Michaelele can fake this and walk back if he wants. He can try and rejoin Stiko, or he can just hope that he forces enough rotates so Stiko can come in on a flank. Either one of those are options. He will go for the second. Stiko whiffs his shot, though, and Michaelele stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, MSL, an even worse spot than that. He's going to drop to the MP9 now, Michaelele. Might turn into Macalolo.
Yeah, will he be ready for the second player, right? Especially with Cajun deciding to aggress over at short side, right? Taking up the position that MSL was just dealt with in.
Timing,
Makalele, yeah, just missing the info, and now, there we go. Oh, he gets the dig, and now a bomb plant found. Gade over here in elevator, Makalele on for a stellar clutch, and almost so close, but Gade holds his own in the clutch once again. Another 1v1 for Gade, and a little bit of a celebration in the server from him.
Yeah, Gade actually, when Michaelele's in that 1-on-2 and he's walking to site, Gade
you're being
shot,
cheeky now.
Yeah, now rubbing it in. Gade shot to bait Michael into his position, and the short player wasn't, was just trying to play for the bomb, and unfortunately he gets timed, and Michaelele finds that kill, but he knew where Gade was the entire time. He knew he had to be close. It's actually Cajun short side, so Gade, back-to-back 1-on-1 clutches on this A site now, winning both rounds in a row for North and saving them in this map. Without either of those rounds, Godsent could be close to closing, and right now it's quite the other situation. Godsent are continually forcing into this game. They could be digging themselves a hole, but they are getting very close, so I see why they want to go for it. If you don't find this round, though, that's when you've got to call a pause to the forces, so you've got to go back to eco rounds, because North are nipping at your heels. They are just round the corner, and they're on top of it as well. Cajun trying to bait them in to AZ above, but Zen still gets the kill. That's a trade, but that's a good situation for Godsent. They're going to go wide to find another, and they do exactly that. Madden committing, and he needed to keep that bomb under the control for Godsent, finding a third kill in this round for Godsent, and Stiko's boosted up as well. This could get hairy.
Yeah, of all the kills thus far, those ones from Madden just there are hands down the most important for Godsent, right? Because as you touch upon, it gets them control of that bomb once again, right? If Madden gets like a 1-for-1 and then gets traded, it's a 3-on-3, right? But or a 2-on-2 rather. But the bomb would be under North control, and now they've been afforded this chance to group back up. Actually, not the A side that they're looking towards. Instead, it's going to be B, and that's where Gade resides. They don't want to let him have a chance in the clutch again, perhaps, as they set up outside of this B site. Stiko already very, very deep, and they make noise. I think they're trying to bait Gade to return with some aggression so that Stiko could shut him down.
Exactly.
But that doesn't look to be the decision on Gade's part.
Well, they're letting so much valuable time tick off the clock. We're going to tick off the X-ray and take a look at this play. Gade's still playing around the generators, but now the hit's on. Just 15 seconds. Godsent got to get this bomb planted. Gade now off the sound cue is going to drop the bomb. That creates an even bigger problem for Godsent. Looks for two. They should be able to get the plan out of that. It's going to be very close. 1-on-1 here. Stiko and MSL. He's going to opt to go for the AK. Almost swings a shot over there onto Stiko. Stiko tries to hold his ground, but simply cannot.
North are full of clutches in the CT side, man. Without these clutches, this game is more than done, but North just won't stop winning the 1vx's. MSL will join the party as well, show Gade that he's not the only man who can perform. And North, 9 rounds. There it is. Godsend, another bomb plant and another 4K round. If I'm Godsend, I'm considering the buy. And that's because they keep getting 4 kills.
Especially because their buy in this round will be even better than their buy in the one prior, right? With the bomb plant and the loss bonus built up even more. Yeah, they've gone for a force. Mac 10s this time all across the board. Yeah, I feel like they definitely could have had AKs as well on at least, you know, 1 or 2 of these players, right? So they've got to try something very, very fast here with just the Mac 10s.
I feel like what they had in their pistol round, right? Like something super robust and really just out there in the fight.
I feel like something, you know, like a half buy here would be such a better decision because then you have full guns. Like if you just get swept here because you're on Mac 10s, which is what's happening, you're going to be full eco next round or at least low money. So yeah, they get some trades, they make it interesting again, but it's still an advantage for North in this round. And the bomb is yet to be secured as well. That Mac 10's not going to win the fight versus Crystal. And Michael Ellie, same story. It's Kierby instead, rather, dropping them both. 10 rounds to North, and look at the situation Godsend have put themselves in. I justified all the force buys until that very round. I feel like even though you made it close, you should definitely play around the guns. You're not running the game anymore. North have found 4 in a row on the CT side, and they are trying to take this game away from you. So Hero AK here, pistols on the rest. What have Godsend got?
I think that's the question on everyone's mind. Stiko with that AK, but the peak is all MSLs. He's going to be spoiled a little bit. Has a chance at a second shot, but eventually just gets tagged up.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you're North, right, it might feel tempting because you know you have the better weaponry to be peeking these long angles at ramp, but you just don't need to take any more risks, right? MSL has already set you up perfectly in this round. He's going to continue that. And so at this point, right, you know all the pressure's on Godsend. You can just wait. These fights have got to come to you if Godsend want to win the round. And pretty much wherever they go, the best that Godsend can hope for is a 3-on-2 with these pistols versus full rifles on the other side. Now, this is where we're going to look towards a man like Stiko to try and offer something up. And
might want to look at those sandbags.
Yeah, they might, but they don't. And that's what happens when you don't check them. Now, the real limitation there is obviously because it's a partial investment, they don't have the utility to clear that. The ideal way is, you know, you just drop a molly there, because if you get caught crossing the sandbags, you're not even guaranteed to win the peak checking it, and you've got to swing very, very wide out from ramp to actually get behind it. So you understand why Godsend don't consider the sandbags as an option. But yeah, I mean, ultimately that's their undoing in that round there.
Yeah, but only an eco. Now we got the guns, and they've got to make the best of this round. Otherwise, North might be able to steal this map away in the second. That's a great peek again. MSL has been all over these early ramp fights, something Godsend weren't really doing on the CT side. They didn't show that AWP, and North showed them why maybe they should have. MSL, he's not done. He's in with a second, dropping the T-side AWP as well. Michael Ellie removed from the round, and one by one, Godsend are just giving these dry fights over to North, who is stacked on the A-bomb site. They've crossed towards the sandbags. MSL looking to get revenge, though. Ooh, he's got an idea.
He's going to drop the nade. Crystal is going to catch it, but it won't matter. Godsend are certainly still in this fight in this round. MSL here with his AWP is going to dance around in the side a little bit, creating a little bit more space for his teammates. Ooh. Now, who's going to come out on top in this duel, Zen or K or B?
Oh, no. He checks everything up to the close corner. That's so infuriating for Zen. Kiebi just backs up a little bit, and that little bit buys him enough time to survive. And Crystal, well, he's running out of time. 40 seconds. Kiebi overwhelmed potentially, but he recovers well. Crystal on the site. Good spray transfer, but he's not going to get more than 2. North was stacked fully on the site. They even had Cajun on the ramp flank if needed. And boy, it was not. It's a clean conversion for North once again. They're on a 6-round streak in the second half. Godsend found the pistol. North won the force, and it's been Godsend digging themselves out of this force by hole ever since that point.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. But for what it's worth, Godsend with their first time out. In a tactical essence, what would you prescribe to them, Hugo? What would you say Godsend need to do? We talk a little bit about fast plays and getting back on the saddle. But is that still the answer?
Yeah, get away from that A site, right? Like, I feel like everyone's so keen in taking it because that's what Vertigo was. But B is very, very applicable in this case as well, with Tech 9s, with, you know, pistol armor buy that Godsend could afford here. North had a really nice mid to B rush in the early stages of the first half on the T side. Round 3, they had a quick mid to B split. Now, obviously, that AWP is a problem on A, and MSL might take it towards mid. He has been there, and so that's the biggest problem with Godsend that they've got to deal with. But other than that, getting heavy numbers up the B stairs is definitely the play on an eco round like this.
And I could be wrong, but I feel like Godsend just took her 2 timeouts in a row. Back to back.
Maybe, yeah.
The 2-time.
Man, I tell you what, though, the Vertigo is looking to be a bit of an oddity for Godsend, right? Their CT sides, even in that game versus G2, it was significantly their better half, right? It was moving into that second half. We saw them go 7-1. In 7 rounds, they went 6-1, right? Yeah. They win 1 T-side round, and then G2 just put 6 up on the board. But what's happened here? 6 in a row for North after the 1 on the board for Godsend. This T-side is really starting to look like a weak point here on Vertigo. A map that they used to look good on, and one that their CT sides, as we just saw, do look pretty convincing on.
Yeah. But a lot of the reason it was convincing is because North did the same thing a lot of the time. They just went for this A default, and Godsend, you know, they needed to retake, they would, but often they would just deal with it before the bomb went down with good utility and just confident, you know, flashing through smoke, getting in North's face. Because right now, Godsend, their T-side has replicated North, so it's been very similar, and if anything, a bit stale. So hoping for some change as the rifle rounds come out next, but right now it's just down to a smoke molly and a bomb plant.
I kind of wish that we would see like an all-out A fake with, you know, a few players at ramp making noise, right, just to keep MSL
definitely.
and co there on that AWP, because the time to rotate now between the bottom of A ramp to B is a lot faster, right, for the Ts. And if you're an AWPer at A ramp, you're going to take a solid, you know, 30 seconds to complete that rotation. And so you could just cut MSL out of the round by doing something like that, right? Because he has been the real problem here for Godsend. He's been so good at taking these opening fights in his favor, and there's not been anything that can respond yet on the Godsend side. Even when we saw that AWP purchased up for Makalele in that previous round, it went down towards short side, having to take a very unfavorable peak after already losing the man advantage. North are on for the retake now, and they will just start to blister their way into the bomb site. Solid pace on this. They mow them down. They get the round on the board. Find it exactly how they should, right? Don't lose a single man. Just play retake over at A, and those pistols don't find anything.
Yeah, I like what you talked about when you said, you know, throwing a potential fake towards A and having players bottom be ready, because a lot of these rounds are going to see Cajun flank ramp. He's done it in the past. When Godsend are going for those clear A takes, when they have 3 players on ramp being spotted, bomb being seen, smokes being thrown, and North know its commitment, Cajun will sometimes flank. And, you know, Godsend, if they have players outside bottom B, they can deal with that. So I'd love to see a little more action towards that B bomb site. And maybe, oh no, we don't get it. Okay, well, Godsend continue doing what isn't working. Do they have something different to show us? Do they have a solution at least? Because right now, North are in full control of the CT side. Have yet to drop a round since a pistol. Godsend, what have you got?
Well, it's back to these standard smokes into the A site. We've just seen this for the last 7 rounds, so it should feel pretty familiar at this point in time.
More like 23 rounds.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's something.
Stico, though, this time there's a difference for Godsend. It's them to take the man advantage, and this is the first time in what must be 6 or 7 rounds for them to have been the guys to secure that. Zen coming in on this wrap round as well in through B, and he's taking full advantage of this rotation from North.
Ooh,
Crystal is flushed in for the fight. His spray transfers have looked nuts. The amount of highlights we've seen of him just spraying and shutting down. Oh, man. Yeah, gravity is not your friend in this situation. Oh dear, MSL delivering 3. This is where the wrap from Zen should have it dead to rights, and indeed it does. An 11th on the board for Godsend. They finally make that A site work for them. However, it's been a long time since those 1v1 clutches for North, right? They are nowhere near having their money broken just yet. They reinvest. They've got another buy up on the board. That's obviously thanks to a flawless round in the round before last.
Yeah, North has saved 12 out of 15 players in the last 3 rounds, so that's actually really, really good. Hence the rebuying here, right? As you say, those one-on-ones not really a factor at the moment, but we might have more clutches come through as things start to heat up, start to get faster. Godsend moving quickly up ramp to trade on Kiebi. The AWP for MSL has come alive on this CT side. Well and truly been going higher and higher levels here for North. 3-on-3. Now this is the kind of position where you could back up and go B if you're Godsend, but they just love to drive it down and keep committing towards A. And at this point, North have all players here. It's so common. I always wonder why teams don't do what they just did. Get that 2-on-2, trade A. You're in a 3-on-3, walk back B, or you know, stall, hold A, and send a mid flank. You have so much time, and those rotates are so quick, and North are always going to be with 3 on the A site. I just feel like, you know, it feels like overcommitment more than anything. Both teams did it, but especially on the Godsend side, considering none of these rounds have worked, apart from the previous, you know, like North put together 7 in a row. There's a reason for that. And if you go to A 7 rounds in a row and you lose it 7 rounds in a row, like, I don't know what to tell you, really.
You know, they say, you know, you can't fix what's not broken. So far, it's A hit. But it looked good when they did it with pacing. They got good positioning. You know, Stico getting a kill, and then they're able to hold fast and hold their ground. Maiden stays alive for so long, just on the edge of the map.
Yeah. It's problematic though, right? Because it's like, for God's sake, yeah, when they're getting the opening kill, it works and it looks great. But a lot of the time, they're not getting the opening kill and it doesn't look great, right? Like, I don't know. I really wanted to see a lot of depth here from Godsend, and that's the reason I think I'm so, you know, rubbed up the wrong way by them just hitting A so much. Because, you know, as we saw in that G2 game, they were trying to work out a lot of kind of interesting stuff over towards the B side on their T side. Now, admittedly, not to the best results, right? They did get dumpstered on the T side of that map, but I was kind of hoping that was going to be indicative of like a very varied style on this map, where they would try and, you know, just interplay, you know, wherever, like hitting mid, hitting B, trying to take this map control away from North. But in this round, oh,
that ain't it.
Gade has just shut them both down at B. So I don't think we're going to see Godsend return to that anytime soon.
Not looking like it. In fact, it's starting to smell like nuke, if I had to be bluntly honest with you all.
Plutonium in the nose now. It's around the corner, Trace. It's looking likely. North just 3 kills away from 15 on their map pick, and seems more attainable than ever. So 10-6 for Godsend at one point. It's good for Kiebi. Oh, they might beat it. Does a bit of damage, significant, at least for an M4 player who can now find one-shot dinks in the AWP. Well, leg shots aren't a factor. He might get shot in the leg, though. Crystal jumping up, getting knocked down a peg, and now North on the retake with a huge advantage. No way they can bottle this one. They've got the util, they've got the kits. Both players on Godsend stuck together side by side. No flanks this time for North, but if anything, that plays in their favor. Just grouped, looking to trade.
Yeah, also with these 2 smokes, you can actually just smoke off ramp similar to how you would in like, I mean, like we often see in these CT retakes, and they're already on the bomb. So for Zen, he can't do anything there. The wrap comes in from Cajun to solidify the kill, and it is map point for North, 15-11. Gade going to be the impact player in this round, and I think justifiably so. He's all alone at the B site, and he doesn't falter. He finds not just one, but both kills, and on top of that, you know, denies any kind of trickery from Godsend. If he falls at B, suddenly we're going to see a rotation, and then that A hit might have been that much more pronounced from the Godsend side. Alternatively, they could have just gone back to B and got the bomb down, right? So that could have gone in favor of Godsend had Gade not held his own at the B bomb site in what was effectively a 1v2.
That, and, you know, Maiden really, just to be honest with you, kind of whiffing the shot there on Gade.
They're boosting on B. I'd love to have a look at this instead of watching the A site for the 12th time, because something different maybe, but Maiden, Stico gets knocked off. It's not going to work out. Godsend, they have the majority of players grouped here with a bomb. From that 1A fake that didn't really find all too much. There's going to be 3 CTs here. North are prepared, and they've heard nothing A again. So Kiebi flashed into the fight, does get away with 1. Michael getting 1 kill at the same time, drops Gade. AZ hiding at the back of the pillars. Such a good position, and they're not ready for it. He's dropped the bomb, smoking himself off. 2 kills away from that nuke as well. And we might just be getting there. Stiko's going to need a monstrous clutch here on the B bomb site, and smokes in every corner. There's nothing to be seen, nothing to be done. He finds the first, but the trade is instant. And North, they've done it 16-11. What an excellent comeback from these Danes. They look to take us to the Danish home turf of Nuke. It's the 3rd and final map of this series. Join us after the break. It's coming, and it's coming fast.
last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. 'Cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream.
And the performance here on Vertigo goes the way of North. We have 1-1. We also have a third map on the cards. Nuke is going to be where we decide the difference between these two teams. But ultimately, we are still going to go over this Vertigo map. When I say me, I say we, I mean obviously me, and then I mean Harry and Hugo as well, because this one was looking pretty damn good for Godsend. And there are several reasons that it went the way that it did, but I'm going to leave that one up to Hugo. He's very passionate about this. Let's see what he can crack.
See, this reminds me of a game we saw at DreamHack Anaheim, Harry. I'm sure you're going to remember this. It was North Endpoint. It was UK boys taking on the Danes, looking to get out of the group. They took it on Vertigo. Endpoint, they started T-side. Endpoint defaulted. They went a 14 out of 15 rounds. North then flipped sides, and MSL just shows like the biggest middle finger back at Endpoint and goes a 15 rounds out of 15 rounds, and they win the game. That's what it felt like here, right? North, a lot of A hits. Not the greatest success, but they at least turn around 6 rounds on the T side. They flip over, they go CT, and they have some excellent defense on that A side of things. Godsend definitely threw caution to the wind and kept going for those force buys, kept hitting A, and that's why we just saw North, in their element, the re-aggression, the fast rotates, caging on the flank. They had everything ready for Godsend, and it felt like Godsend really kind of threw that one away. They had it in their bag.
We look at Godsend, we look at their, I just look at their pistol, right, on the second half, and I look at the pacing at which they tried to, not only try, but succeeded with. And then where was that for the rest of the game?
Yeah, man, it's a bit of a weird one, right? Because that pistol looks so sick, right? With the 5-man or multiple man mid push, then flanking back into an A play, taking CT control. And after seeing that, I was really excited because I remember, Hugo, back at a DreamHack a while ago when Devilwalk first moved into this Godsend squad as the coach, we were talking to him about Vertigo, and he was like nerding out with the ideas you can do on this map, right? With the ideas of like giving your opponents the information you want them to have, and how you can like play very, very fast as well, right? And I don't know, man, like when we were talking to him, he had so many ideas, right? And so that's why moving into this game, I was really looking forward to seeing what Godsend were going to bring to the table. And then it felt like in that T half, all we saw for all but one round, they just rush A.
It just felt so one-dimensional.
Yeah, and that's the problem as well, right? It became very, very easy for a man like MSL to be able to read into that, right? Like, you're not really throwing much out there that ever led him to believe that where you were throwing your smokes wasn't going to be the place you were going to end up.
Now, for the first 3 rounds of those like North A defenses, like they were really close. You have to remember the gate clutches; they were like one-on-ones, and like it was tempting Godsend to force, and it made a lot of sense, and like it was back and forth. But then it happened 7 times in a row, and it just feels like Godsend run out of ideas. And something you were talking to me about as well in the the break we had, like the one round that we had from Godsend that looked good was in middle, was a fast mid take with pistols. They made it close. They
not even the one round, right? That's how they find the pistol. Then again, in the second, they try the mid play. They get it very, very close. Again, in the third, right, we get that round where Madden saves the bomb, right, and they're able to get it down to another 1v1. And so in the beginning, when they were kind of testing the waters in mid, pressuring there early, taking this default and trying to deny like these early openers and all this map control the way of North, it was looking really, really good. But then once those rifles came out, it was just the rinse, repeat A plays. And that became so easy for a man like MSL to read into. And him individually stepped up huge as well in that second half, right? He went from being like middle of the pack, not really standing out, kind of looking like we were going to see the MSL from Dust. And then something just clicked, man. And he just started hitting every shot needed. He started looking so damn good. And now that MSL's warmed up and is someone to go toe-to-toe with Makalele, who's still looking good in this series, I think it makes Nuke now a much more kind of scary affair for the side of Godsend.
Yeah, and you're talking about being at the right place in the right time. Well, we are at the right place at the ESL1 Road to Rio. We have multiple games going on. Quick B-Stream update before we go to a break. As you can see right behind me, the Copenhagen Flames taking on G2. And what is 13-13 currently? And running the board is Hunter, 24-15, just under 180 Rs. They began this round. But either way, this one on its second map, as you can see, the Copenhagen Flames have picked up the first, which creates an interesting conundrum for the side of G2. Either way, we're going to break. We're going to come back with some Nuke. We're going to decide who's taking the series between Godsend. And, well, that's pretty much where I see this one going. North as well.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
We will never be the same, and as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. You put me in the perfect light for, and that's when you can see all my flaws. And I could tell you don't mind that, oh no. You said come a little closer, come here and I can show you. So I came a little closer. You said I'll show you how to love you, how to love you.
ESL 1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG.bet.
Welcome back to North versus Godsent. We have Nuke that decided between these two teams. Godsent have shown some promise, faltered a little bit there on the second map of Vertigo as North have picked that one up. And Dust 2 went the way of Godsent. So yes, we are set up for that third and final map of this series. The ESL 1 Road to Rio, powered by the one and only, the one true love, Intel.
Yes, indeed. And you saw those ESL rankings as well there. Number 18 in the world for North, number 17 in the world for Godsent. So right now, they're holding one spot above, but we're equal in the maps. We're 1-1. We're heading to Nuke. It's typically a Danish territory, but we know that Godsent do like this map. Things are heating up as we finalize this series, Godsent versus North. And boy, it's gone the distance. It's gone where it deserves to be. But where will it go from here?
Well, Nuke is our battleground, and it's our third and final map in this series. Dust 2 going the way of Godsent. North, they answer back on Vertigo, and now they're looking to bring that same heat here into our third and final map of our day. And now Godsent stacking up over here in the lobby, ready to commit to an A play at a moment's notice. Crystal donning utility alongside Makalele. Crystal's smoke gets thrown in over towards Heaven. Makalele dropping his at main, and that's going to carve a path into this A site for Godsent. North left in a 5-on-5 retake here. Cajun B trying to aggress into the lobby, and he does make quick work of Zen on this push. So now a bit more pressure applied to the Godsent squad. They've got to worry about this backline, and at the same time, flashbangs from MSL to allow for this Heaven peak to come through. He gets him and the rest of the squad into the bomb site. And another kill gracing the board for North. They tap the bomb. They're doing more than that. MSL is sticking it. And everyone dies in the blink of an eye for Godsent. It is a flawless 5-on-5 retake for North. I can't think of a time I've seen it go down like that. 5-on-5, 5 players survive for one team
as well.
Yeah, that's just wild.
Like, you never get a bomb down on top side without kills, so that's crazy. North playing full retake on A, very much prepared, expecting the committed push from Godsent. Very good round from North. Individuals are there. That's something that we noted back on Vertigo. Didn't really seem to be apparent on Dust 2, but players have warmed up now, and MSL with the AWP was indeed looking good. Oh my, the flash through the smoke, it's crazy. And Kiebi is going to get a kill from it. He's still here. He's tucked. They should know it, and they make the reads. End with a trade. MSL stuck outside, though. Big frag onto the silo player of Madden, but it is, again, going to be put to rest. Godsent 2-on-3. Not favored, but they made the best of a bad situation here. But the roof flank, that's the last thing you're going to expect. Zen gets caught, and Crystal in a 1-on-2. Got to get that reload. They're going to hear him. They're below him in secret, so the info is there for North.
AZ offers himself, but whether or not Crystal is ready for a second, the answer is no. We get it provided pretty swiftly. And so the round is converted for North. Now, Godsent, they get it close, but I don't think we're going to see those same overzealous force buys as we saw back on Nuke. Back on Vertigo, rather. MSL does a great job there of putting up a kill before he goes down, right? Like, suddenly all that outside aggression isn't in vain. I think something that's pretty scary for Godsent is that if Dust 2 is anything to go by, North, they didn't look like the most like warmed up into today, but they very much feel it now. And there's a lot of confidence, right? Even to go for such an aggressive push, not just once, but twice here. Even in this round, they send MSL this time aggressive towards outside. And he does get bested almost immediately by Zen. It's only one kill going in favor of Godsent, and there's the return. Makalele helps them out as well.
Gravity. You may not believe in it, but it is there. It is true.
Well, aliens are real too. We know that. That has been released and made public. Check that on your own time.
Yeah, that video was actually terrifying a little bit.
As it should be. You should hear the pilot's voices. Just that's what gets me, right?
I haven't watched it because I don't want any spoilers. I'm waiting for when they actually just come to Earth for real.
And they try and, rapture us or whatever, or turn us into a zoo.
Rapture now, okay.
So they're going to turn us into a zoo. We're just like primates, us humans to them.
Now, Hugo does believe that the aliens will cause the rapture. I'm not sure what timeline that is exactly, but perhaps there's a few books on it somewhere. We will be investigating that. Meanwhile, some guns finally in the hands of Godsent. But what will they do with them?
Looking for some kills. Gabby, he tried to cross. That's a dangerous play, and Godsend are going to beat him to the punch. A good flash from Crystal, and Gabby can't get to the secret. It is no secret the Godsend are down lower. Crystal's being loud about it. Close player is AZ, but only good for one. The trade again found by Madden and putting Godsend not only in an advantage, but in this B bomb site. They haven't taken the move to walk through the doors yet, but there is a player inside. If that's the case, Cajun ready and waiting. Of course, you can always see players go up the vents and hit A. We still have topside players, but that kill makes all the difference. That might send Godsend back towards the A site. Out of which where Gade and MSL still sit. Stiko going to look for a pick. And actually, I say that, no one's inside of the site necessarily, apart from Gade, who's playing close in main. MSL's in hell, so a bit of a weird one. Zen catching Gade outside. That might force a rotate up for Cajun. He's realized secret is clear. MSL trying to commit, but Stiko found the timing out the hut, and Godsend will find the round off the back of it. Molotov keeps Cajun out of rotating, and gets an AK, and dips, dives, saves in round number 4.
That is the case, Hugo. Right on point.
Thanks, Trace.
Problem, man. I'll be here all day. When I say Cajun, you say Jame. But I haven't said it, so...
That's why I'm waiting.
Cajun.
Jame.
Wow, guys, a little preemptive there, but the sentiment is so. Cajun B is going to be saving, going to put a first run on the board for Godsend. Who you really like to think they could have closed this out on Vertigo, but, well, now there's a equalization here.
Well, you know, Godsend, if they lose this map to North, they are going to be really feeling rough about that Vertigo game. That's for sure, right?
Yeah, McClay was, what, 27 kills, something like that?
Not bad.
It's not bad.
Could be worse.
But yeah, not after that same start here on this map. He's sat -1 and 3 after falling off the top of the silo.
But those things happen, man.
Well, in this round, he stayed away from the silo. He's not a big fan of heights, as we learned. He does suffer with vertigo. So let's see what Makalele can accomplish here with the AWP outside. Flash goes through the hut. That's going to force a shot out from him. Now they know this AWP resides over at red. Crystal able to open up onto Cajun B. Does get dinked in the process, but not dealt with. There is a man back here in the garage. That's Mr. Kirby. He's going to start to creep forward now, looking to deal with Crystal. And Makalele saw it, but Crystal not able to react in time.
Yeah, Cajun aggressed early ramp and got a kill. So now the fact that he's dead means Godsend are going to be able to take ramp to B. And they've done that with a bomb plant. Making anything happen in this round is going to be good as they lose another man in the lobby. Makalele caught on rotate. And now it's just 2 men. Smoking the stairs, looking to hold the bomb. This is a nice, actually, little post plant for Godsend, but they've got to hit some bangers of some shots if they want to convert it. Players spotted already. They know where Madden lies. The Molotov keeps him trapped in the window room. Got to fight for his life. Gade will take it away. Zen is going to get hurt on this wrap round as well. They should be on top of it, and AZ is dealing with the flank and taking a 4th round for North on the retake. Obviously very favored once they found that kill on Makalele on the ramp room. The AWP not able to really play into this round. Makalele still yet to frag, still yet to get himself to 0. Slow start for Godsend, but if there's any half where you can afford to have a slow start, it is the T side of Nuke. It's not what you want, but there's going to be plenty of time to have a bit of resurgence, get 4 or 5 rounds at the end of things.
As long as they're having fun, Hugo, that's the part that you're missing.
I don't know, Trace. What is fun if you're losing?
I guess you do have a pretty fair point.
Fun comes with the trophies, and that's something that North are certainly looking to lift. None here in the road to Rio, not just yet at least. They're going to have to grind their way through, but right now the grind is paying off. 4-1 up in the 3rd map of the series, and Godsend with a slow outside crawl on Crystal. The rest of them going to be moving towards a ramp room. Cajun has been a pillar here, not letting them pass.
Slow and steady, Godsend. Prepare for an approach. Still 5 players alive on both sides. Cajun with a little bit of a spot there towards the ramp. He's going to take a shot. Going to elect to flash in return. Meanwhile, just trying to pop some shots down in that radio room. Cajun not alone. MSL will be able to help him if he gets swarmed, if he gets overwhelmed.
With 2 players being shown at ramp, Godsent are leaving. They want the top site instead. It's hopefully unstacked, they're thinking, but that's not the case. AZ is close. Already MSL has left ramp and come in through heaven, and so North is stacked here.
Yeah, this might turn into a blender real quick. Actually, AZ is found out, but the trade is there in the form of MSL. He's good for 2, maybe make it 3. This has gone horribly wrong for the side of Godsent. They've only got Stiko left in a 1 versus 4. He can't even find a kill for himself. 4 on the board for MSL and a 5th for North.
Man, a huge round from MSL, right? We were wondering if he was going to keep that same momentum up from Vertigo, and he's certainly bringing the heat here now. That is a stellar A-side hold from him, and it feels like Godsent never even get more than like half a second's worth of vision on him before he's already finished them off. So now as well, getting the upgrade onto the AWP, MSL's going to be feeling fantastic about that. No money left in these Godsent bank accounts means it is just back down to pistols here in this coming round. Going to group up outside of the ramp room early on, but they're just holding it first, waiting to see if any aggression comes through. Obviously going to wait for this utility to fade away as well.
Uno flash.
Now they hear the reload on Cajun. They look to go pushing on in on the back of it. That flash didn't really find much. They do get by and start to try and take the ramp room. Cajun doesn't drop the molly in time. Quick switches to the knife, and that leads to him getting betrayed. AZ now on the rotation down. Does hold this from Decom, but is dropped by Zen. Gade, the next man to offer it up, and they haven't checked this corner at ramp. Stiko dealing with MSL on the rotation. Kierby did slip through the net and is now at ramp, but he's got to be constantly worried about Stiko in the back line. Gade even gets wrapped onto, but they don't find the kill. Kierby trying to get into the site, pulls the attention away from Gade just for a moment, and that allows him to bring this into a 2-on-2. That bomb ticking away, and the smoke that is on it has missed its mark somewhat, but somehow Kierby is good for that kill. Now it's just Stiko left to try and deny this defuse, and he gets it through the smoke. Godsent. They'll find a second on the board. Armed only with these pistols, it's a 3K from Stiko to get them there. Stellar stuff from him, right? He was also brought down low earlier in the round. So his little hold in the corner at ramp to find the first kill onto MSL, pick that AWP up, and then go on to do all this is stellar for Godsent.
And I actually like how North, seeing as Kierby gets past him, he just leaves Stiko there. He doesn't worry about it. He tries to deal with the players in the site, trade with Gade, and that he does onto the other men. But it's Stiko who picks up the AWP from MSL that's able to close it out. That one weapon dropped over is everything for Godsent. Wouldn't have been able to do that as easily with a rifle. So big round for Godsent with a low economy, and well, talking of low money, it's what North have found themselves in with right now. If Godsent follow up with a third, they can break the bonus right now for the Danes.
Yeah, not a kit on the side of North either, so they're going to hope they can keep Godsent from getting inside of these sites.
Ooh.
So far, Maklele moves himself away from the 0-0 and 6 club. Was once a negative. Garage control here for Godsent. They're going to do a little bit of a run boost over the top just to try to get a player here off guard. Now, MSL's very close, actually, but not close enough. Perhaps if he swings out, that could create a problem. He's going to find the first kill. The timing is just on his side. It's Maiden to fall.
That run boost is to stop a Heaven player who's scoped on the back of Garage from seeing you. You know, they're going to be scoped on the side that Makalele sits at, but you can run boost across, and then you can peek them from the other side. They won't be ready. Their scope won't show you because you're in the side of their FOV. It's a good trick. It often works, but North have the AWP outside, so that kind of counters it right now. MSL still just sitting in the spawn. Makalele waiting for this rotate, and the re-peek is in. He's found the kill. 20 seconds for Godsent, though, and they don't have either of the sites. They've got to make the decision now. They've lost a man in the vents, down lower. Top is seeming like the only option, but 15 seconds, they're playing the smoke. They've got to go now. The jump is heard. Gate's ready, but Stiko hits a headshot. Cajun is going to have to pick it up, and he's done it with 2. Stiko on the flank through the hut, dead and down. Cajun with 3 from above it, and it's going to be North North finding 6. I don't know what happened there. Cajun lets Stiko out, who kills his teammate, but at least he wins the round for his team. That could have been, you know, a real drop of the ball for North.
Yeah, and the time had already ticked down pretty far, but it's the shot from Stiko. It's just, he's hit a couple bangers in this series, which are pretty good. But when you don't win the round, well, what can you say about that?
Yeah, well, North have saved their economy, right? We just mentioned how they're on the edge. So them winning that round is actually paramount if they want to, you know, roll over the CT side like they have been doing. Godsend will have to stay on 2 for the time being. And even eco this one. Not fun.
No, sir. Tactical timeout for Godsend. Talking it over. Malding it over.
Yeah, Godsend, man. This is where the memories of Vertigo and the fact that, you know, you were 10-6 up at one point can start to creep back in, knowing that this could have been your series in 2. And in a sense, right, you've kind of let North really find their confidence in this series, because after Dust, right, that was like, that felt very, very one-sided in Godsend's favor. And the beginning of Vertigo was kind of even the same thing, right? So North now looking more confident than ever in this series, and that's just continuing to keep up appearances here into the latter stages of this first half. MSL is one of these guys who's not really been missing a beat since he found his footing. In this round, he's over here at ramp, trying to lock it down with the AWP. On the back of that AWP chiming on in with a shot, that's actually sent Godsend away from this side of the map. Instead, they're going to throw these outside smokes down, but Kierby tries to disrupt it with his Molotov. Wasn't actually able to do so. And that has allowed for Crystal, at least, to get down through Secret. But that's not where he's looking to end up. Instead, he now actually pushes through these Secret smokes, hanging around on the edge of them. And it might look to be an A split here from Godsend, especially with 2 players outside. One of them being Zen with the bomb, however. So you've got to keep an eye on that and see what happens with it. They look to get into the site. Kierby doubling up, getting tagged through the CT vent, but not enough to find the kill on him. And they finally do, but Stiko, as good as the attempt is, 3 kills from him. It is still a 7th on the board for North at the end of the day. Heart goes out to Stiko here. He's had a couple of these really strong rounds where he's putting up kills, but it's just the rest of the gang struggling to find anything. And I don't necessarily think, you know, it's like Godsend dropping the ball massively. It's just North. These crossfires inside of the site have been fantastic every single time.
Topside plays is so hard to be successful with unless you have so much utility and a real game plan on who's looking where, right? Like the door smoke, it flashes through the rafters, hut roof molly is almost a necessity in the current meta. And, well, some teams go above that. Some teams throw even more at the problem. So, obviously not a lot of money in that round and not a lot of utility as a result. Nice boost. Michael Layla catching MSL. Godsend, a man advantage in this round, a crucial one at that, removing the AWP on the CT side, but not for long, only for a little bit. Kiebi's picked it up, and he's found good use from it. Still in the garage. Crystal's crept into main off of a timing, and he should have a kill here. Gade has been so unlucky with some of these timings in the A site, and this time Godsend, all it took was 1 kill. They've run the gauntlet, they've taken A. 2 players on lower for North, an incorrect gamble, and they've got to try and pull themselves out of this one. CT vent position is not cleared, and Crystal can take him down. It's a 3-on-2. Again, the re-smoke in as well. And North are held out for the site for even longer.
Yeah. Well, I guess AZ does have the kit. There's another one down in sight. Should it go completely wrong here for Godsend? North pondering the idea. And they're looking for a pick in the form of KRB in the lobby. Meanwhile, the smoke has faded in many. And AZ's going to have a clear path, a clear line of sight into the site itself. But it's a save round overall. North have called it. And they're going to be backing out. A 3rd on the board for Godsend. McAlealy and company. Crystal's going to fall on his way out the door. Imagine that.
Ooh. Even more damage getting done. Zen might be able to find this off, and he does. And that's pretty important for the side of Godsend, right? Because suddenly, you know, if you hold an AWP and an M4 into that round, there's a chance you can find something with it. That's the thing. North aren't in a great spot in terms of their money, being honest, right? Like, you look at it, there's $2,000 per player. That's going to force them into this this force buy in this round here and now. And with an M4 dropped over, you know, if that AWP was in this round, suddenly, you know, you've got a very, very strong buy on this north side that they can look to do damage with. Instead, now you're very reliant on MSL and Kierby to get much done with this M4s. And so they might feel a pressure to try and make a play. And that looks to be the decision here from Kierby. Playing close to this smoke. And he offers himself up to Crystal. Quick flick to get that kill. And take the advantage for Godsend.
Oh, Madden, he's spraying, he's out the door, and he's being a nuisance here on the A site. Godsend have at least thrown the utility to get him in position, and he can just enact off the back of that, pushing the boundaries, pushing the limit, and pushing Godsend to a 4th here.
Yeah, MSL's backed off towards ramp. He's just going to be holding on to this M4. Meanwhile, Cajun maybe looks to get a kill, secure himself a weapon. 5 alive for Godsend. There is a chance someone runs into him, but right now no one is pressing the envelope.
Yeah, 5 alive, I think, is the most important factor for Godsend, right? If we talk about the force buys they've been keen for in this game, in this entire series, really, it's good that they've at least actually got some money for a change. Not going to be relegated to pistols once again. And even Michael getting out with the AWP that has been able to best MSL at times in the yard. So keep eyes on that. As North's money gets broken for the first time in a long time, they do save the M4 on MSL, but that's really it. I mean, here you should probably full eco if you're North. You don't want to spend a penny because $2,000 on every single player. Just rely on that loss bonus. It will be up to 3 at the end of this round. So it's going to be just enough to buy up fully without necessarily the AWP in the follow-up round, unless MSL gets some kills to build up his bank, or anyone really, they can drop it over.
Yeah, you'll note that one M4 has preemptively gone down through the ramp, in through this B site. Maybe going to try and get set up over towards Secret if you're MSL. Cajun here outside. Doesn't want to be fighting yet. He's waiting for MSL to get into position. Now, Molotov goes into Secret. That denies MSL a peek early, but he's probably, you know, not to know it. He's probably pretty content with that. They don't really have a position yet at red. Zen is just honed in on this Secret side. The moment he looks away, the physical moment he takes his eyes off of Secret, he gets peeked by MSL. And now they trade this AWP over onto him. Makalele taking the rifle instead. Oh, they killed him so hard that everything went down for a moment. But now this A-side play actually gets abandoned by Godsend.
Damn, they put Fade to Black back in CS. I'm a fan of that. You know, you can't see a thing. Instant death. And, they bail out of A, only for Stiko to stay in the doorway. And he hears North rotating off the site. He kills them both. That's so great from Stiko. 11 kills.
An interesting round, all things considered. Stiko showing up in big ways here. He doesn't want to take an L, not after having shown such dominance in the first map, 16-9 the way of Godsend. And in all reality, Vertigo very much could have went their way as well. Just some, you know, questionable T-side calling.
Well, no AWP here is what we already expected from North, considering they saved $2,000 in the last round, or 2 rounds ago. And that was nice. Good to just, you know, be kicked back into motion. Oh, AZ spraying the smoke. That's a huge kill as well. Stiko going down early on. He's been the top performer in the server in this map, and considering Godsend are losing, that's quite the stature. Kierby watching the outside smokes, just misses the timing. Crystal gets through. Doesn't want to rush this. We've seen players push up from the Secret before in this half for North, and so he will take his sweet time. And it feels like another door play again. That's what Godsend wanted to do, but Stiko died. They might still commit to it with Crystal coming late from the yard. He's just got to be careful about going down to an AWP outside. That's not the case right now, but still needs to be aware. Kierby's in the main, and he's gotten rid of him. And now Godsend, I mean, they can commit here, but good luck.
That's going to help. That nade as well, dropped from the top of HUD, gives up MSL's position, so he's going to go ahead and drop down, takes up a position in main, and this doubles up, allows him to hold outside. And that's good for North. They do have AZ wrapping down through the lower side of the site to hold Secret. It's kind of floating between the vents in there right now, and especially with this smoke going down the way it has. Oh, MSL has a tiny gap there to see through. And once they learn that, they just dive down through the vent. There's already 2 players here at B. AZ was here earlier on in the round, and so whether or not there's going to be ready for a second man, we'll have to wait and see, because thus far they only know the whereabouts of Gade at this upper site. He's going to make noise, or not make noise rather, sneaks down through the vents. Oh, just takes his crosshair off the angle and then gets peeked. The Makalele, yeah, not ready for AZ. AZ has been waiting down at the B site all round long to get these kills, and he does deliver. An 8th round on the board for North. God said they try and salvage that in a 3-on-5. And I think, you know, sorry, 3-on-4, I guess, thanks to that kill from Zen through the smoke earlier. But yeah, you know, good job at least to get a bomb plant, I guess, and get it looking doable, but it does all fall apart in the post plant.
And Godsend have had so many unfortunate timings where their players will hold a position, like Zen on Silo will hold secret for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then he looks away and he gets peeked. Like, that happens again in that round. Just all too consistent. It's kind of crazy. So 14 rounds deep into this game right now, and North, they hold a lead. Godsend, this is a good T side. They don't have to worry about it. These next couple of rounds, if they can get any of them, it'd be great, but 5 can be enough. Makalele going fast in the yard here, 4 and 10, but remember, he was -1 and like 4 anyway, so he's been recovering well, and he does get a tag onto MSL.
Oh, Crystal going to try and run the gauntlet here, looking to get into main, but he never survives the journey. The flashbang from MSL as well is what sends Crystal packing into that smoke. Immediately, MSL's going to turn his attention back towards ramp room. The scary part of this is that Zen is already out and tucked himself in behind the ramp boxes. Now, 2 ways you can try and go about playing this, right? You could have Zen come in late with like a Hell Lurk if you wanted to hit the A-bomb site, but it feels like Godsend are more content instead with just grabbing this territory that they know they have. And they have Zen waiting around to see if he can catch a player re-aggressing into ramp. And now he does look to move into this Hell position. The flash allows him to get far deeper than MSL is ready for. And so now, for God's sake, the options are opened up once again, right? It was a 3-on-5, and they'd kind of started to lose everything, even losing Madden down towards the B site. But on the back of getting that kill to MSL, they can go through heaven, they can drop in to this upper site, and they find a man advantage. All the kills coming up in favor of Godsend as the bomb goes down. And now just Cajun left, rotating in from this B site. A 6th round about to go the way of Godsend. Cajun all alone, and probably just wants to think about holding on to this gun, but it's a FAMAS, you know, it's kind of gross, so you might look for something better. Great gun in real life, I imagine, but
French-made weapon. I think the name of the town or city is Saint Etienne, I think.
Sounds right.
I like the way that like all the bullpup like rifles.
That's what that's what it is.
4 kills for Zen in that round. Really nice one for Godsend. Felt like Whiff City for North, right? Gade not able to spray them down as they dropped from heaven. Unfortunate timing on his peak. Kiebi caught holding heaven, but Godsend double swung him. And yeah, good round from Godsend. 6 on the board, looking for 7. It might be attainable with the money being low here for North. Makalele once again going deep outside. This time there's no AWP to combat him from the heaven, and Godsend know the money's low, so they can just push confidently with the main smoke down. Oh, Madden spots. Needs to be careful.
Yeah, Madden spots, but he keeps on going. He's trying to lead the charge here for the side of Godsend. He pushes them all the way through Big Garage. Now they clear out a spot that formerly they would have found MSL in with an AWP, but since there's no money on the north side, it's just that UMP and a FAMAS in play. And now they're going to try to take control of heaven. Maiden holds Hell. Makalele all the way up. Potentially waiting for someone to peek. He will have some help there in the form of Crystal, and they're going to double peek heaven. Little do they know, Gade hiding in the back of the silo of this upper site. Could get himself 1, maybe even 2. Depends how they present it. Molly to flush out the player underneath. Maiden still holding fast, just in case rotation comes in from ramp or something to threaten his teammates in heaven. A lot of noise being made. Cajun, none the wiser, pushes through ramp room.
Yeah.
And trying to get some info. He you know, actually get some shots.
And look at the reaction that Godsend have, right? They have Hell already the entire round. So instead of just taking A, because they've killed a ramp player from lobby, they just push from Hell to ramp down to B. And it's a free path to that site. The bomb is denied, but there's just enough time that this isn't a problem. They can trade their way to a win, and 7 at the end of the half is quite the turnaround for Godsend. North still holding the lead, but by the skin of their teeth. Is it enough? We're going to have to find out. Join us for the conclusion of this series in just a moment.
Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home.
It's hopeless when you think that you're lost. Oh, I will take your hand and
And we're back here for North versus Godsend. We're ready to kick off this second half. Things coming to a little bit of a halt here as we do have both teams just about neck and neck. 8-7 was the scoreline as we round out that first half. And of course, on our way to Rio, we can only fit so many people in the car. So, well, maybe one of these teams wants to try to walk there.
Yeah, let's get the limos out. Obviously not for the players, just for us three, you know. Got to keep our distance. MSL, oh dear, he won't avoid the bullets in this one. It's a hot roof. Oh my Crystal.
Okay.
Double the bullets, double the guns, and double the kills. It's Gade with a double trade as well. Keeps North in this one. They've lost the bomb on the A-bomb site, but Kiebi's on a wrap round, and he's found a one-on-one. He can't convert it. Zen, instant body shot, and if anything, that helps him. It spams Kiebi's aim off to the sky, and it leaves Gade in a clutch.
Yeah, Gade drip feeds a little bit of knowledge there to the players in the A site for Godsend. He takes a few steps over at ramp room to try and make it look like he's wrapping in towards heaven or hell. And that has at least kept the attention of Stiko away from this A-bomb site. He sits up in heaven right now, fixated on the Hell Wrap. But now that Gade has been spotted, they know they have him trapped here down by the vent. And it's going to be very hard for him to find anything, especially with this PT-50 picked up by Zen. All the kills come through in favor of Godsent there. Crystal delivering us a double with the dual Berettas up on top of the hut. And you absolutely love to see it.
Yeah, Gade at the end of that round has the opportunity to take one-on-one fights. He's even given one there, but he's looking for the fight, and that's half the problem. He's overextended. He really does catch him off guard. So North now tied with Godsent. Crowd now.
Yeah, maybe looking to be proud now as this B ramp play looks to come through from North, and already an early rotation down to the B site from Godsent as Zen moves in to try and help Stiko out, and he does in a very big way, gets more than his fair share back in response to the one kill that North find, and it is just MSL lurking in down through the vent. Sneaky does it.
Just a Glock, no armor, no nades. And I'm just going to go for it here. Not really a shot in Hades in this round, but we'll keep an eye on it for you. What do you know? A couple taps there from the ramp. Zen's got his third one on the round, and Godsent pull ahead with a lead by 1 round.
Yeah, thanks to so many kills on the back of that SMG for Zen, there is a chance that we could have seen an AWP purchased up into this round. But by the looks of it, Godsent are going to try the bonus round in this one. All Zen did was drop that M4 back over to Stiko, and I think he actually reinvested in an MP9. So, no, okay, he's gone for an M4 at the very least. But yeah, 2 MP9s in play. A scout on Makalele, and that's up against this full buy from North. Now, North, they want to find this one. To not put these AKs in the hands of Godsent, and my word, that is not the start they were looking for. This is a round where they do outdo Godsent on the firepower side of it, or at least they did until they lose those 2 players there. Suddenly, there's not only AKs that can be retrieved, but if you pick this round up as Godsent, and if you're able to keep it pretty clean, you know, you already have plenty of cash in those bank accounts as a result of running this bonus. And so it could be about to get even sweeter for Godsent as we extend into this round.
Yeah, just about a minute left on the clock, and it's already North that have found their way down secret. In fact, MSL is going to be going all the way over to control room. He's not alone. Surly getting there. A little bit of a swing of a peak for MSL, Cajun for a trade, but ultimately nothing to show for it in the long haul. So a 10th on the board for Godsent, and just 6 rounds away from the end of the series. Potentially.
Good to get that potentially in Trace. Not guaranteed. North still have it in them. They've still got gas in the tank here.
Maybe.
Some room to move into this T side, of course, but a good start to the second half from Godsent, who have swept the board 3-0. Didn't win the first half, but certainly winning now, and now they're going to be able to extend it even further. North and a half by pistol armor, and back to the yard as well. 3 players pushing outside, but it's only contact plays, no utility, and the gunfights are going to be easy, you would think. Zen, good bit of damage, can't convert it, and he will actually get taken down. Gade's close, and Zen, I don't think he finished a reload before he went for the swing there, so man up for North, but remember the limitations of this round. It should still be in the favor of Godsent.
Yeah, when you consider the weaponry, even the grenades, there's still a ton of damage to be inflicted over here upon the Godsent side. Or excuse me, upon the North side, actually. We from the North, that way. Things are going to go the way of Stiko towards ramp room. He's good for 1. Makalele finds 1 outside. That's going to help everything. Because now just players alive for North include KGB, Gade, and MSL. Ooh. Now, Gade has a big flank there on Stiko, so that's going to open up some opportunities here for them to get in this lower site. Maiden chiming in from Decon. Looking to land himself a shot, but the bomb's going to get planted by MSL in the meantime, and Gade's trying to wrap back around in these halls. This could be a trap. It looks just like it. Trap guard activated. Maiden falls. Now, bomb starting to tick. Crystal looking to get to the site at a Fury's pace. That's going to be a big problem for him. And Makalele, it's going to back right on out of here.
That's all Gade. 3 kills, the flank, the B site opener as well. That was a massive frag that got North into this round. And you have to remember the opening kill as well. Zen is the top performer in the server right now, and he was the first to fall in the yard. It was the Deeg of Gade to find him as well. And, well, I thought the Godson would be fine at converting a 4-on-5, but struggling on that B-bomb site, and the retake wasn't realistic. It's North back on the board. All we're learning from the series is nothing makes sense, and, you know, ecos don't mean anything anymore.
Yes. Yeah, man. Kind of, yeah.
It's a great shot from Gade. I mean, look at this round from him. Finds 3 at the end of things. And then, there it is, the third one. The lockdown onto Madden. Didn't even consider it.
Now, keep in mind, this player in Gade is, you know, really risen in terms of, you know, from going a young and budding star. He's had to lead this lineup at times. He's had to really mature as a player, and I think that he certainly can be put in positions where he's impactful. And that was just a case and example of it right there.
Yeah, you know, I think when you look at this North squad, whenever they've seen potential in someone, they've often looked to try and put them in like a leadership role at some point in their career, right? You think about someone like Valda as well, right? He got that same treatment in this team. And Gade is someone who, like, it just feels so consistent, especially now that he doesn't have those leadership roles, right? Like, we can always rely on Gade to be a consistent force within this team, or at least that's what it feels like. And in this round, he's set up over here towards outside. Now, these smokes get thrown down by the North squad. That's going to allow Gade some safe passage across into Secret. However, in response to this going down, Godsend have pressured the radio room and lobby. And Stiko, well, he does get taken down. Crystal was able to remove one. Zen, in the meantime, has bested Gade down in Secret. So that one man they get to come in on the flank gets mopped up almost immediately.
AZ has found himself out the door, and Kiebi's got an entry. That's going to draw the attention away from Madden, and that's exactly what they want, but Kiebi's dead, and the trade is late. It's still a trade nonetheless. AZ planting the bomb for main, and Michael Lely's mollied. He can't go up the ladder just yet. Will be coming in with the orb, trying to bait for his teammate to get up the vent. Zen has found the timing, he's found a gap, and he's found an opportunity to take down MSL. It's leaving AZ in a clutch, a 1-on-2. He's going to try and force the first fight in the doorway, but it's an immediate headshot from Zen, keeping up his appearances. 24 kills. He is a tank right now.
Well played for Godsend, too. You saw just how they choreographed, just isolating that player within the side of the door, or at least they could have considered him right there outside of the vent. Good stuff, though.
And when we talk about, you know, like Gade and where he came from and the path he had to make to get to this North team, remember at one point he was in North Academy, right? That team was quite a roster at one point with Mertz, who now unfortunately is disappeared since. I think he's, I can't remember who he's playing for, but either way, Mertz, A-Core is another talking point. You know, he has shown his worth recently over in LA, looking incredible off the AWP, and Gade as well. Just so many players from that team have done well.
And how could we ever forget? There's Hunden. You know, if we're going to talk about rising Danish superstars.
I mean, rising may be the wrong word.
Now, you guys sleep on Hunden, but he will return.
I'm sure he will, and I embrace his return. You know, whether that's
doesn't sound like it there, Hugo. I'm going to be honest. You sound like a hater.
I don't think he's an upcoming player.
Just say it. You hate Hunden.
I love Hunden. I don't think he's an upcoming player.
I know. I was kind of
I think he's the opposite of that. I think he's someone that helps bring out the best in some of these young talents. And many of the Danish stars that we know and love today have at one point in their career played under Hunden. Coincidence? I think not.
Well, so Hunden is to the EU as Ocean is to the NA.
Exactly, yeah.
So,
Ocean, man, we've seen some epic stuff from this dude.
Really good flashes.
Yeah, especially in A-Main and Cash, dude. Like, excellent.
Well, there were guns in this round, but so far they're all in the hands of North. Just Zen in a 1-on-3. He's got one on Cajun. This bomb's going to get planted. Now what you going to do, Zen?
Probably just save, honestly. I know that's probably not like the high-octane fragging answer we were looking for, but
it's the truth.
Yeah, you know, the money just isn't good at all, for God's sake. And they don't want this game to slip through the net because right at the end, you know, that they played their hand a little overzealously. So Zen is going to look to try and hold on to this rifle. Now, even getting away with that is a bit of a tenuous subject, especially with players back in Garage and a man in heaven. And it is the man in heaven to deal with Zen. So a 10th round on the board now for North. As we just said, the reason he was trying to hold on to that gun, not just because it's a 1v3, but because there is no money over on this Godsend side. So likely just going to be pistols into this round. And that is where North should look to go 11-11 and tie things up in this map. Zen deserves like a big round of applause, though. He is head and shoulders above anyone else in the server.
Yeah. So let's give it to him. Let's clap for the man. He's certainly putting on a performance. 26 and 12. We do have the golf clap soundboard over here. Meanwhile, Stiko's going to take all the applause. A little bit of the credit, too, if they're able to hold on to this bomb site. So far, though, that's just not the case. Crystal and Zen. Zen having a good round in the last, but just Crystal. And he's going to catch a grenade right on his head. It's going to give us a tie game, everybody. 11-11, round 23 has arrived. We are in for the long haul.
Do you guys ever miss that the ladder on Nuke is like further away from the heaven drop now? So they used to be able to...
I missed the second vent.
They wiped so many skill jumps from this game. Didn't the silo jump used to be hard? I can't even remember. It's been so long. I swear it used to be hard to get up there. Maybe I'm crazy. Either way, Valve have definitely nerfed skill jumps in CS, which is a shame.
What is that map we were playing? It's in the scrimmage.
Chlorine. That has some cool ones.
That has a a cool skill jump.
You've hit the skill jump in a very high pressure situation.
It's got like
Trace.
two of them, right? Like
you guys didn't even believe it was possible.
One to go from mid to B, and then one to go from. Hang on, wait, I'm trying to think. Where is the other?
Oh, the outside A.
Outside A, yeah. It's kind of a skill jump.
Hard,
you can do it like an easy way. But there's also a skill jump way, which is pretty cool.
Providing options, you know, the better you are, the faster you are, really, at that point. And I kind of like that, you know, it makes you hone in your craft when it comes to movement. It's not just about aim, it's not just about brain, it's about, I don't know, I can't think of a rhyme one. Game?
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering, like, because there isn't much else left there. What is left in this round is a 4v4, though.
Yeah, a bit of a ramp play for North. Late in it as well, they put the pressure outside, they trade, and Gade, he's on another one as North drop towards the lower site. Madden is trying to beat them to the punch, but instead he might get punched and beat as he opens the door into 3. Plant coming in, Madden may as well throw a heroic play at them, and yeah, no one covering the plant, but at least it gets put down. But this retake is well and truly on.
Yeah, it is, and look where this is left made.
Yeah, look at Gade. He is a long way away, and Godsend, you know, not to know this at the very, very least, that there's a real chance. I mean, if they just stick this defuse, yeah, they can get it. Oh my goodness, surely not. Cajun, you got to deny it, and just by the final second, Godsend get that defuse. Yeah, that just happened. Your eyes don't deceive you. They stick it, and they win the 2vx scenario to get the job done.
Oh dear. Yeah, that's a bit of an oof. Cajun does his best, but you're right. Like Gade's so far away, and typically it might not be a problem. But the bomb's not planted for decon. It could have been better if he was faster to that position. But yeah, Crystal with the kit just sticks the bomb, and hey, you'll take that if you're Godsend. A round you should not be winning in the way that it would transpire, a 4-on-2. And the fact that no one's covering the plant as well, like that's a big mistake. I understand North won the map control. Of the 3 players that go B, here's what they all do. One goes for the plant, one stays ramp towards a flank, and one goes secret to clear. Now, all logical positions, all, you know, good reason behind the decisions, but at the end of the day, the fact that no one's covering the plant does lead to that player just getting killed for free, and well, that begins the retake that ends the round. Godsend up to 12 on the CT side, keeping us back and forth as this game has been throughout.
Yeah, but it's not all swings and roundabouts here for Godsend. This spy certainly has its limitations. They've got to try and find success with a majority of players on SMGs in this round. They do still sit with a man advantage, and this bomb gets dropped out towards the A site very early. It is a complete and utter shutdown from Godsend. My word. That round, you know, that's certainly at the... I think, like, they're pretty blessed there by the fact that North decide that's the round where they're going to try the fast A play, right? Because you look at how many SMGs were over on the Godsend side, and so as a result, they'd positioned the bulk of them over at that top site, right? Like with very, very lax outside control, not really in a position to take those fights with the SMGs. You even had players fast aggressing into ramp with the MP9. And the perfect response from Godsend just out of spawn as a kind of result of the limitations they had into that round, and it ends up being something that helps them take a 13th on the board.
Something I want to look at here too is on the side of Godsend. Now, I mean, they are are starting to run away right here with a little bit of a lead, and one that might even put them ahead in the series. But so far, in Dust 2, he was 23-12. On Vertigo, he was 27-18. But now Makalele finds himself 7-14. Not ideal. Maybe a little fatigue after putting on that performance, that clinic on Vertigo.
Lack of AWP here as well. He wasn't even necessarily using it on Vertigo, but, you know, yeah, maybe run out of gas. Luckily, the rest of Godsend have come to play. And Zen, being the key man at the helm of this play, he's found 2. No reaction. AZ dies. Gate doesn't even look in the right direction. And Godsend are just adding kills to the tally. A 3-on-2. North at least salvage a winnable round, but again, they've got to fight with their backs up against the wall. That feels all too consistent. Cajun trying to fake his retreat. Kierby going out through the ramp. Stiko playing with timing, and he's going to look for it. Oh, the spray is good. The bomb's dropped, and Cajun, well, he is too far away. If Godsend, I mean, they heard him outside, right? They probably think he's further than he already is because of the fake, but they still have time to group and play the bomb, and I love the route they go to it. They don't try and safely rotate A, they drop B, and they come up from the ramp room. That's a good rotate for Godsend. It's a safe area. They know Cajun can't be there.
Yeah, they have no idea where he is. And you're alluding to when he dropped off the mini garage. He made a ton of noise in doing that. They did have a player in mini when it happened. Now he's going to try to walk his way through the radio room. Over 40 seconds. Looks for a kill, maybe sees one through the smoke that he could have grabbed onto Stiko, but they are ready for him. And now they know the call has been made where he's coming from. The jig is up. Cajun, they really do be like this sometimes.
And he knows what's going on, but like the close left tuck and the second player on ramp haven't even peaked, and that's expert play from Godsend. Just not giving away anything, not letting Cajun know, and he's going to die the second he comes around the corner. Oh, what a flick. Trade is there, though. Nice shot from Cajun, but there's just no way you can win that when Godsend play it so safe. 2 players not giving away their position, and one just, you know, baiting, jiggling, trying to waste time, and there wasn't a lot of that anyway. Godsend, out of nowhere, they've stormed alive with 3 in a row, and they might be about to close out this series in the 3rd. Crazy scenes, Harry.
Yeah, one of the downsides to this being like so back and forth for both of these squads is that eventually one of them was going to find themselves in this spot near the end of the half, or near the end of the series, I guess, where you're running pistols up against 14. And it's North in that spot now. They call a tactical pause ahead of it. They partial buy into this round. They've got a lot of smoke, so I would anticipate something over here towards outside. Double molly as well, though. There's always a chance that we see this maybe ended like a main split A play with smokes into heaven, Molotovs for the top of hut. There's definitely ways that you can play around this utility if you're North to still get some good results out of this round. And they will head over here towards outside. When you have a whole team's worth of smokes, you can pretty much bank on the fact that some of them are going to come down over here towards outside. They run the gauntlet, they try and get past, and they do manage to get down with pretty minimal casualties, only losing MSL. That is until they go running into the waiting gun of Madden down here at B. Kierby at least provides the trade, and now North settling into a 2-on-4, looking to take this one in the long haul.
But boy, is the haul going to be long, because Godsend, they are patient. Not only that, but they're stacked. Split 2-2 with 2 down Secret in the B bomb site. There's another one in the yard. Look at Zen's position. This is filthy. He's not going to let them out. He's not going to let them leave Secret. And so right now, North have to either commit B or go up the vents. Those are the only 2 options they have, unless they want to walk into Zen. That, of course, they still don't know about him. This is an excellent setup for Godsend. They have North boxed in like nothing else. There's nowhere for North to go. Vents covered, yards covered. B, yes, you're right, it's covered. And North, they know it. They've got to go, and they've got to get out. Smoke is down. Molotov in front of it. That's going to buy even more time. 30 seconds here. Cajun's looking for a kill that won't get provided. Godsend aren't making the mistake of walking out this ramp room. They're just supporting with utility. He looks away, and he finds a timing, but the glass gives away his position, and Stiko swivels for a double. It's Godsend on 15. Free AK, Stiko. You may as well take it. And 1 away from a victory here in the final map of the series. Godsend, great resilience so far.
Man, 55 kills between Zen and Stiko as well, right? These 2 on a tear right now. And that's been something that's been quite nice to see from Godsend, right? Because early on, it was Madden and Makalele doing the bulk of the heavy lifting, right? Back on Dust 2, those guys finish over at the top. Makalele keeps that form up heading into Vertigo. And now here, when we wanted to have some more players stepping up for the side of Godsend, if they wanted to match this kind of amped up North in this series, especially after the way Vertigo went down. We needed some heroes to emerge, and they have in the form of Zen and Stiko. And in this round, it is Zen to put up the opener. Kierby thinks, I've done it. I've got down the vent. That's it, boys. We're done. And then no, Zen is there, ready and waiting. The victory is short-lived for North. And now they sit a man down. 4-on-5, up against map and series point to Godsent. Can they salvage this round and keep the dream alive?
If someone can flash Zen for a peek, he can get so much done, but he looks to remain passive in this position. And Michael doesn't have the util from heaven. He doesn't have a face. MSL dinked as AZ finds that kill. Stiko's going to watch the hell side, but Godsent can wrap the top, and they can go up into the A side. Gade dropped. Stiko gives away his position, though. He sees a shadow. He hears the drop. He knows there's a repeat here. And going early, AZ doesn't even wait for his teammate. One by one, they're feeding the beast that is Stiko. And North seems like they finally run out of gas. No refills available. Godsent in a 3-on-1. Cajun has it all to do.
Yeah, very tall task on his plate. And guess what? The buffet's closed. It's going to be Godsent. They find 16 to the 11 of North. Absolute trials and tribulations here. They take an L today at the ESL1 Road to Rio. The 29th of April is the date, and we are going to be saving that because we're going to go to break. We're going to come back, and then we're going to switch it up and start looking towards Dignitas versus Vitality. See you in a minute. We are 1, and moreover, that's all the maps that North won in that series. 1-2. This series goes down in the way of Godsent. We see it wrap up on that third and final map. This is your Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel post-match segment brought to you by me and, of course, Harry and Hugo, and also Mountain Dew. So make sure you get to taste do the dew. There we go. Do the dew. That's the one I'm looking for. Guys, right off the top, this didn't really look like Godsent had it locked down towards the end of this, but ultimately they get it done. How do we think that happened?
Yeah, I mean, Vertigo sort of fell apart, and we were a little bit worried there for Godsent, but this was a far better game than Nuke, right? 70 rounds, already off to a great start. You find the pistol, find the conversions, that really kicks you off the edge, and North, they just couldn't seem to get those T-side rounds together. We had a lot of really nice lower site setups for Godsent as well, right? They completely pinned North into the secret so many rounds. Zen was holding the vents, holding the secret, not letting players down lower. It was a really, really good game from Godsent, and it shows why Nuke has been a staple of their map pool.
Yeah, I mean, Godsent as well, right? There was even a tweet, I think it was Stiko who put it out saying, yeah, we should have ended this on Vertigo, but, you know, we get it done over on Nuke. You know, I think that's something that, you know, Godsent is still going to be happy with. They show the resilience, right? That is a series that I think when you look at it, when you look at the scorelines we had, maybe it should have ended in 2. But they have the resilience to carry on. They get through Nuke. Yeah. They managed to sweep it at the very end, right? Completely in their favor. And Godsent take the W. Some of us predicted it. Some of us didn't.
Some of us didn't. Not sure who those people would be. Perhaps we could take a look at the VODs and take a look at the numbers and see how it all breaks down at the end of the day. Now, this guy, you might know him. His name is Makalele, or just Makalele for short. Now, if we continue to talk about Makalele, it's only appropriate that we bring him into the studio with us. Makalele, congratulations, my friend.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
First and foremost, got a pretty cool setup there. I like the jersey on the wall, which kind of brings me a little bit full circle here as to my next question. If you don't want yet, damn, you got a couple of up there. King win. There's all kind of stuff going on over there. The one thing I want to ask you about was there was this little bit of a tweet, and I think it was all banter. And some people, you know, obviously took it a little seriously, but it had to do with the FaZe clan and what you had said about perhaps founding it or something along those lines. Can you clarify that for all the forum users out there that may be tripping?
No, I'm absolutely not the founder of FaZe Clan as an organization. Absolutely not. Like, then I wouldn't be sitting here. I would be throwing cash on Gucci store or something. No, but it was just you know, like I had this interview for a couple of days, and we were talking about the King Win G2 FaZe situation, and then I just felt like I wanted to tweet something about it. So yeah, that's what I did.
Michael,
the current CS:GO team.
I wanted to ask a question about Vertigo, right? Things are looking so good for you at one point, and then in that second half, they just fell apart. Stiko talked about the hierarchy of calling inside of your team and how Devilwalk is often, you know, above the rest. I wanted to know, you know, where were the ideas coming from in that second half of Vertigo? Were you getting flustered? Because, yeah, a lot of close rounds that maybe you should have won, a lot of forced buys. It didn't really seem like you guys were feeling too comfortable.
Yeah, I think the thing is, since everything is played online and at home, you're a lot more emotional. I don't know why. Like, emotional maybe like in a kind of a bad way, but it's nothing like that's super bad. But it gets to you, right? You're just sitting at home playing, and yeah, of course, it's gonna get to you. And I feel like when we went into the second half, we lost a couple of one-on-one situations. That just crashed a little bit into our system, I think. But yeah, Devilwalk is calling a lot, but we have been changing roles as well as not roles, like positions on Vertigo T side. So we're trying to figure everything out again.
So we do have just a little bit of time, Harry. I don't know if you have anything for the man.
Yeah, I got something. I was just wondering, right? So Makalele, right? A lot of people, I feel like they associate the name Makalele, that they remember like the old NIP days, right? When you were obviously the 5th in that squad. Then, as the jerseys show behind you, you went through like that G2 King Win FaZe transition, and then past that, you know, you kind of had to like kind of build yourself back up again and grind through, you know, like Red Reserve. You had like no chance, things like that. What do you think you took away from those years of, you know, trying to grind your way back? How do you think you've improved as a player and an individual? And what do you feel like you've learned from that kind of path that you went on?
The thing, after my departure of FaZe Clan, I decided that I wanted to try what I did with King Win, but with a Swedish roster. So I spent too many years on trying to figure it out, and it didn't work. But then I realized, because I took a break after FaZe Clan for like 6 months, and I realized that I did a huge mistake taking that break, because then everyone just started to forget about me. People just lost hope, you know. So what I've learned, I've been learning so much from these couple of years that I need to put in more hours. I need to put in more time and to just evolve as a player, because it's not the same Counter-Strike as it was back then. So I've been just learning a lot and, you know, growing a lot as a person.
So would you say that all of those roster moves have sort of helped to mature you as a person? Is that fair to say?
Sorry, you were lagging a little bit there?
I'm saying, would all of those roster moves, they kind of help to mature you as a person and a player?
Oh, when do you mean? Like
just over time.
Throughout the duration of your career, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, kind of.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll keep that one in the back of my pocket just for another time. Thank you so much for yours, Makalele. Congratulations. I'm sure it felt real good to beat up on North today. And on that note, he's out, and maybe we are too here in just a second. On that note, guys, let's actually put a close to this. Let's actually think about North, and let's actually talk about that one off stream, because we do have some more matches coming your way right here, right now. We're going to be switching it over, and our desk is going to change. We've got Dignitas taking on Vitality, and then wrapping out the day is going to be a Liquid Envy matchup over on the North American side. We're going to go to a quick break, then Machine and the fellas are going to come in here and take it away.
Son intelligence de jeu, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog.
Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
ESL 1 Road to Rio is Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GGBet.
We continue the day with Dignitas taking on Team Vitality. Already a very exciting prospect, and it only enhanced by the results that Dignitas posted just recently. We just saw Dignitas reawaken in their road to Rio, and a lot of people were not only watching the game, but celebrating it, including those that lost. Fnatic fell to Dignitas in a 3-map affair, and that Swedish historical derby is going to get us with a rather, I'm going to say, hot anticipation to see more from Dignitas. Did you guys, obviously we didn't get to cover the game ourselves, but that result, you saw JW's tweet, you know it all.
I was loving it. I thought every part of that Dignitas game was amazing. They took down the world's #1 team, which means, Chad, they are technically the #1 team in the world.
With Counter-Strike Mass that we've been using a lot here, that's how the transitive properties work. So it's official, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get right and co, they're the #1 team in the world again. No, obviously that's not the case, but it's good to see them with some fight, right? Because for a lot of people, including myself, I thought they were just going to head over to this roster, maybe get a couple of easy paychecks, and that'd be it, you know? But they're actually putting in a good effort here. They're having a chance to reinvent themselves. And something that I didn't consider, and I actually got this from the Exist interview that I was reading recently, was that they've all been in different teams over the last couple of years. So they've all picked up a bunch of different ideas from all the different individuals of how to approach the game. You throw that back into a pot, and well, of course, you're going to have some new approaches.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Heroic and his adventures there for Freiburg, and then you've got Exist, who's just
everywhere.
But playing under Golden for a little bit is going to give him a new perspective on in-game leadership and the new generation of in-game leadership. You know, he came from the Fnatic Academy team. I'm sure Exist is going to pick up a thing or two now under the Dignitas name. I don't know. I'm excited to see if they can replicate this, if I can get a couple more, or if it was just a product of, you know, a 10-year-long rivalry culminating.
I think that's part of it, to be fair. The Swedish derbies, we had a few of them before. We had NIP versus Dignitas as well. And that's a similar sort of game, right? It's always the same sort of players, and it's always a little bit of an odd result, an anomaly of sorts, and it's difficult to gauge much from it.
Yeah, and of course, what we took away from NIP's stomp on Dignitas was, oh, okay, can Dignitas hang, or is this just NIP just basically making the statement that we are the ninjas and we'll be pulling this legacy onwards? You know, I mean, what was your read on that NIP?
Yeah, well, that one right there, in terms of the Dignitas guys going up against NIP, it's more about them going up against their org as opposed to the players, right? Rez would probably be the only one that they might carry a little bit with, but when you think about the Fnatic rivalry and the core over there and then the core within the Dignitas boys, that one goes deep, right? That one runs very deep. There was obviously fighting to be the best team in the world for a long time and then fighting to be the best team in Sweden, so they're not going to forget what that means to anybody anytime quickly.
No, not at all. And when we start talking maps, I guess the conversation gets even more interesting. Vitality, their opponent. What lessons have we learned about Vitality and their map all so far?
Well, we have no train here.
Okay.
No train for sure.
And Mirage
for Dignitas as well. I was what we're kind of expecting at this point. Chad and I had a meeting before this section. You weren't involved in it.
It's the veto meeting.
I understand. I understand. So you guys maybe like kind of have private conversations, and I don't know.
We talk about the vetoes and you, Counter-Strike.
That's pretty much the top three. That's the top three. Machine and his bloody laundry again. No, Mirage and Train. All right, the Prophets have nailed that one. So it does mean we get to start on Nuke.
I like that pick.
Which is interesting. This is actually the go-to pick for both of these teams, and they're both on a 4-streak loss of Nuke right now, both of them. So it's actually a battle to the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, that's a really nice way to put it. Okay, so a battle at the bottom of the barrel for Nuke, and then up next is Dust 2. Now, that could be a tall task. If we see Dignitas concede Nuke, you just said Vitality's, although they have got a loss streak, are favor the map as well.
Yeah.
Dust 2 and Aimer's Paradise. ZywOo just has to have a little bit of a good game.
With ZywOo's name coming on up here, he is still one of the top 10 highest rated players within the Road to Rare within the European division, but it's not all, loading up the backpack and carrying the team across the line as far as victories are concerned. This new Vitality roster with Apex taking over as the in-game leader and Masuta here, it's not looking great. Like,
it's not.
Masuta, unfortunately for him, he has been thrown into this team and they have a lot of work to do. So it's not like he's been thrown in as the 5th man and the team's already set. He has to show up. We're getting the music ready. We're going to get stuck into the game, but it's not going to be a case of Halzerk versus Masuta. Maybe Halzerk versus ZywOo. Let's see how this one goes on down.
Yeah, and another thing that you pulled from that Exist interview is just how much they've changed the game to play around the star. It's Halzerk, the Norwegian. Oh, I'm excited to see if he can keep the damage flowing in the same way he was in that series versus Fnatic. 40 frags in the overtime victory they managed to pick up. It was huge stuff from their newest name. Everyone else, a house favorite. We've got Forest, Halzerk, Freiburg, Exist
assist, and Get Right in the brown corner. And in the blue, it's the French. Masuta, Apex, Shox, Zywoo, and RPK. And speak of the devil, he's just copped a bullet straight to the dome, and he's handing them out as well.
That's not bad at all from Zywoo. He finds 2 kills, the bomb goes down, and there is a huge gap there as exists. We'll salvage the C4.
Knife kill?
And there is a knife kill. Apex is bringing nothing but heat today, it seems. We're going to have a 5 versus 2. Hauser can exist, trying to find a kill if possible, but Zywoo gets his 3rd. And now does poor old Hauser here, holding towards the ramp. He's got good timing in terms of the cross. Oh, that couldn't be any better.
That's comical.
He probably won't win the round, but indeed, that is quite the play. They have no idea he's coming. As far as they're aware, ramp is covered. There's no way he can come through, and it will be Zywoo to go down. But obviously, that gives up Hauser's position, and it should be just a matter of time before it's closed out. And there's Apex, gets a knife kill in the round and a chibi headshot as well. We're going to find $5,200 on him.
Damn.
So a lot of cash.
Well, we are talking about numbers and team vitality so far throughout the road to Rio. In their 3 games they've played thus far, they've lost to Astralis and NIP, and their win was against Complexity. But it is similar scenes to when this team had MBK on the roster at the moment. It is only Zywoo. Oh, okay. Okay. That makes sense. Zywoo's the only individual with a positive rating right now and a positive KD over those 3 best-of-3 series. So we need to see some growth out of these other names. RPK is especially one on Nuke who could show up in spades.
Yeah, and I definitely don't want to disregard the comment you were making just before the music kicked in, which was that it's not been just the Zywoo show in the fact that, you know, yes, he's in the top 10 statistically, but he hasn't been putting them in his backpack.
Yeah, so for those people who may be familiar with Zywoo and the run of vitality last year, in a lot of the tournaments, someone else would show up, right? Maybe Alex would have a banger. Maybe RPK would have a banger. Zywoo can't do it alone, right? He can be an absolute monster, but he needs someone to show on up.
Oh, I kind of miss Alex.
Yeah, well, he's at home at the moment, I guess, like the rest of the world, so he's probably watching on. He's become a bit of a meme lord, hasn't he?
He has. He started his new meme school. I think he's a
meme school
He's
now?
looking to graduate.
Is it like Clown College? Or?
It's kind of like the modern-day Clown College.
Okay,
yeah.
makes sense.
You've just got to create a TikTok. Oof! Get right. Let's put that one on his first post.
That was a heat-seeking missile.
So, Shoxy looking to close things out cleanly here, but he does take a few bullets to the face. How is he still alive? I couldn't tell you, but 34 points of health is where he'll reside. Up to Apex to try and close things out here. He knows Forest on the main roof. And he has got a Desert Eagle, so it could be another kill coming through, but apparently not. It's going to be a clean sweep of Team Vitality. They go 2-0 up, but this was an eco. Dignitas were looking to get the AKs out, and round number 3, Chad.
Yeah, now it just means a little bit less utility unless they want to opt for those Galils. But I would assume the AK-47 should be coming out across the board. You can do a bunch of different strategies. You can wait up early, see... Oh, what was...
Sorry, that was my inner demon actually got hold of the microphone for a second.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
He doesn't normally, normally I only hear him, but it's strange that, oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Go back inside.
Are you You're not feeding him today.
Oh my God.
He sounds possessed
He
himself.
is.
Messing him up. That's awesome. Either way, let's get back into the action here. The first gun round's about to go down. The AK-47s are out, and it's a bit of a bonus. Situation for Vitality here, the FAMASs, the MP9s. If they can win this round, they're in a fantastic spot, that's to say the very least. Dignitas, though, still with 2 smokes. A few flashes themselves. They run through their default. It's going to be Get Right. Holding the extremities of the map. Looking for on pushing towards Squeaky and Hut. Looks like they're going towards Ramp for their final play here, but Masuta, this is such a committed position. If you're playing Ramp, you better hope you're getting 2 kills. If you get nothing, not good enough, I'm afraid. There's the first. Nails the second as well, and that's worth the push. As long as he gets 2, it's worth it.
Yeah, job done. And now you can see the damage is inflicted. Dignitas going to have to work with just Get Right and Forest. An iconic partnership that now will have to do something rather ridiculous. They have the lobby control, but for how long? Shox is on the long flank. RPK going to cast his gaze towards Squeaky and a precise tap. Forest.
Not the angle you want to be swinging towards. It will be a dry peek from RPK that leads to his demise, and we've got a 3 versus 2 now. Get Right towards the hut. Not spotted as of yet, and on the T roof, that's where Forest actually is, so he has no idea that Shox got behind him here. There's a knife available here, boys. Oh, we didn't see the AK. No way. That's so wild.
Forest steps may have saved Get Right.
Oh, what?
No, he's going to see him eventually. Hello. Hi. Do I knife you? Your back's not really turned. I don't know what to do.
I wouldn't knife him. I'd just kill him.
This is so insane.
Look at this.
Just
One sweep of his mouse pad. Okay, finally. He goes down and Apex confirms it. Dignitas, they've got a distinct lack of kills. That's my analysis so far here, guys. They've got 3.
Just the 3.
I think they need more. What do you think?
Possibly need some more here. After losing to the FAMASs and MP9s, it could be a position where they're going to consider killing a few more people at this point. Masuta with a double kill, as I mentioned. If he only gets one there, really not worth the gamble, but it does work out in the end. You've got to take those risks on those sort of rounds, and you know you're up against it. Tech9, CZs, and 2 smokes. So where are we going with this one? There's no HE, so probably not out of the squeaky door. It's towards ramp. It makes sense. Trying to find the opening kill. Turn that snowball into an avalanche, but Masuta, a lot of damage upon arrival.
Yeah, I like that he's falling off as well.
Yeah, he's worked days against pistols there. The only way he can lose this round is they give up a rifle, right? So no reason to do so. Do some damage, sure, but fall back, make sure everyone stays alive.
Oh, they're very low now, aren't they? They've copped a lot of flack over there in that ramp room. This purchase was curious. I'm surprised the nades that they had bought, it was an all-in ramp. They could have all been spammed on down. So that investment with that one smoke on Freiburg could facilitate a plant here, but Masuta is on his own right now. There's a lot of pressure on the youngster.
Yeah, I haven't personally been impressed so far. I don't think he's a bad player by any stretch, but I feel like he's very big shoes to fill in the form of Alex. And we are going to see the first couple of frags come through. Good for one. Masuta will give them a rifle, though, and the lower bomb site is actually under their remit. Yeah, Shox is so far away. He's only in the vents when they're actually making their access. And this stage, a bomb will go down. They've got a chance of winning this. Apex with the second kill.
Forrest's got full armor and that M4 from Masuta. He could win this round. A fully invested Vitality looking to retake here, and both going towards window room. We know how important that can be. Nading open the door, nowhere to hide, and RVK and Apex, they've solved this mystery. The plan is for Forrest. Perhaps if he could just knock him off and survive a duel with Apex, but the floor is on fire, and I think that's enough for him. He'll be saving what he brought into that one, the armor preserved, and the extra M4.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a clumsy round for Team Vitality, but they only give it 2 kills in the plant. They were going to buy up next round anyway, so it's all good, to be honest with you. Masuta could have played a better position, I suppose, but overall, not the end of the world. So we round number 5, and Halzor could bring out the AWP for the first time. He said they needed more kills, Alex, and he is their MVP in terms of fragging, so we need to see him step out. The problem with it being Nukers as well, he's an AWPer, and AWPers don't normally get huge numbers on this map. Shox and Zyra with a double AWP setup as well on the CT side here. Meets the lower bomb site. It's very, very difficult to retake, and they're going towards the squeaky door. Zyra to challenge, but he's such low HP. He's not going to survive this, surely. He's got away with him.
With 3 HP, he actually hits the shot onto Get Right. In the pistol, he copped down to 30 and then proceeded to get 3 kills. I wonder if Zyra can make 3 HP sing as much as he made 30.
Double AWPs on the CT side?
Yeah.
I just spotted that now. That's a curious decision right here. That opening pick by Zywu is even more important because if this turns into a post-plant situation, double AWPs on the retake with Zywu hemorrhaging HP, that's no easy feat.
For now, they have the man advantage. Zywu bats away at Get Right, and we have got another kill for Zywu. 3 HP, when you've got the AWP in your hand, doesn't seem to matter. That's why they throw the rifles and exchange the AWP sometimes to low HP players because you can survive with the AWP in your hands.
You just got to find angles like that. Freiburg, quicker on the trigger that time. A crucial frag as well. He will return to the AK-47, simply operating with Halzerk's AWP for that frag. He shut down the star. Perhaps there's something to be said for Dignitas in round 5 still. It was a 3v5, 40 seconds still on that clock. Forrest heading to heaven.
What can Forrest do? His teammates do have the bomb. Exist will have it on his back. Freiburg now has the AK-47. So Forrest has made it towards the top of heaven, but there's only 30 seconds remaining. They're choosing to come through the main entrance here. So the players are main, trying to cause a bit of distraction for Forrest to peek, and he might have done enough there. Nice shot from Forrest.
He has to worry.
A lot of pressure, and he's got to go for it, but the flashbang catches him. Masuta throws it from the hub, and it's now down to the 2 versus 2. Not good enough from Masuta, I'm afraid. And Shox, this is what Chad talked about, retaking bomb sites now with the AWP in hand. Far from ideal, no kit available, no helmet, and no grenades.
Freiburg's just gone off on one. This was a 3 versus 5. Now, after plant is severely favoring Dignitas' first round. I don't even know if Shox is going to go for this unless he gets a freebie. It looks like he's waiting.
With no kit, it's not really worth it. If you had a smoke, potentially, you could smoke on top of the bomb, touch it, get them uncomfortable, bring it down to 1v1, then save. But I think just looking for exit here is the only call he can make. Freiburg recovers the situation, picks up the AWP, takes down Zywu, and the Floods gate officially open. As Forrest up towards heaven, he gets a very nice kill on top of Hut, and we saw that with a distraction from main entrance as well. They pin it towards the side. Freiburg are 3 in total, and we have got 2 players surviving. So Freiburg and Aziz should be absolutely fine here, and there they go. So the first round has been found. Shox will survive. Will they bring out the double AWP setup again, though?
Well, I hope not. I'm going to be honest. I really hope not. I hate seeing Shox on the secondary AWP.
I agree. I agree.
Like, remember when he was in the French super team with like Body and everybody, and he's taking the AWP, and like Kenny's not using it. Like, oh,
Kenny
Jesus.
was AWPing T-side dust too, and Shocksuit used a double AWP and the T-side dust too.
Yeah.
I thought that was very odd.
It's like, what's going on there? I don't want them to fall into the old habits of these players. The whole point of like bringing Shocks in was a chance for him to, you know, kind of just go into a role. But now that Alex is gone, now that this team has had to retool once more, their identity's in question. So it's going to be some shaky Counter-Strike, that's for sure, coming out of Vitality until they're able to work out the way they want to approach this game. But aggressive ramp yet again. ZywOo with the AWP leading the way, getting Masuda tucked on in to where he found those 2 kills on that anti-eco. But you can't use the same trick twice.
No one watching.
This is a different trick, though. It's a missed shot from ZywOo. Not his favorite trick. He actually hits the wallbang. And that might be enough. That's going to cause him to try and focus attention to at least regain control of Trophy. I'm not sure, actually, if Apex, he's going to descend the vent. So Masuda, with his aggressive position, he's just going to be left to his own devices.
We still have Get Right, Squeaky Door, bear in mind. If RPK towards the lobby as well, he can be flushed out very quickly. It will be shots to strike first, using that M4 in a much more efficient manner compared to the AWP. Opens things up and finds Freiburg. Another opening kill for Vitality. I don't think we've seen one for Dignitas as of yet. So it's a 5-on-4. They still have 2 smokes, 2 flashes, a couple of Molotovs as well. Get Right needs to be very careful from lobby here. It's already been hit by the AWP by ZywOo. And Apex patrolling down towards lower. 40 seconds remaining. And this is where they're heading towards. Down secret, Forest crosses over.
He must be communicating that they can get across. I mean, this is such a passive angle. And he's going to find a head. That's one. Halzuk's got the AWP, and that was a hard shot to hit, but not for him, it seems. 4 versus 3 is Halzuk going to try and open that decon door, but he's going to be so exposed. Masuda in the off angle.
You did see him jiggle peek that one as well. They're showing the barrel of the AWP, trying to bait out some shots. Masuda not taking the bait just yet. Oh, he's right next to one.
Oh my God, what? Forest! He was in shadow this whole time, and Masuda's going to win the round. Double kill on that low side. Nothing for Get Right to do. He's been sitting around Squeaky this whole time, but powerful position if the bomb goes down.
I can see Chad scrambling to the skybox position now, trying to work out what happened to that second T that appeared in shadow.
Okay, Forest just dropped off.
So he'd gone from window down towards
window
shadow,
to shadow, and then Masuda was just
makes sense
out of his swing. So we can see the way this one started. Another attempt from ZywOo. A missed shot. Doesn't look far off. Let's see that again.
It's just so hard when they're not facing you because you can never really predict in which way they're going to move. So that's the same with pistols, right? On the side or on the back when they're moving around, it does become very, very difficult.
A nightmare.
Yeah.
Well, we got a, sounds like a technical, I would say.
With typing going on and no tactical at the top, I would say you've made a very wise and informed guess there, Chad.
That's what we call a guesstimation in the business. Don't know what business that is of, but they taught us about guesstimating in school.
Guesstimation?
I don't know why. I guess it was just using knowledge to inform.
Something that I thought about recently in my school was critical thinking. In A-level, they actually introduced like a optional critical thinking module that I obviously laughed off as irrelevant. But it's quite nice that they were trying to get people in that like 16 to 18-year-old age band to think critically. I mean, it's basically, it was like, you know, showing you media and looking for overly enthusiastic words and sensationalism, and it was actually quite a smart thing to be teaching people about. And Halzuk taught Shocks a thing or two as he does head out towards Yard. That T-AWP preserved by Freiburg has found the first blood for Dignitas, and the first blood.
Yeah, exactly right there. That is the first opening kill so far for Dignitas within this first half.
They are on the T side of Nuclear. 4 or 5 rounds, certainly acceptable, but you've got to go there first. We'll see Freiburg try and cross over towards T-Red. The Flames are down for now. His teammate's gone down as well. Get Right is dropped, but Forest pulls one back. So they still have the man advantage. 4 versus 3. Freiburg alone towards outside, though, and he has not got the bomb. So just going to be trying to flush out Masuda if possible. Has had a bit of a rough time towards ramp. Good for 1 kill most of the time.
They really leave Masuda out to dry in a lot of these situations. He's having to cover 2 different positions.
I haven't seen him backed up really once at all, and he'll get 2 again. That's actually really well played for him. He's brought it back to a 2-on-2. Halzuk, though, if he hits his shot, they're in a lot of trouble, and he does not. It's going to be the CZ drawn, and we're down to just Freiburg here. As mentioned, he was towards secret this entire time. He's got to go recover the bomb, and he's only got 35 seconds here. Has to shoot out the window, no choice.
Yeah, he's got to be loud. So he's holding it down behind that box as well. There's 2 members there. Hard for Freiburg. Near impossible. And ZywOo confirms it with his second frag. Pushing ramp with that CZ. Shutting down Halzuk was how that 6th was secured. And you can see he is the impact player. Makes sense.
There it is, Zywoo getting it done, and the money somewhat broken for Team Dignitas here, though. $3,500 per player. Could be a partial buy territory. It's a lovely opening kill there, but wasn't quite enough to win the round. Masuta did deliver 2 kills. Zywoo to close things out there. Quick shot towards Freiburg as well. And indeed, just a partial buy with the CZs, Tech-9s, Deagles, and now the Mac-10s as well. Basic grenades, and Freiburg's throwing one towards the hut. In they go. They're actually committing fully to this.
Yeah, and the flashbang is good, but RPK doesn't seem too bothered. Neither does Apex. It's a complete massacre in that top side, and just Halzak, an unarmored Deagle, won't get too far, and Nasuta, nice jiggle, baits it out nicely and will convert. 7-1. Dignitas' T side has not got going.
I don't want to say this feels like it could be a quick one, but the way that this is trending very early, it does feel like it could be a quick one. Like, Dignitas, what have they done? We've seen some yard smokes, we've seen the L-frame smoke, we've seen them get across down to Secret a couple of times.
They've been doing those. I really liked when they took yard control and then they had Forest and they pincered upper.
Yes.
That was cool. Like, you know, Rafters was distracted. They couldn't focus on main and upper at the same time. It's fun. That felt like a real solid round. And I think that was actually the only round they picked up. That was the 3v5.
Precisely. So maybe some more ladder splits on the cards here, but the opening kill statistic keeps falling against them as Apex will open up onto Get Right again. I'm going to go check out. Yeah, I'm going to go check out that duel right now because I think Apex has got the better of him a lot of times.
Yeah, Get Right. He's only survived 1 round so far. That's when he saved the AWP and brought out. They won the follow-up round after saving that AWP, to be fair. But generally speaking, Get Right has been going down time and time again at that squeaky door. So it's a 5-on-4. Freiburg tagged somewhat, but they're all committing towards Secret steps there. In terms of utility, they've got themselves 7 flashes and a smoke, but is it going to be enough? It might be. Zywoo rattles off a shot towards Secret. It whistles by the head of Freiburg, who scampers on down to low up. And what's the call area? Have got 2 CTs down towards low at this time. Masuta and Shoxy with the M4s. Looking for information, and they're right next to each other. So they'll tuck tail between the bomb side now.
Oh, this is going to be a challenge for Shox and Masuta. At least Masuta's got a buddy for this hit. Previously, he's been that 2 frags and done, and he's managed to pull that off 2 rounds in a row. Now let's see how they fare. All of Dignitas. 3 towards the left-hand side of Masuta, 1 from the decon. Apex in support as well from ramp, so they will smoke off one side, molly the other. That is now technically a 4 versus 2. Here comes the first challenge. Masuta passes, as does Shox. They shut them down, but Apex arrives and he picks up the pieces. No issue. Vitality, a triple kill from their in-game leader. And worth mentioning that Apex, he's coordinating this CT side and dropping 15.
Yeah, he's doing some good stuff early here, and I was just taking a quick look at his head-to-head with Get Right so far. So in the 9 rounds that we've had played, Apex has taken him out 4 times so far. The only kill that Get Right has gotten on has been onto Zywoo. So keep a look at that duel. That's also whether we had the knife on the pistol round.
So a nemesis definitely starting to grow.
That could be a bit of a problem if Get Right keeps getting taken down by the same individual time and time again here. So it will be just some pistols, scout, some light nades. These bomb, or lack of bomb plants, is really limiting the amount of gun rounds we can see from Dignitas here, and they're not even making these rounds close. Look at how the economy's starting to build.
Uh-oh, that's a big frag, and now they're all over the place. Get Right, what an introduction, and Freiburg's found another. I was just about to say, we haven't seen too many Tech-9s in the kill feed. And now, well, 2 have managed to be found. Get Right and Freiburg.
But can they close out the round? 2 M4s, a scout and a deagle up against Zywoo and RPK, who are very healthy. They have all the grenades they require, and there's still a minute on the clock here. Zywoo will explore his options towards Secret and edge his way up the stairs here, but Forrest is watching it with that Desert Eagle. So getting out of Secret could be a very tall order, but if ever there's a man to pull it off, could be the one on your screen right now as he makes his way out, as he looks towards main entrance. Yes, he does. Nails it.
Not bad. I mean, that's more survival than anything else. Forrest was hitting his shots, and Zywoo's got another one, finally. Halzak will ensure this round does go Dignitas' way, but I've spoken way too soon. RPK, he can just hold this. He's faking it, though. Nose knife out for Halzak and Vitality. Another clutch. This time it's RPK to save the day.
Well, there you have it. It was a 2 versus 4, and RPK and Zywoo get the job done. It was Zywoo pushing towards Secret, needing that information. He spots one towards the main entrance, nails it. Gets the timing on the second as well. I'm not sure why they're not looking towards Secret, I'll be honest with you. But either way, he gets that kill, RPK. As soon as he gets the bomb down towards the bomb side there, he knew he'd won the round because he can touch it. Halzak has no choice but to rush him down. He's got a sniper as well. There's no way he's going to hit the shot. So, job was done, 4-on-2 given away.
But maybe that avenue of yard is the answer once again, because Shox got taken down very easily. They just snowballed over the top of Silo there and took him down, right? There wasn't anything special about that. Didn't look like there were too many nades in play. Shox just didn't get any shots, and then they were able to take control from that point. So maybe some more fast-paced rounds coming out from Dig to see if they're able to capitalize in the same fashion, because now that the big guns are out, well, it should be more potent in theory, I suppose.
In theory, certainly would be time for Dignitas to shine.
Yeah, bear in mind, Vitality haven't had to eco or anything yet. They've only given away one round, and their money, as of yet, it's still relatively low. They just need to lose one of these rounds, and there's a chance this could actually come crumbling down around them.
Yeah, well, we've seen it time and time again, haven't we? Ridiculous CT leads.
We really have.
9-6 half.
On the road to Rio especially, I think you thought EPL was bad. Like, the comebacks have been insane on the T side here.
So I was in hot with the orb. What is this?
Well, Halzerk's not interested in any of that. And they have actually got their second opening frag. Will it convert to a round? Time to find out. RPK taking some initiative. This is very aggressive, and get right. Does check it. Apex does trade. So for now, Freiburg's frag is everything. That should be enough to charge the top site.
Yeah, this is another 4 versus 2. One they should convert, to be honest with you, is Masuta, who plays ramp, Shoxy, who plays outside, and it doesn't look like either of them are going for it. You can see Masuta down towards lower, and we have got Shoxy at the back of ramp, I believe. So yeah, they're not going for this at all. Like, as I mentioned, the money's pretty broken. Even though they're 9-1 up, there's been some close rounds there, so they'll have one more buy if they save both of these M4s. If they don't, they might consider a partial buy. We don't shoot the floors or the bodies anymore, Halzerk. We've agreed on that. Everyone's signed a
something about a beverage.
Yeah, beverages. We're not doing that anymore.
It's been no, we're still doing it. We're doing more of it.
We're doing more?
We're doing more of it.
I thought it was banned as of yesterday.
No, we doubled down. We've all been kids. We've all been in the playground.
Attention?
We doubled down.
You got to double down.
You doubled down.
You know, some of the most powerful people in the world, like Henry G, doubled down.
Once upon a time he did.
Yeah.
Didn't work out. But I do encourage others to give it a go. So there's the second round for Dignitas, and as I mentioned, saving the M4s does lead into one more buy. Shox will have to drop an M4. Masuta will have to as well. Luckily, he's got a flash and AG already. Might go for the FAMAS just so he has all his utility on board.
I need to start practicing with the FAMAS.
It's so good.
It's such a big part as well.
I think the new version of it's great.
You do? Are you bursting? Are you spraying?
Full spray.
Really? I've seen a lot of players getting comfortable with it.
Stay away from the actual burst fire function.
No, I know, but why not?
Well, you know, they're just a thing about burst fire in CSGO.
Why are they anti-burst fire?
They're not friends yet. You know, Valve will change it at some point. I can almost guarantee you that.
What's the hold-up?
Well, because what's the rush?
I don't know. I want fun things.
Yeah, well, they gave you a PP Bison, Alex.
They did, and I'm already bored of it.
Okay. Well, they tried.
The MP5 excited me for about 4 or 5 hours.
I still use it once a game. I love the MP5. Just for the nostalgia more than anything.
And do you know what's really funny? The MP7 is actually the MP5.
What do you mean?
In like the spray pattern, rate of fire, etc., all the stats.
Just does more damage.
They just changed the name to the MP7 for CSGO. And people didn't know. Here comes the push. Masuta is waiting, and Zywoo changing of plans. He realizes that he's been spotted and rumbled, but he does draw the fire enough. Masuta's going to get 3. A massacre in the ramp room. Nothing Dignitas can do about that. And now the flank. Just salt in the wound. Freiburg can't even get anything done.
Well, he said he's good for 1 kill usually. This time he gets 3 on a massive gun round.
Phenomenal.
There. Yeah, they were really limping into that one. It's from dropping weapons. The money was low, and they managed to keep 3 alive there. So that's great stuff. Team Vitality relying on the youngster, and he delivers. It is going to be quite the scoreline now. A landslide from Vitality as they take themselves up to 10-2. Nice work. Normally just going for 1 kill around and dropping down. He commits to 3, and if you pull it off, it looks fantastic.
I thought we would have seen a couple more creative things coming out from Dig here, right? Knowing that this was their map choice, knowing that they potentially had some weaknesses of Vitality that they wanted to exploit. Well, if Masuta was one of them, he seems to be stepping up here today. There's another opening pick. It will be Halzerk yet again. Finding Shox with the AWP. I believe that's twice now, and the follow-up to Zywoo is even better. This round should be a Dig round.
Yeah, that's a fantastic opener. You can't ask for more from your AWPer there. T-side nuke and finding 2 opening kills on Yard? My goodness, that's a dream. Can they convert that dream? That's an easy one, thank you. I've been really struggling with my nuke play. Chad was giving me tips.
Where do you like to play?
Well, I was given the top site responsibility. My hut molly wasn't 100% consistent.
There's no like good positions on you. All of them suck.
It all feels awkward.
Yeah, upper is probably the most interesting, I suppose, if you're just starting out.
Yeah, I was experimenting with, you know, like how to contain those top rushes. It just feels very, very Anyone with a brain who can flash, do that god flash.
That is a problem.
When they do that flash, I look like a plum.
No, it's a really cool map to play in a 5-on-5. When both teams are up for it and they're in the map, that's when it's super legit. For now, though, certainly not a 5-on-5. 5-on-2 here. As Apex and RPK holding on to their AK-47s. They are holding hands in the lobby, but Get Right, well, I was about to say he's had enough of that, but apparently he wants more. He's encouraging it.
Well, that's their avenue to save, at least, so... I was going to say T-Spawn is open, but Apex wants to keep going for some frags here. Could do a little bit of damage, I suppose, to the Dignitas economy, but they're at max loss bonus. There's 3,400. I guess that will start to siphon on down now when they pick up this round, so... potentially playing for the very, very late stages, but we're already at round number 13, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm not too sure how many more rounds that Apex can find any impact on. Well, no more.
Won't be this one. His AK's gone, and that's substantial AK-47
RPK's sitting there at the spawn like, dude, I'm right here.
Why didn't we both
notice how I have my AK?
We were holding hands for the entire time, the entire round, and you gave up. You let him down. They should have both gone spawn.
Yeah, and now he only has 4,200. Yeah. He could have dropped a gun to either Shox or Masuta, but now or Zywoo, and now he can't do anything. Oof. So that is not the play you want to see from your in-game leader, to be completely honest with you. But they're 10-3 up. All right, if they can get through this half, if they're able to pick up one more round, they should be pretty happy with that.
Are they fully investing into this one?
Oh, they are.
They haven't necessarily committed. You can see $1,000 on Zywoo, $2,000 on RPK, and they haven't got all their grenades. So they've taken one of these kind of partial buys with saved weaponry, kind of filled the gaps of SMGs and FAMASs. We'll see if it's going to be enough. Apex might seem to think so. Double kill for him. Bomb goes down, but we have found multiple kills on the Dig side. They're going into round number 15 here with the potential of 5. A decent turnaround here for the lads.
Yeah, and we were line 1, right, at one point talking about how absent Dignitas have been, and, well, they have managed to turn it around from there. Round 10 to round 15, it now stands at Dignitas shooting for their 5th.
Yeah, if they pick this one up, they would have got 4 out of the last 5 rounds. So we'll see whether they can actually find it. It's going to be Apex. Strong defense in the upper bomb site. He gets 2, but the kills are already found. Freiburg's been excellent at cracking open the upper bomb site, by the way. He's found lots of kills there.
Yeah, we didn't get to catch that action live, but Hauser, he was responding. So ball for the ramp push, as was Get Right in this one. And Masuta, he's caught him with the MP9. They might look to go with some pace here. Look at Forrest. He's covering a lot of ground. They have full access to the warehouse, exists considering secret. And now the standoff will begin. Forrest, perfect play from him. He's actually tagged up Masuta. He wants to finish the job, but he has. Precise. Forrest looking good.
It's looking crispy. Like that. 4-on-2. Apex with the shotgun. Shoxy with the MP9. Not looking too good, I'm afraid. One flashbang, no kits. Just a matter of time before Dignitas confirm this round and find themselves, as I mentioned, 4 out of the 5 last previous rounds here. So this is a great resurgence. Don't think the shotgun will be doing a lot of damage here. It's been dropped, in fact.
See how safe Exist is playing. Doesn't even want to give him that fight. Apex does find himself a rifle, but how far will that get him? Not particularly. Halzek's just waiting on heaven. This will be his execution. What can you do? Apex has got no options.
Just one's a frag. A cheeky one would
Give me one. I've got 5 bullets. Give me something.
Up we go. Hope for the best.
That's the end of that. 10-5 on the half, ladies and gentlemen. Nuke is looking to deliver. Dignitas taking the defense next when we return from our break. Our second game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and Vitality up in double digits, up against Dignitas on their very own map pick. So Dignitas do need to turn things around. You can see the scores. We've seen Halzerk and Forest show up in spades in a similar capacity to their phenomenal victory versus Fnatic, but not quite the same Dignitas that stepped into the server. And GG.bet tends to agree, giving the odds in favor of the French into the second half.
But I would say the 5 rounds is enough here.
Yeah.
Dignitas going over to the CT side. I feel like this is more than enough. I feel like they get his pistol. They would be the favorites, to be honest with you. We'll see what happens. As RPK goes towards outside, he's got the PT-50 in hand, no armor. Fires off a couple of bullets and fends off Freiburg for now.
Smoke implemented towards main, and Gemright does spot RPK crossing. He is alone though, and he's got the call on too. Apex has caught a bullet in the meantime, doesn't go down, just goosh to 3. They look to flood into the lower site, and they have managed to overwhelm Exist. That should be the bomb plant. I say that. Freiburg's there to contest, but he's changed his mind.
Yeah, not really much Freiburg can do now. P2000 stuck towards Decon. He needs to hit a quick kill here if possible. Not going to happen, and the bomb is planted. Freiburg with 10 bullets remaining. He does nail Shoxy. Forest will chime in as well, so there is a good chance here now for Dignitas. This quick kill from Zywoo, though, it might be enough. RPK will help him out, and the grenade lands.
Apex is low.
Apex has got just 3 points of health here. Get right with the kid as well. He'll have to defuse the bomb, and the defuse has been attempted, but now they're off it.
And they were waiting perfectly. That's lovely retake from Get Right. He actually lands the nade onto Zywoo. 3 kills. And he said if they win the pistol, they're going to be anticipated as the favorite. Well, they have secured it. And let's see what the French react.
Look, I haven't been particularly impressed with Team Vitality's T sides. It's been very snowbally aggressive rounds. That's the type of Counter-Strike that they've been implementing ever since Apex has taken over this role. That could win them this game if they win one of these low-buy situations, right? Because they could snowball a couple and it might be a little bit overwhelming for Dignitas here to deal with. They will go for a force buy. We've got some Galils out on the field. We've got a bunch of Tech-9s and a little bit of utility behind it. So if they win this round, that's where we can start to see the strengths of Vitality shining.
Yeah, fast ramp, and already they've met Exist's MP9. It's only going to be the 1-for-1. Again, they forego that control, and they're descending so fast. Look at the spray! Oh, Get Right, that's some retro stuff. Full commitment to the spray, and actually lines up 2 of them.
Beautiful stuff. Get Right getting it done. A massive amount of kills in the last couple of rounds here, and they find the penultimate one as well. Just Apex remains, and this is a force buy as well. He's down to 12 points of health here. Get Right looking for the hat trick. Not going to find it, but still the round lands in favor of Dignitas here. Full eco on the agenda for Team Vitality. They cannot justify anything. P250s are the very most. And we'll see Get Right's double spray down here, all the way from Decon as well. Alex said it's been a vintage Get Right because he used to be known for these big spray downs in 1.6 especially. Haven't seen it for some time, but that's very good indeed.
Interesting wallbang. I'm not sure if he was lining that up with anything in particular, but he caught Zywoo there just in transition, I suppose. Some Deagles coming on out, some simple utility once again, and more fast stuff from Vitality. This time they want to go straight out.
This could be a quick half, fellas. Look at them go, just throwing themselves against the rocks that are Dignitas. And now just Apex and RPK, they're all being deleted. I think RPK's catching that nade. No, chooses not to. Would rather go down to an SMG and give them that double kill reward, I guess. Never mind, Forest. He's got himself a Galil, so we'll be the same.
Looks very different from the percentage Counter-Strike that we talk about, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying go back to waiting 2 minutes with only Glocks in your hands, but there's a clear reason that a lot of the top teams are doing that now, right? By playing so quickly, Vitality just ran into...
We can play this game right now, Chad. Let's see how much reinvestment there is. $500 for Get Right. He only has to buy himself 2 nades. $300 for Exist, he only has to buy 1. So a couple of those, it adds up.
It's basically a clean round, right? And Freiburg's got himself a Galil right there. So, there's not too much investment going on here. And now with the AKs out, we need to see something a little bit more convincing from Vitality. Pistol round looked good, but it all fell apart there. And
that corner, usually the second to be checked, they're faking it. Interesting. So they'll have to, the CT's now going to be paranoid about the ramp push to heaven. Halzerk's been given the responsibility of that, which does mean that there's still 2 dedicated and all info. Freiburg spots 1, and they come straight into the Lions. Den, it's 4 in quick succession, just running out of hut.
I hate everything about it.
It doesn't look good, does it?
I hate everything about it.
What's the thing you hate the most about it?
It's the first gun round of the second half. You just had a truckload of utility, and then you walk dry out a hut without clearing anything, hoping that you had forced a rotation off of pushing Exist lower at ramp.
That's what I thought you'd say, to be honest. You can see that no one has thrown a single damn thing here. They're all going out the tightest choke point available. With AKs in their hand, I couldn't tell you why they're doing that. I'll be honest, but this is what we've come to expect from Apex being the in-game leader. Sure, they're all peaking individually, and they're hitting their shots on the default. It looks great.
It was working. I remember you even complimenting it, saying it was great while it works.
Sure, exactly. And then as soon as it doesn't, as soon as you see them kind of struggle a little bit and they don't have much tactical depth, you start asking yourself, why isn't this team really focusing on that side of the game? It's an obvious problem just from the eye test here. Like, they're rushing up with no grenades. It suggests that someone's made that call on the fly, and there's no real rhyme or reason behind it. So
I think, you know, for Apex picking up the in-game leadership role, because we may as well talk about that for a little while here, in-game leading is no easy task.
No.
And mid-round calling is even harder than just calling from spawn, right? You are having to take in all this information and have a decision. Now, Apex is a type of individual who is traditionally an entry fragger. So when you're entry fragging, you normally find entries by pace and surprise and catching them with a nade out, or you know, capitalize on a good execute, right? But an in-game leader who's doing the entry fragging needs to set up the rest of his pieces. Look at the way Carrigan does it. Okay, you boys are going to throw all your nades for me. I'm going to go out and find space. I'll get us a kill. I'll give you some info, and you guys can finish the round.
Finish the round for me.
It's the same way Glaive and Astralis on Nuke, for example, will go down Secret by himself. With the smoke's run down, he wants to get the information firsthand and see what kind of things are going on towards Secret. He doesn't want to get secondhand information that's not necessarily reliable or on time. So that's why you'll see a lot of the top in-game leaders not necessarily be with that.
What a nasty way to die.
Oh, get right. Let's go. We said knives to ban. Get right. You're not a knifer.
Do it, Chris.
You're
get
not
right
a
on
knifer.
shots. 2020
known
action.
for your knives.
Get him after the time, Chris.
What? I'll follow him for 20 seconds.
He'll blink. Yeah. He was getting too much. Like, you could tell, like, Get Right's like, I'm not a knifer. I'm not JW.
Now.
Just get the kill. Let's not embarrass ourselves here. Let's just get it done and move on.
We need JW and Flusher to do like an official guide on you know, knifing, all right? When you see their back and they're a couple of feet away, the knife comes out.
Did you see the Flusher oopsie as well in that series versus Dig? He was on train. He was following two of them. He's come from Connector. He's managed to get behind both of them as they're running to defuse the bomb. They haven't got time. One of them has to defend that diffuser. He's behind both of them. One of them's defusing, one of them's looking for him, back turn still, and he shoots at the diffuser, tags him to 80, and they just defuse in front of his face.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so sometimes it can pay off, and look at Zywoo. He's actually gone and got the frag. It was Halzak. I just made an assumption, excuse me. He pushes straight into Hut, and RPK shut down.
Halzak is doing some wonderful things on the CD side of Nuke. Outside has looked like a fortress. Upper bomb side shut down for business, and we have a 5-on-3 here. Masuta, Apex, and Shox. Minus the youngster now, as Apex and Shox will have to do what they can towards lower. They have got the bomb, but they are segregated right now. Shox is alone down towards lower bomb side. That's the kind of gut instinct we're talking about from Chad. Just opening the door, throwing caution to the wind there, and getting away with it. It always feels good. The bomb's going to go down towards lower. A 5-on-2 suggests they won't win it, but let's see if they can cause any damage.
Yeah, so mollying one side and focusing your attention on the other is perfect. Forest, I thought he'd done enough, but Apex, he stands strong only for the first. Exist catches him from ramp, and Shox, he's been dealt a pretty dud hand.
Yeah, not really much he can do about this. I'd be considering my options to save at this stage, but there is a chance he does meet the AWP release and probably gets this kill, but the incendiary down. That will be the headline. It's going to be a defusal for Dignitas, and they've taken the lead as well. 6-0 now on this CT side. We said if they won the pistol, it's their map pick. There's always a way for them to come back into it, and they've certainly proved us to be correct for once.
Yeah.
It actually works out.
And this T-side's not inspiring any confidence yet.
We haven't even seen like a proper execution anywhere.
They've thrown smokes.
They've thrown a few smokes, that's right. I've seen the outside smokes, but that's about it.
Yeah, that one, because there's such a pace behind their strategies, there's so much room for error when you do a fast strat, because there's all these different places that the CTs could be hiding. If they see your nades, they normally can predict what type of strategy that you're going to be running, especially with the one toward ladder base and the smokes towards yard to conceal that type of area. So even though Team Vitality got to ladder base there, you could see how many corners Masuda's having to clear. He's got heads on a bloody swivel, and he just gets taken down very easily. So Vitality will get another buy. That was a good plan. But right now, it's 6 on the trot in their second half, and this is starting to look very, very, very dire.
It is indeed. Dignitas will operate with the single AWP setup. I don't think that's going to change. And they've got a couple of AK-47s within their ranks as well. So that's going to be in the hands of Exist and Get Right. Watch out for those guys popping off. They have got a full buy for Vitality here, but not a single round in this second half. We've got multiple streams going on right now. That's going to be the C stream on the right-hand side of your screens there, between Ents and Complexity. Go check that out. It's a cool game.
The interesting one as well. I'll be intrigued to know how Complexity fare. Keeping our eyes on another aggressive stance from Halzak. Previously, aggressive Hut this time, coming from the ramp room. And I love the initiative and the space he's being given. He'll be able to call the close corners clear, and if he establishes this line, he's good. He wants more, and RPK could punish him for it. He will, but Exist is right behind him, holding his hand, ensuring that they can set him up. But that's Halzuk being played around. If you're wondering what it looks like...
They've gone for this move. They've lost the lobby player. The only one watching the extremities, right? And the CTs are aware of that. So their call has been to just go fast towards lower, but that's just not going to work out. It's very telegraphed, very obvious. Now they go back in towards the AWP as well. You can see they're like headless chickens almost out there, Alex.
Oh, look at him go.
It's kind of like watching us at times. You know, like there are moments.
It can sometimes feel the same way.
Yeah. I don't know why they've made these odd decisions. They don't know when to put the brakes on and just work things out. It's just like, it's one or the other.
Never mind, this.
Yeah.
One of the things that we've been noting a lot within Tier 1 Counter-Strike, oh, that's a nice shot right there. At least Apex is hitting some bangers, 109 ADR at this point, and now it's a 2-on-2. So this is doable. It seemed very, very confusing, and, well, that's probably how Dig feel right now.
Well, they've actually got a good chance here, Vitality. After a lackluster approach, they've got the bomb down in a 2-on-2. They're actually the favorites now. Flashbangs available for Apex. Forest arrives at the scene of the crime in the nick of time. And 2 AK-47s here. No smokes. But they do have the fuse kits. Forest goes to the wall bang and actually gets one. He walks into it. Shoxy leaves Apex here in a 2 versus 1.
What a nasty way to go. Forest, that's perfect. Apex, he may not be ready for Get Right's position. He's got the angle. Misses his shots down to 14. Forest, 2, in fact, from beneath. He strikes, and despite Vitality's best chance we've seen in a while, they come up trump again. Dignitas 12.
I'm bloody bewildered at this T-half. Like, I'm not even like,
you
you
saw
know?
it all transpire there. As soon as they lost that kill in lobby, the whole plan was destroyed. You can see they didn't know what to do with that. They know the CTs have full lobby control. 4 players outside have not committed yet. And they ran down lower, decided against it, ran back out towards outside. The AWP was waiting for them. And as you mentioned, they managed to hit a couple of shots. Like, in terms of performance, Vitality are always going to be the favorites in terms of the 1v1 duels. But their tactical approach right now, it really does need some adjustments.
Well, this is 10 rounds in a row here from Dignitas in the last couple. So this is a big stretch. That's across the secret with a bad wall as well. How have they gotten down?
I don't mind that too much. If everyone's down and you don't take any casualties, fair enough.
He didn't have a smoke, but he's actually done a pretty damn bang-up job of holding them at bay. Now they cross, though, and he continues to play survival. Much more important to be living. Keep that heart beating. Yet to see Get Right go down, but the pressure is coming. He can feel it. And there's 3 Ts now that can pivot towards upper. That Vant control is theirs.
They've got a lot of time here as well. Need to show some patience here. Don't have to win the round in the first 20 seconds. Still a 5-on-5.
I didn't know you could destroy that ladder there, Zywoo.
I didn't know that either.
He's taught me something new.
Yeah. So, Zywoo will be feigning some lower presence there. Molotov smokes down. A flashbang as well, but making a lot of noise. You've got a player right beneath him who's missed the shot. Miss against Zywoo, who's going to punish you for it. And there's plenty of kills now for Vitality. Surely their first round is coming in. It's a 4 versus 2. Forest looks to save. I'm sure it's the same story for Halzuk as well. Oh, apparently not. He fancies it.
Yeah, Zywoo's not making many mistakes. A lovely shot. That's the AWP gone, forced to rebuy, and I'm not sure Forest is going to get away with this. Apex, how far do you hunt? Is that enough? I think that's enough. He's got plenty of time, so once he clears the fact there's no one in the close corners, does he go back to T-spawn? They do. So who's going to take the higher angle? Forest is just tucked in on the corner. There's no way Apex goes further. Like, we rarely see anyone hunt past this.
Yeah, they don't have to.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no need to do this right now. The money's really flush on that Dignitas side. They're not too worried either. So if he does go down, it's not the end of the world. And if they get the kill, well, it doesn't really mean a whole lot either. It's probably more important for Vitality to start holding onto some weapons here. But Apex, he is fragging well. You know, we can't take that away. Even if he is calling some questionable mid-rounds right now, he still has 24 kills to his name. So he is contributing massively right now for his team. He's got the highest ADR, the most kills. You know, he's up there in terms of the impact that he's finding. And that's their first round on the board here within the second half. So very, very important stuff. But this is where the real battle begins, the back and forth. You have to whittle down this CT economy now if you want to try and get some easy rounds on the board, Vitality.
Got to string them together. See if they can replicate the success of round 23. Lots going outside early. Going to be seeing an on-the-fly smoke.
Very heavy commitment here, and they've been met by the Halzuk AWP once more. They do trade it out. Bomb's been spotted, though, so they're in a lot of trouble. You can see the smokes aren't there. They're just going to run through this.
It's the same strat as last round.
Yeah, it's scrappy, but they, like I said, in terms of 1v1 duels, if they get them, Vitality are going to win them. So using nothing but brute force. It works out. That's a lovely play from the Shocks as well. Freiburg wasn't sure how to handle that one. It's another round guaranteed for Vitality at this point. 4 versus 2. No presence towards lower than the CTs whatsoever. So Exist and Get Right surely don't even explore their options down here. Get Right does get one, but does he fancy anymore? He does, but Masuta will send him packing.
Yeah, that was their ticket back into the round there from Get Right. He gave it a good go. I think Exist is far too calculated about this whole thing to foolishly give away that M4 for the free. It may not be for free, though, because RPK, he wants a full refund. He takes it from him by force. And that's 12-12. Vitality, that's 2 rounds so far from them. And they're back-to-back. You said they want the easy ones. Well, that could be the path to get it. Let's see this frag from Shocks. God, it was quick. Very nice on the close line.
And I think it might be eco territory for Dignitas here. You got Freiburg, $1,900. Exist, 3K. So they're going to go for Desert Eagles and some grenades here. Get Right goes for a Hero M4.
Okay.
So he invests 3,100. Not sure he'll be able to deliver on that front, but let's see what he's got in store. Heads towards outside, leaps up and towards the outside boxes here, but they've gone for a squeaky door play by the looks of things. And it's just on the fly again. There's no real set piece deployed here, and you can see no one's really checking much at all, but up against the pistols
Pops
now.
down.
It's an equal trade. Get Right's M4 brings it back to a 3-on-3, and the bomb will be planted.
It works. Top side is theirs. Get Right can't contest. He's likely going to want to keep hold of his M4 for the real round, quote-unquote.
Oof, they're on the other side of the medal there. So the fact that they're even taking bullets at all is a surprise to them as it is to us. And we might take a quick look here at how the opening kills have been trending. It did start with Dignitas really struggling to get on the board. It was one-way traffic for Vitality in the early stages of that first half. And now we're sitting at 13-12 in terms of opening duels. And that is in favor of Dig here. So they've taken the lead as far as that stat line is concerned, but they've lost the lead in the game itself. So 13 on the board now for Vitality here as the bomb will go off. They'll deal with the last pesky members. Get Right will hold on to that M4, so everything's good over that side of things.
That's all fine. Get Right saves the M4, got himself a kill as well, so he actually made $300 there. So we get into round at number 26. Vitality take the lead once more after finding 3 rounds in a row. They were at a 7-0 deficit, but they brought the game right back here. Managed to convert 3 rounds, and now we have a full buy for Dignitas. The All for Halzerk has been sensational. See if we can keep it up. Vitality's loose, scrappy nature might actually save them here. Fast again, boys. In we go.
And RPK straight down the vent with his suggestive knives on his back, as well as the explosive device. Bomb down.
Such a basic strategy, but if you get the bomb down the vent and no one reacts to it, I don't know why Exist doesn't swing down straight away to deny that. They've pretty much lost the round already, but we'll see if that kill will persuade them to go for it.
Well, the avenues to lower have been plugged other than this from Apex coming down secret, so it's good stuff that he's made it down, but now RPK has to deliver in a big way.
He really does.
He's got a Molotov. He want to use that before he drops it all. Here we go.
And there it is. Couldn't be better timing, really. Through the smoke they go. Halzerk using his barrel to bait, and oh, well, that's the end of him. But this round should very well be Vitality's. An equal trade favoring the French, and a transfer from Zywoo. Phenomenal stuff. A pair of frags for both. Zywoo will preserve his AK just in a second to spare.
I think it's finally clicked. They know that they're better players than Dignitas, and they're just running around the map and killing everyone right now. That was a very loose approach. Wasn't even that nicely done, to be honest with you. It was pretty standard in terms of, like, that's the bare minimum to get down the vent. Just drop a nade, basic smoke, get down there. And if no one rotates from ramp, you get a free plant. Like, it just suggests that things are falling apart on the CT side here. Exist should be swinging down. They've gone for a partial buy. Freiburg will invest $2,600. He gets the alligator out. Looking for a buy to Vitality if possible. And Desert Eagles and CZs elsewhere. So a partial buy for Dignitas as Vitality look for map points. They were 7-0 down in this half, and now 4 rounds in a row, looking for 5.
Ouch.
Yikes. Well, Masuda now in openings is 7-3, and Halzerk is 7-0. So the youngsters, the newer kids on the block, have been doing some damage as far as that stat line is concerned here. Can Shocks do any more? He's definitely been heard.
Crouching under the crosshair enables Halzerk to find his 27th frag. And he's on just the Deagle armor as well. And he's found another one with that Deagle. He's sniping, doesn't matter what weapon's in his hand.
Beautiful. Desert Eagle working out of a house like there, to say the very least. He hasn't even got armor.
Yeah, he wants an AWP. They were essentially buying for overtime.
Very quiet, isn't it?
Gap Halzerg's found. He's coming behind Freiberg here.
Imagine.
Yeah.
Just takes his head
Just
clean off.
reaction, donk. Coming from main.
This couldn't be better for the shotgun. They have to cross to get to the bomb site. So this is fantastic stuff for Freiberg. If he doesn't need to be picking too wide here.
Spotted. 14 seconds. Oh no, could have bided their time a little better. Dink from Exist is not enough. It's insufficient, but Forrest can clutch. He's been gifted the AK.
Oh, an old classic matchup there. RPK versus Forrest, and it will be the Swede that comes out on top. It will be round 13 for Dignitas, and it all started with a couple of Desert Eagle headshots from the young Norwegian over there, Halzerg, getting it done. Opening things up, a 5 versus 3. Great effort for Vitality to bring the round back, at the bomb down. 1 versus 1, and Forrest comes out on top. He did have Kevlar. 2 kills in the round, saves the AK-47. And this is Halzerg. This is where it all began. Beautiful first shot. Second, lovely as well. No armor, bear in mind. And he single-handedly wins the round. I say single-handedly. Forrest obviously had the 1v1 towards the end, but he got the wheels in motion.
He did. We wouldn't be here without him. And despite some fantastic fragging from Vitality actually getting into that crossfire, it looked like it was nearly impossible. You're still in main, 20 seconds, a crossfire established. They managed to overcome it. Dignitas, and Forrest in particular, really does seal the deal. Haven't seen Get Right falling foul to any of that squeaky door exchanges on his defense this time. It was a real thorn in his side on the attack. Look at Halzerg's balls to push that. Shox, however, catches him, and that's a crucial frag because it keeps things level.
We have seen that outside aggression from Halzerg a few times now. Back to the 4-on-4 we go. We've got 2 players very low indeed. That's going to be Shoxy and Geray on both respective teams. Taiwo using the AK-47 for now.
Look at this, Henry. There's a minute left on the clock. Well, there's actually a minute 15 when I started talking, and the utility on both teams is already down to just scraps of nades. There's a couple of flashes, a couple of smokes.
At least they have 3 smokes on Team Vitality, so they can go for an execution, but they haven't really been displaying that sort of gameplay. So just using the smoke towards main entrance here. In terms of the setup, they're looking to go down towards either secret or main entrance here. It looks to be the latter. And in terms of that defense, Get Right watching from the window position. Does significant damage towards Zywo. He takes another 14, but not quite enough for the kill.
It's enough of a contribution for now. Apex is starting to get the timing out of Squeak. Geralt does eventually find Zywo, and now Apex wants to take this hit. That's a crucial frag. The entry fragger does his job. Forrest gone. Now can they find the site? Freiberg's healthy. They are not. They can overwhelm, though. And that's the most healthy of them all. Masuta, he joins them. 13 to 12 between them.
Exist, pushing the smoke at this point. A brave maneuver. He will have a massive disadvantage if he goes forward, but decides to reel it in. And they have no kit here. Do they even want to go for it? They've got the information that 3 of them are low.
Oh, he smoked again.
And they smoked out. Get Right's already thinking about falling back at this point. And he's not finding anything. That might be a yes, it will be.
Wow, they're so lucky to get away with that 12
they don't know how low they are, but
HPs.
there's another kill for Shoxy as well.
Salt in the wound right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's 15 on the board for Vitality. The loss bonus coming through for Dignitas right now is going to be 2,400. It's not enough to get a buy for the majority of their members. Forrest and Exist to be the only ones strapping rifles here, unless Exist drops something across.
Forrest can drop like a FAMAS at least, I guess, suppose, with $7,000. He goes for an AWP. So that won't be happening, yeah.
Give it to the chosen one.
Yeah, you're dead on there. He should be to Halzerg, which it will be. And he's got 28 kills. It's himself and Forrest that are leading the charge. And as we said, second half, if they win the pistol, they're right back into it. They managed to get a 7-0 scoreline, but they've now lost 6 rounds out of the last 7 on the Dig side.
Yeah, Halzerg's not going to be going for any more outside aggression with that AWP, that's for sure. I think he needs some longevity for his team to overcome Vitality. And, well, that's the opposite of longevity. In fact, rather short-lived for Halzerg because he's gone.
Yeah, quick and dominant shot there from Zywo.
They need that AWP, right?
It's the AWP down at a very awkward spot as well. I think Shoxy's going to go jump on it now and confirm.
He's
they're pushing ramp.
Ooh. So much info. Exist going to try and get this timing. Freiburg's already found one. RPK is going to be expecting this, and he does deal with the first. The reposition from Forest was not enough. Nice flourish. Freiburg connects with a shotgun, but Shox has already come behind enemy lines. Get right. Set to clutch. A 1v3. Nice adjustment onto Shoxy. Does have 4 bullets left in the clip. It's minimal, and it is insufficient. ZywOo confirms it. Vitality, they take Dig's map pick. It's through brute force on their T side, but they convert, and it will be Vitality 1-0 up in the series. We're back to discuss the first map of our second series of the day. It's Dignitas Vitality started on Nuke. 16-13 is the final score, and a 10-5 half for Vitality. So that does immediately help the conversation get lubricated.
Yeah.
We do see a solid start. It seems like the T side from Vitality left you guys scratching your heads.
It was a little bit odd, I think. To be fair, I'm not surprised. It's about what I expected. We've casted a couple of the games so far, and we've seen their Inferno. It's very loose and quite scrappy. I expected Nuke to be very similar, which it was. It was relying on the individuals mainly, not even default, to be honest with you. They had some outside smokes, but generally speaking, they had gaps in them. It was all on the fly, and which is fine if you're winning your aim duels, but if you're not, I just don't think that's sustainable Counter-Strike. Sure, they get the win, but against Dignitas, you'd expect them to.
Sure, I got two big takeaways, Alex. Apex looking good, and Masuta actually being able to multi-frag, not just one and done. So they were two good positives within that game for Vitality. We're going to take a day at a time with the Vitality
Yeah,
project,
and actually, we are going to take a closer look at one of those positives. Masuta, it is an interesting conversation. How did he arrive in this team? How did you find him? And what is he capable of? A lot of questions we haven't had answers to yet, certainly not from his gameplay itself. Maybe Shox can add some more.
So the first question is, probably was your first tournament with Masuta, even though it was online. How did he do overall? I would say that overall he did a good job, considering he just joined the team, had a lot to learn, and was the first time for him competing in officials against big names. It was definitely a hard task for him, and I think that for his first win, it was fine. He's I would say that he's a shy person. He doesn't talk that much. He's really kind, really nice. The type of personality, you know, you want definitely to take care of, and you want to help to grow. As a player, he got an amazing aim, and he's always ready to take duels, basically. Overall, he's fitting pretty good in the team. He still lacks a lot of things, of course, which is understandable considering his young age. We are doing at the moment everything we can help. We can to help him to grow as soon as possible, because of course the faster he grew, the faster we can become a better team, I would say. I would say that his biggest strengths are his aim and his clutch capacities. I think he's really good at clutching. He still needs to work on team play, teamwork, and communication. Definitely, I expect him to be a player that can be in the top 20 HFTV every year.